5 Numbers of Destiny. Change your fate using the lost art of ancient Chaldean numerology. By Anmarie Uber, and read for you by Audio Voices. One cannot escape numbers. Even 0 is a number. The author. Preface. Searching for answers. My life was cursed. I knew it, and my astrology chart was confirming the bad news. It seemed I was fated to a life of challenges and partnerships, health issues, and finances. I had to find an answer to my ongoing problems, which encompassed just about every major area of my life. There's nothing like having continual setbacks to motivate a person to find a way to change things. And so I began my travels into the mysterious world of Chaldean numerology. I immersed myself into the study of astrology, palmistry, tarot, and other related subjects, trying on the beliefs and principles of many spiritual paths. In the late 80s, I was simultaneously introduced to both the Pythagorean and Chaldean number systems. Although I had interest in and studied each of these methods, I was drawn in by Chaldean, with its mystical prophetism and its focus on fate, karma, and luck. I felt Chaldean numerology was the answer to changing my reality. What I did not realize back then was that all the rules were not spelled out for me, and I would have to experiment a lot. Being a true guinea pig, I signed myself up, along with friends, family, and clients who wittingly and unwittingly joined in the study over the years. I examined the numbers of everyone and anyone, searching for patterns. I frequently changed my name, orchestrated events on certain days, chose partners, associates, addresses, and towns. I moved a lot, according to numbers, and used the various suggested methods of luck enhancement, with sometimes disastrous results, and all of the above. 25 years later, I decided it was time to write it all down and formulate it. This book has been a redefining of what little we know of Chaldean numerology, and to a system that not only works, but is expanded on in the areas of rules and calculation. It has been simplified for anyone to understand. My journey has been an interesting and, at times, painful one. One of the best ways of finding real answers, though, is through experience. And so you could say I lived this numerology book into existence. I hope you find the information helpful, and I hope it massively transforms your life for the better, as it has mine. God bless. Anmarie. Living in the Matrix. For me, the world is like a dream of the mind, in a constant state of change, and can therefore never ultimately be relied upon to hold all of our answers. Science proves this, identifying the world as lacking real substance and made up entirely of energy, a holographic matrix. Even in a dream, though, there are many pathways, maps, and guides to help you find your way. Some of these may lead you astray, some prove reliable, but none is more right or wrong than any other in a dream. Life is an individual experience, and what is necessary or helpful to one person may not be for another. Numerology is the same. There are many number systems, and all have value and purpose. I believe these numerology systems are one form of life's maps or guides to help you create better circumstances for yourself. Because your perception can change your reality, this world would have to be in a constant state of change, which eventually leads to chaos, or as I call it, the law of chaos. God, or the Creator, central source if you prefer, is the only true constant. God's law of grace is what raises us up out of our illusions into happier outcomes, into joy and peace. Numerology helps us get a step closer to accepting this grace and avoiding the suffering of the world. It is the ego's belief that we need to suffer and sacrifice. When we decide to look at our numbers, we are seeking a higher path of joy, a joy which is the equivalent to the godly state of being, and a softening of the painful experiences. There is more than one thought system on how Chaldean numerology should be calculated. I have taken the basic Chaldean number system and their age-old meanings a few steps further, backing up my findings with patterns of conclusive repetitions based on studying the lives of others. There are many other forms of numerology being practiced today that have different methods for calculating because they are used for different purposes. Chaldean numerology has not been something one could find on mainstream bookshelves, as there have been very few books written about this number system. There are plenty of numerology books available, but for years, the large majority of these were based on a Western interpretation of Pythagorean numerology. This is a totally different system, and I want to stress here that these two systems of numbers, Pythagorean and Chaldean, have different purposes and therefore should not be mixed together. I see a lot of people taking what little information is available on Chaldean numbers and substituting the Pythagorean rules to compensate or fill in the empty blanks. This does not work, as you would be creating a whole new number system that would need to be tested on its own. A good example of this is someone adding their whole birth date together to get the Pythagorean life path number and reading the Chaldean meanings for that number. For one thing, this particular form of Chaldean numerology does not add the entire birth date together to arrive at one of the personal numbers. If you have a life path number 9 in Pythagorean, it means that you are a humanitarian type of person, and this is your style of relating, as well as your motivation in life. 9 in Chaldean, however, means someone who is prone to having a temper, and who would be dealing with warlike situations. The Chaldean 9 is based on the day of birth, and connected to the qualities of the planet Mars. Another good example of someone attempting to merge these two systems is carrying over master numbers 11, 22, 33, 44 from Pythagorean to Chaldean. Some have been using the Pythagorean rule that a master number should not be reduced when calculating in Chaldean. There are no master numbers in this form of Chaldean, and not reducing them in certain calculations causes you to come up with a number outcome that is misleading or incorrect. Master numbers relate to a person's character development in Pythagorean, whereas the 11, 22, 33, and 44 are reduced in Chaldean calculations as needed to find the predictive fate of the person. I am not disagreeing with anyone who includes master numbers in studying other forms of Chaldean or new versions of numerology that they themselves have tested. There are many Chaldean numerology sites on the internet today that are missing the key elements in their calculations that make this system work. For example, one cannot say, "I changed your name to a 23, which is a very fortunate number, and your life is going to be wonderful now." There is more to the story. For it to create enough of a change to actually turn the person's life around, one has to look at how all the numbers interact with one another. In some cases, the individual's life gets worse. I know. I have experimented on myself many times with name changes. Add to that, the hidden number is all but ignored in these numerology calculations, as are the individual rules for each number. Therefore, I will endeavor to address and simplify these missed steps so that it may advantage the many seeking assistance and a bettering of their life from this number system. The differences: Chaldean versus Pythagorean. Chaldean is based on astrology. Pythagorean is based on the mathematical model. Chaldean uses the day of birth as the major signifier. In Pythagorean, the birth date is the major signifier. In Chaldean, the day, month, and year are used separately. Pythagorean adds them together. Chaldean does not use master numbers. Pythagorean does. Chaldean defines numbers 1 through 52. Pythagorean defines 0 through 9. In Chaldean, 9 does not have a letter value. Pythagorean uses sequential alphabet values for all numbers 0 through 9. Chaldean uses compound numbers. Pythagorean uses vowel and consonant calculations. Chaldean is used to determine fate, karma, and luck. Pythagorean focuses more on analyzing character and motivations. As can be seen from these examples, these are two completely different systems. There are also a lot of differences in Hindu, gematria, phonetic Chaldean, and so on. Who are the Chaldeans? There are many theories about this mysterious group of people and differing versions of their history and teachings. Some have been preserved by modern-day Brahmins. The Chaldeans lived for a time in an area southeast of Babylonia, towards the coast of the Persian Gulf, on the right bank of the Euphrates. They arrived around 1000 BC in Assyrian, which name was Kaldu. The Chaldeans were not native to Mesopotamia, but rather migrated from India. They were not Aramaeans, but Brahmanical Hindus. When they ruled all of southern Mesopotamia, for a short time, Babylonia became synonymous with Chaldeans, but the Chaldeans were not Babylonians. The Chaldeans spoke a West Semitic language, but eventually adopted the Babylonian dialect of Akkadian, which was, for the most part, the same, with the exception of slight differences in phonetics and characters. These ancient peoples were known as astrologers or star worshippers, and were far ahead of modern times in their mathematical calculations and grasp of astronomy, astrology, philosophy, architecture, numerology, divining, and magic. The Chaldeans believed in one deity, but revered the sun, moon, and other celestial bodies as symbols of that deity. The Egyptians, Hebrews, Assyrians, and Greeks learned the Chaldean sciences. Supposedly, Sabianism was the religion of the ancient Chaldeans, but its principles are misinterpreted and cannot be grasped or studied as they are lost. The Chaldean Book of Numbers, or Book of Zion, and other writings are in Arabic, their knowledge guarded by specific Sufi initiates. It is believed that Chaldeans recognized and denounced the dark side, or what would be known as fallen angels. Or this is what we surmise from ancient Jewish mysticism and the knowledge of the use of amulets and symbols being worn to ward off demons. The Chaldeans honored a Sabbath day of rest, as well as other days, reserved for prayer and gratitude. The number 7 was considered sacred. Chaldeans seem to be connected to alchemy as well, being considered the oldest known magicians. They believed that true power of magic came from the power of the soul and the knowledge of the alchemical or magical properties of plants, minerals, and animals. They were able to contact higher spiritual beings using the psychic senses, religious rites, and prayer. To the Chaldeans, control of the physical world was merely scientific, accomplished by observing the natural laws. This knowledge made their feats appear as miracles or magic to others. These were ancient scientists, and they were brilliant. The wisdom and practice of ancient scientists had one natural philosophy in common that they followed, and that was to observe with their senses. They based facts on what made sense on every level of the universe, not just the physical. The following is becoming common knowledge, but I find it interesting that in the Hebrew Bible, Abraham, the founding father of the Jewish religion, came from Ur of the Chaldeans. In Bactria, there was a Jewish nation named Yaguda or Ur Yaguda. Ur meant place or town. It is also interesting that other philosophic writers of Jewish history agree and name Abraham as a teacher of science and astrology. Tomás d'Oreste, who in his book Moses y los Extraterrestres writes that the philosopher Voltaire believed Abraham to be descended from Brahmin priests who had left India and shared their teachings throughout Persia to the lands near the Tigris and Euphrates. Voltaire noted that the city of Ur was near the border of Persia, the road to India where Brahma had been born. Midway on this road is Bactria, a mountainous area where Brahma was said to be from. Chaldean or Chaldeva, holy calls, was the title of an ancient Hindu priestly caste of Brahmins. Philo of Alexandria, a Hellenistic Jewish philosopher from ancient Egypt in the time of the Roman Empire, had this to say in his doctrine on Abraham. The Chaldeans exercised themselves most especially with astronomy and attributed all things to the movement of the stars, believing that whatever is in the world is governed by forces encompassed in numbers and numerical proportions, seeking out the numerical arrangement according to the cycles of the sun and moon, the planets, and the fixed stars. An ancient Jewish writer, Eupolemus, 150 BC, writes that Abraham was trained in astrology, immigrated from Chaldea to Phoenicia, and trained, that is, taught, the Phoenicians. Abraham also lived with and taught the Egyptian priests at Heliopolis, and is descended from the race of giants. According to Eupolemus, Abraham is glorified as the father of all science. The Jewish historian Artapanus of Alexandria, an Egyptian, wrote concerning the Jews, 250 to 100 BC. In this historical work, which was written in Greek, the three Jewish patriarchs, Abraham, Joseph, and Moses, were responsible for altering the culture of the Near East. Abraham, in particular, taught the Egyptian pharaoh Thothis the science of astrology. Flavius Josephus, a Jewish scholar and historian, mentions in his book, The Antiquities of the Jews, that Abraham taught science to the Egyptians, who, in turn, taught the Greeks. Why does numerology work? Believing in numerology is an act of faith. Science can prove how numbers measure, but cannot prove why numbers seem to affect us. The belief in the efficacy of numerology is in the seeing of patterns over and over. It is in the experience of using it that belief and confidence in the system is found. Science can prove a lot of things, such as gravity. If a tree branch breaks off, it will hit the ground. Science, however, cannot tell you if the tree branch that hangs over the room you currently sit in is going to break and come through the roof. It is an act of faith that you sit there. It is an act of faith every time you make plans for tomorrow and go to bed. Science cannot tell you if you are going to die in your sleep and if there will be a tomorrow. Therefore, science has its place, as do the things that are outside its parameters. Life, then, is an act of faith. So you may never be able to fully understand why numerology works, but following its patterns and your experiences with it will show that it does. Numerology reminds me of psychology. The latter is considered a science, but it is really just a noticing of patterns of behavior. It is not a proven factual system. Numerology, like psychology, is the study of how numbers affect our behavior and future experiences, only proven by observation and reaffirmation of its reliable consistency. If you approached the idea that numbers have an effect on your life from a scientific viewpoint, you would say that everything is made up of numbers in its very nature, form, organization, and structure. Therefore, numbers rule your world. You cannot set your alarm, buy a car, pay a bill, watch TV, call a friend, or any number of other things without numbers. Your world is measured and run by magical digits. The ancient Chaldeans discovered an agreement between the seasons and certain fixed stars. Thus began their belief that the earth and heaven were interrelated and ran in cycles. They studied and documented the numerical patterns of the stars and planets and noted their effects on our lives. These cosmic bodies magnetically affect you, just as the moon's tides, solar flares, and sunspots cause changes in the Earth's atmosphere and weather. Or is it us affecting them? Numbers, in numerology, relate to the energy of your name and date of birth. Your personal numbers are connected to the planets in our solar system, including the sun and moon. We know that energy matter is made up of atoms, which contains electrons or protons. These electrons and protons have magnetic charges of positive or negative, just like a battery. Your human cells are magnets. You have an electrical body and brainwaves, measured in terms of electromagnetic energy frequencies. Your emotions are electromagnetic energy and are vibrating at a certain magnetic frequency level. This is why your thoughts or moods can repel or attract another person. Others can feel or sense the mood or emotions you are projecting. Because you are a magnet, the magnetic charge of the sun's solar flares would naturally then affect you, as well as the Earth. Everything is magnetics, and everything happens in a numerological order that can be mapped and logged with numbers. So, numerology is a study of these planetary number energies and their effect on human life. There is a new cosmology on plasma, which is considered a newly discovered element. Solid, liquid, gas, plasma. It is believed to make up 99.99% of the entire universe, visible and invisible. Plasma in space is a mixture of hot charged particles, ions and electrons, generating a lot of energy. It is only when it is cooled down that plasma becomes a solid, liquid, or gas we would see on Earth. We have learned to function with and utilize these lower states of slowed down magnetic particles. In space, plasmas remain electrically charged and respond more to electromagnetic forces than to gravity. Empty space is alive with a constant flow of plasma. Large bodies in space are believed to be interacting through magnetics, which is much stronger than gravity. In other words, planetary bodies appear to be moving based on whether they are attracting or repelling. Anyone can see this dominance of magnetics over gravity by using simple magnets. Plasma waves are traveling at an unlimited velocity, not as transverse waves of light. They are longitudinal waves, and therefore not limited to the speed of light. Plasma needs an electric current to run on. Think about the fact that your thoughts are electrically charged protein molecules. Your blood flow is an electrical current system. Every cell in your body is a pulsating electrical entity, all of it regulated and measurable by numbers. I will leave it here for you to think deeper on the planetary magnetic connections to you, their connections to number patterns, and their ultimate influence on your life. It is through study and experience that one begins to believe that the effects are measurable and real. Remember morphic resonance? Everything is by habit, thus creating pattern, and thus measurable by numbers, and changeable. Changing my name. As I said before, I felt my life was cursed. We all have our difficulties. I was stuck, for years, in a pattern of attracting emotionally abusive relationships. They were addicted to either alcohol or drugs, and were financial vampires. Because of this, I struggled with money almost my entire adult life. I became a workaholic by necessity, with little or no vacations. In addition to that, my health was a constant challenge, forcing me to give up many pleasure foods, follow strict dietary habits, and find alternative ways to heal myself. Also, strange circumstances frequently seemed to happen to me, almost as if to single me out. I remember my high school yearbook. My picture was the only one without a name next to it. Senior year, my name was not on the voting list for prom court. Although enough people had penciled me in to qualify me being on the court, student council suggested a revote. I thought it would be too embarrassing, so I declined. As I grew older and continued to be singled out in many strange ways, I began to feel as if something was wrong with me and imagined that maybe I did not actually exist. In an effort to change my patterns and circumstances, I turned to Chaldean Numerology. Because I had what I considered unlucky numbers, I started experimenting with changing my name. I used completely different names and versions of my own name altering the spelling. I found that my luck did not improve, but rather got worse. I eventually noticed patterns and realized there were specific rules that had to be followed. One of the versions of my name was a 12, the number of sacrifice. Years of feeling the effects of the sacrifice led me to eventually come to a crisis point in realization. The 12 magnetically led me to move to a town which added to the number 12, hence doubling its effect. Then everything became 12. Membership numbers added to 12, my address number, the apartment number, the time displayed on the clock, my change due at the store, credit card numbers, pet names, all 12s. The number continued to follow me. Anything I tried to accomplish in this 12th town was jinxed or wrecked, including an engagement to a fiancé. It was time to sacrifice this name or become the sacrifice. In late fall of 2013, I decided to again change the name I was using, determined that it would be the last time. I wanted to keep some semblance of my birth name, but this proved to be more difficult than I had anticipated. Sometimes no version of a person's birth name will work. I settled on Anmarie Uber, the only spelling that would harmonize with my birth number and create luckier numbers. Privately, I still use the previous version of my name, and the influence of both is felt in my life. The results have been astonishing. Even though the old spelling continues to curse me, Anmarie Uber has brought in many new blessings. I used the new name for the first time as an instructor of a workshop. That day, I met my twin flame. He took my class, and we found that we had a very special spiritual connection. I attributed our meeting to my name change. My career life shifted, quickly and radically as well, with opportunities to teach even more classes and write this book. Media coverage showed up out of nowhere. People were finding me, and I was suddenly no longer invisible to my good fortune. Life was noticing me. It was as if many obstacles had been removed from my path. In a month's time of changing my name, I began regularly blogging. My online audience tripled, and I got offered to speak on 2 radio shows. My classes were getting booked out. So I want to say here that I don't agree with those who believe it takes a long time to see changes after altering one's name. If it is done correctly, these will be positive changes. This book will teach you how Chaldean Numerology is connected with astrology. Each root number is assigned to a planet in our solar system and has a magnetic effect on our future. You will benefit from my years spent testing the rules, looking for patterns, teaching this course, and evolving the system into a simplified model that anyone can understand and utilize to improve their life. You too can learn how to use Chaldean Numerology to show you what fate has in store for you and what you can do about changing that fate. I leave you now to discover your destiny numbers. Chapter 1. 5 Numbers That Determine Destiny. How much did you pay for this book? How many pages are in it? You need numbers to answer these questions. Everything in our world, our bodies, nature, and the entire cosmos is made up of mathematical equations of numbers, utilizing the root numbers 1 through 9. We do not know the origin of numbers, yet numbers tell us what day it is, where we live, what time we need to be at work, how many bones are in our body, and the measure of the gravitation, mass, and speed of light that determines the size of a black hole in outer space. All of life can, amazingly enough, be measured with combinations of just 9 numbers. These 9 root numbers recur in a sequence that repeats itself with the use of the 0, determining the next series of numbers, 1 through 9, and then 10 equals 1, 11, 1 plus 1 equals 2, 12, 1 plus 2 equals 3, 13, 1 plus 3 equals 4, and so on. It is amazing to think that combinations of just 9 root numbers and 0 will allow us to count up to infinity and beyond. Your 5 destiny numbers. There are 5 numbers, in particular, that can open or close doors, attract lucky or unlucky circumstances, and create or remove obstacles to your success and happiness. These are derived from your birth date and name. They are simple to calculate and act as a snapshot or blueprint of your life, setting the stage for what type of luck you are likely to experience along the way. I call these 5 your destiny numbers. Destiny numbers represent the outer workings of fate acting on your life. They are indicators of major events at some point in the future and determine the amount of success an individual experiences. In some cases, the destiny numbers reveal the manner in which you may die. I think everyone's life, in some area, feels a little out of control. Sometimes all of it seems out of control. The good news is, it is simple to alter unlucky destiny numbers to a more positive vibration. You can empower your life by getting familiar with these 5 numbers, creating a flow that will eventually overcome or reduce obstacles, heartache, and lack, none of which are your birthright. The destiny numbers are as follows. The day number. The first destiny number is derived from the day you were born. It may be a single or a compound number. It is called the day number. For example, if you were born on December 2nd, your day number is 2, a single digit. If you are born on December 20th, your day number is 20, a compounded number. But it also breaks down to a 2 because 2 plus 0 equals 2. The numbers 2 and 20 are both 2s, but each have their own meanings. Both will have a strong influence on your life. The day number is one of the most important numbers because it cannot be altered and therefore must harmonize with the other destiny numbers. An individual cannot change the day on which they were born, so in essence they came into this life with the day number and have to play out its influence. For this reason, it is said to reflect karma accumulated from past lives. This could represent beneficial rewards or unresolved negative lessons. The day number will give you certain personality tendencies or propensities towards certain experiences. It is how others see you, what type of material is attracted to you, or what can happen to you in life. I will discuss your day number in more depth in the next chapter. The individual name numbers, or INN. Each letter of the alphabet has a numeric value assigned to it, and the INNs are found by separately adding together the letters in your first name, last name, and or any other names used in how you are addressed, such as a middle name, an initial or titles, such as Reverend. An INN is the sum total of each name, and it is more common to have at least 2 or more, as most people use a first and last name. Each name number total, by itself, has an influence on your life. If one is commonly known by only a single INN, such as Cher, Shakira, or Madonna, then there would only be one individual name number. The name used for calculating your individual name number, or INN, is the name you use the most, or how you are most commonly addressed by others. This includes nicknames. If you are almost always known by and use a first and last name, you will calculate 2 INNs. If you are always called by a first, middle, and last name, you will calculate 3 INNs. This number is important because it is the only one you can change, in turn, altering the vibration of the other numbers. The total name number, or TNN. The total name number, TNN, is the sum total of all the individual name numbers, INNs. You add the first name INN total to the last name INN total to find the TNN. Note, the INN and TNN are not set in stone and can be altered by the changing of one's name. This would be an option if one had unfortunate numbers and wanted to change their influence. There are specific rules for this that must be followed and will be addressed later in this book. It is very important that the TNN be in harmony with the day number. See Natural Harmonies later in this chapter. In Chapter 3, you will learn more about calculating your name numbers. The hidden number. The hidden number is found by adding the total name number, or TNN, to the day number. Like the other destiny numbers, the hidden number represents a fate that will befall a person. It is a hidden fate that we are unaware of until we add the day and TNN together. The hidden number is often ignored when choosing a different name or calculating numbers, and can lead to unfortunate circumstances in one's future. There are specific rules to follow with this as well, and these will be addressed in Chapter 4. The period number. The period number is based on a certain time period in which you were born. It relates to astrological sun signs. If you are born in late April or the first 3/4 of May, you are a Taurus. This time period of Taurus has the number 6 assigned to it. Therefore, if you are a Taurus, your period number is 6. Like the day number, the period number cannot be altered, but it can help enhance the positive qualities of your other numbers and be used to harmonize otherwise negative numbers. More on period numbers in Chapter 5. Chapter 2. The day number. You were born with your own lessons to learn, whether that be through karmic reward or debt. Your past lives determine the number of the day you will be born on and what that karma will be. I call the day of birth the day number. It is a very personal number for you and will be with you all of your life. The day number sets up the type of energy or pattern of life you are set to live under, as payment or reward from previous karma you brought into this life. It may reflect how others view you and the type of circumstances you will encounter along your path. Since this number cannot be changed, it is very important to have all of your other destiny numbers in harmony with this one, if at all possible. This will bring luck to help soften any difficult karma with this number, as well as enhance its good qualities, bringing an overall harmony to your life. An unlucky day number's influence is altered by enhancing the vibrations of the other destiny numbers. More on this in later chapters. Calculating your day number. The day number is the easiest of the destiny numbers to calculate, as it is simply the day of your birth. If you are born on the 5th of any month, your day number is 5. If born on the 30th of the month, your day number is the double or compound number 30. 30 is also the root or single number 3, found by adding 3 plus 0 together. We can write this as day number 30/3. If your day number is any of the single digits 1 through 9, read its meanings in the next section on meanings of single root numbers. If it is a compound number of 10 through 31, first reduce it to its root number and read the single number meaning. Then, read its compound number meaning to determine fate's influence on your date of birth. Examples. Jean is born on October 4th, 1961. Her day number would be a single 4. Mary is born on May 18th, 1980. Her day number is compound 18 and a single 9. 1 plus 8 equals 9, or 18/9. Following are the descriptions for single and compound numbers. I feel that these numerical meanings are not just descriptions, but rather contain literal predictive symbolism about future events. You will begin to see for yourself how the future can show up in a very specific way through the examples given in this book and in the lives of those you know. These single root and compound double numbers describe you and what happens to you in this life. The single numbers describe characteristics and traits of the astrological planet connected to your root number, how others may see you, and how these qualities affect your life experience. Single numbers deal with aspects of your physical and material world. They are the overall energy pattern or blueprint of your life. The compound numbers 10 through 52 represent outside forces of fate acting on you. These forces are hidden and act in the background of the outer life, family, career, relationships, and reputation, foreshadowing the future. They bring about specific circumstances based on the interaction of all your destiny numbers together. Just like hot water is not soup until you add all the ingredients, together creating a certain combination of flavors. The Chaldeans are the creators of our week, Sunday through Saturday. The 52 numbers in this system relate to the 52 weeks in a year. Your day number can only be one of the numbers 1 through 31, as related to the days in a month. The meanings of the single and compounded numbers will apply to your name, hidden, and period numbers as well. Note: I believe the major arcana tarot cards followed the 52 Chaldean numbers. However, we only have 22 of these trumps in modern decks. I have designed my own picture interpretations of the 22 major arcana trumps and given commentary on their meanings. Meanings of single root numbers. Number 1 is ruled by the sun and represents all that is created and manifest. The basis of all life is 1. 1 is a number of action and adventure, rather than contemplation. Those born on a 1 day are unique and have originality. They seek greatness and are determined to have their individuality acknowledged. They are very creative and imaginative. There is no limit to these qualities. They aim for the top and usually find themselves very high up the professional ladder or at the top of their chosen field. They are good as authority figures, but still respect those under their rule. People look up to them. 1 storm ahead toward their ambitions, sometimes before thinking them through. They dislike restraint of any kind. Learning patience and perseverance will help them get where they want to be. 1s should also cultivate inner peace, or anger could become their worst enemy, destroying the 1's plans. A 1 person's drive is toward greatness, rather than the accumulation of wealth. It may be for the aggrandizement of themselves, or for the betterment of the world as a whole. For this reason, they may not end up wildly successful in the material sense, or may have a tendency to overspend. They do retain an ability to be practical though, so the attainment of wealth is always a possibility, if they work to contain their anger, as mentioned above, and focus on diligence and patience. 1 is a strong, regal number. 1s speak their minds openly, but others respect them because they sense their inherent nobility and strength. 1s may be interested in the paranormal and are usually politically active or informed. If born when the sun is in exaltation, the period of the vernal equinox, March 21st through April 28th, or during the house of the sun, from July 21st through August 28th, a political career could become a reality, as these are powerful time periods for number 1s. 1s should take care of their health at ages in the 1 series of numbers 19, 28, 37, 55, 64, 73, and 82. 1s are compatible with the numbers 1, 2, 4, and 7. A 1 individual should determine whether the number 4 is bringing in a positive or negative influence in their life before deciding to include this number in their personal numbers. Make plans. On 1 days, the 1st, 10th, 19th, and 28th, especially during the Cancer number 2 through 7 period and the Leo number 1 through 4 period, June 21st through August 20th. Secondary are 2, 4, and 7 days. Lucky days. Sundays and Mondays, especially if it is a 1, 2, 4, or 7 that falls on that day. Lucky colors. All shades of gold, yellow, bronze, and golden brown. Lucky stones. Wear amber for luck. Other lucky gemstones are imperial topaz, yellow diamond, and all other yellow to brown crystals and gemstones. Number 1 relates to the tarot card of the magician, symbolized by the creator, the inventor, and the manifester. It represents originality and new beginnings. This image shows a woman who is the master of her fate or choices. She has all the tools she needs. She is the vessel, and what is created flows through her, and therefore, her creations reflect her nature. Number 2 is ruled by the moon. The moon represents needs, especially of an emotional nature, and its sensitivities to emotional and psychic undercurrents. 2 reflects an emotional nature that is sentimental and, at times, oversensitive. The quick orbit of the moon in its phases can affect 2s, making them restless, changeable, and moody. This can lead to indecisiveness and a lack of assertiveness. They may be fickle in their desires. They are shy by nature and agreeable, often letting others take the lead. 2s are homebodies. Emotional extremes can lead to emotional suffering and depression, which drains the 2's energy and life force. They are very sensitive to their surroundings and need a peaceful, balanced environment. 2s need to learn trust and to develop positive thinking. The 2 can experience many ups and downs with finances until they learn to curb their emotional reactions to money and make decisions rationally. Partnerships may be helpful in bringing more prosperity into their lives. Number 2 and the moon represent the reflected light of the sun. It is the unconscious mind, whereas the number 1 and the sun represent the conscious. 1s and 2s can balance and harmonize each other. 2s are also compatible with 4s, but especially with 7s, as 2 and 7 are associated with the intersection points or nodes in the orbits of the sun and moon. 2s love to travel, and this may make them unsettled, either in their physical location or in their plans or ideas for the future. Number 2 people are honest, influential, compassionate, romantic, love the arts, and are magnetic. They are imaginative and inventive. 2s can live in their heads and may prefer mental work as opposed to physical, as their physical constitution is not always strong. Despite this, 2's ability to rebound from adversity is amazing. Their qualities are more enhanced if born during the Cancer 2 through 7 moon period and 7 days thereafter, from June 20th through July 27th. Make plans on 2 days, the 2nd, 11th, 20th, and 29th, especially during the Cancer number 2 through 7 period, June 20th through July 27th. Secondary are 1, 4, and 7 days. Lucky days are Sundays, Mondays, and Fridays, especially if a 2, 1, 4, or 7 falls on that day. Lucky colors are all shades of green, cream, and white. Avoid all dark colors, especially black, purple, and dark red. Lucky stones. Wear any shade of jade, especially white and green. Other lucky stones are pearls, moonstones, and pale green stones. The High Priestess Tarot card is represented by the number 2. 2 is the balance of opposites. This card represents intuition, the unconscious mind, and the feminine side of the nature. It is the Virgin Goddess. The bottom of her gown becomes water, flowing out. Water is emotion and the creative imagination. She knows the mysteries of the universe and has access to all knowledge. The crescent moon is her crown. This card can symbolize a psychic or intuitive person and all things related to nighttime. It is the undecided and the unknown. The number 3 is ruled by the planet Jupiter, which represents wisdom, knowledge, ethics, and spirituality. This large planet also symbolizes expansion. Number 3 people care about others, and this makes them attractive and magnetic. This quality is good for business, as well as their gift of witty conversation. All of the above makes them very likable indeed, and others can be swayed by a 3's opinions or words, as they can be very outspoken. On the other hand, 3's should not get drawn in by what others say, as they can be easily deceived. 3's may tend to be walking encyclopedias due to their drive for knowledge and understanding, and their ability to retain information. They always land on their feet. 3 individuals are driven to move to the top of whatever field they endeavor. They are organized and disciplined. They respect rules and guidelines, yet remain very idealistic. They want to control others and expect them to follow their personal view of how the world should be. They are proud of their active minds, knowledge, and accomplishments, and are quite capable and comfortable working for themselves, following their own rules. 3s can be trusted and relied upon in positions of authority and disciplined responsibility, such as the government and military. Ultimately, though, 3s tend to feel that they know best, and this can create many enemies. They tend to have an independent streak, especially if someone else is trying to tie them down or take away their freedom to do things their own way. 3s are here to learn that commitment and responsibility is freedom and to birth their own special gift to the world. Make plans on 3 days, the 3rd, 12th, 21st, and 30th, especially during the Sagittarius and Pisces number 3 periods, November 21st through December 20th, and February 19th through March 20th. Secondary are 6 and 9 days. Lucky days are Thursdays, Fridays, and Tuesdays, especially if a 3, 6, or 9 falls on that day. Lucky colors are any shade of magenta, violet, or purple. Secondary colors are dark maroon, rose, and all shades of blue. Lucky stones? Wear amethyst. Golden topaz is also lucky. The Empress Tarot card is a number 3, representing the mother, father, child theme, or any grouping of trinities. The number 3 also has to do with communication. The Empress card represents authority, abundance, fertility, pregnancy, and luxury that relate to the expansive qualities of the planet Jupiter, which is linked to the number 3 and creation. A double 3 equals a 6, related to the planet Venus, its symbol shown on the left of the card. Venus offers the gifts of prosperity and creativity to the 3 individual. This card can signal pregnancy, the birth of a baby or creative venture, success, happiness, and harvest. The number 4 is ruled by the planet Uranus and Rahu. Rahu is the north node of the moon. These nodes are intersection points on the paths of the sun and moon, also called the dragon's head and dragon's tail. 4 is similar in its energy to the planet Saturn, and thus is related to the number 8. 4s increase 8 energy, and like 8s, can be a harbinger of positive or negative karma. Like their ruler, the planet Uranus, 4s rebel or go against the accepted or normal, and aim for the unconventional or unpredictable. 4 individuals like to make their own rules, as they harbor very different views from others. They can be quarrelsome, insisting on their own viewpoint, or things being their way. In their own rebellion, they unintentionally create the same reaction in others, leading them to rebel against the 4, creating much opposition. 4s want to change the rules of everything, from their personal lives to the world at large. They want to be the authority, and it's my way or no way, quite often. Whether they actually do this, or are able to do this, depends on the individual and their circumstances. These Uranus-related behaviors are also related to Rahu, or the North Node co-rulership. The North Node is all about doing something different, this time around, breaking old patterns and moving forward into new territories. 4s have difficulty forming true friendships, but are loyal to the ones that they love. Like 8s, 4s can often feel lonely and depressed. 4s focuses on creating new pathways and changing the norm. Some 4s follow the traditional rules and standards of society, but will live their life either secretly or openly angry at being imprisoned by these regulations. They are seldom focused on money for the sake of money, and therefore may rebel against jobs or careers that would represent this sole purpose. They can be good at saving money, or using it for the causes and people they care about. 4s are much more sensitive than 2s and, as a result, tend to bury or ignore feelings as a method of survival. Emotions are reactionary and not always easily controlled. The 4 can feel hurt very deeply, and may therefore choose to stay in their heads, where rational thinking is less threatening. 4s are very practical and persistent, and can be good in business. As the 4 is a number of fate, the 4 person should determine whether the number 4 is bringing good karma or misfortune into their life. If 4s prove unlucky, it may be wise to take on the influence of the 1 in your personal numbers. Make plans on 4 days, the 4th, 13th, 22nd, and 31st. especially during the Cancer number 2 through 7 period and the Leo number 1 through 4 period, June 21st through August 20th. Secondary are 1, 2, and 7 days. Lucky days are Saturdays, Sundays, and Mondays, especially if a 4, 1, 2, or 7 falls on that day. Lucky colors are any color a little darker than its pure shade, or lighter, such as pastels, all fluorescent colors, especially bright blue, and all gray tones. For lucky stones, wear sapphire. Also, Hessonite garnet is lucky. The Emperor is the 4th tarot card, representing authority and responsibility. The barren rocky background suggests rational thought, away from emotional focus. This is an individual who makes the rules and sees that they are followed. Usually this man is shown wearing armor, which represents a willingness to fight for what he believes in and for those he protects. He has a loyalty to those he is responsible for, but in its negative aspect of anger, this responsibility becomes controlling, manipulative, and overbearing. The number 5's ruler is the planet Mercury. The planet Mercury rules communication, academics, and the mind. The element Mercury moves quickly, like water, into the path of least resistance. But unlike water, it does not stick to anything. If you try to touch Mercury, it moves away from your finger. You can't touch its shape because it has reshaped around your finger. When you remove your finger, it rejoins with itself. It has a cold sensation and can scatter into a bunch of smaller globs, but quickly joins back together. It feels slightly heavy in your hand. Number 5 people are like Mercury, rebounding from adversity that does not seem to touch them, and in business, always looking for the quickest or easiest way to make money or get around things. Hard labor does not appeal to them or their sense of the immediate. Because their minds are so active, they are attuned to new ways of making money through progressive ideas and inventions. They are risk takers and investors, prone to buying stocks or anything that will provide excitement and make a profit quickly. Decision-making is spontaneous, and 5s are adaptable to almost any circumstances. Practicality in everyday life will always suffer in lieu of these pursuits. 5s will always seem to be making decisions and choosing paths, whether that be in the material or spiritual arenas. The risks they take can make others nervous, but 5s retain the malleable qualities of the element Mercury. Hardship does not affect them, in the same way as it does more sensitive types. 5s don't seem affected by hard times, bouncing away from life's torments as easily as Mercury avoids the touch of your fingertip. In no time, they are moving on to the next adventure. 5s seem unaffected by life experiences or others' attempts to reform them. However, a nervous constitution may cause depression, insomnia, or breakdowns in the 5. Perhaps they repress their reactions. 5 individuals are easy to get along with, usually having many friends, or others consider them at least a friendly sort of person. 5s can get along well with any other number, but do best with other 5s. 5s excel in the fields of investing, economics, law, advertising, education, promotion, management, entrepreneurism, and the arts. Reading or studying the concepts of others who have paved the way will be very beneficial for a 5. Making plans. Make plans on 5 days, the 5th, 14th, and 23rd, especially during the Gemini and Virgo number 5 periods, from May 21st through June 20th, and August 21st through September 20th. Lucky days are Wednesdays and Fridays, especially if a 5 falls on that day. Lucky colors are all colors, but the best are light shades. Avoid dark colors, especially all shades of light gray, white, and glittery materials. Lucky stones. Wear diamond and platinum, also all sparkling stones, and silver settings. The Pope, or the Hierophant, is the 5th tarot card, representing choices and pathways. The number 5 is one of change or transition. The Pope gives his blessing, receiving his wisdom from higher sources. His crown shows the 3 tiers of Father, Son, and Spirit. The road symbolizes a crossroads with different alternatives, one leading to physical desires, the other a spiritual path. The 5 individual is someone who can give advice or counsel relating to the 5's ability to make decisions and choose their path, or is seeking higher counsel. There is always movement with the number 5. Should one go the conventional road or take an untried direction? Number 6 is ruled by the planet Venus. Venus has to do with defining what you value in life, financial and material acquisition, and love and beauty in all of its aspects. 6 people are attracted to beautiful surroundings, the arts, romanticism, and idealism in love. They are very charming and draw the love of children, partners, co-workers, acquaintances, and friends. Love from others can be so important to 6s that they can get detoured from their own life in trying to please everyone, devoting much time and energy into relationships that may or may not be good for them. This is especially true of partners. Otherwise, they are very focused and stubborn in doing what they think is best. In the realm of finances, 6s can be very practical unless, as mentioned above, they are consumed with pleasing a partner and allow the other to take charge of the money. If the partner is a spendthrift, this could spell trouble for the 6. Because of their love for the finer things in life, the 6 is willing to spend money on comfort and pleasure. The home is usually filled with artistic pieces and a place where company is welcome. Beyond a love for the arts, 6s may be gifted themselves in music, poetry, creative writing, painting, dance, or creative ideas in general. The 6s, overall, have abilities in almost anything they put their mind to achieving. They usually attract money later in life. Usually very gentle and agreeable, a 6 can become moody or downright angry if treated with disrespect or abuse from another. They have a strong sense of what is right and will not back down if they believe in something. A 6's lesson in life is to define for themselves what is truly valuable. This includes their own value, the value of relationships, and material values. Make plans on 6 days, the 6th, 15th, and 24th, especially during the Taurus and Libra number 6 periods, April 20th through May 20th, and September 21st through October 20th. Secondary are 3 and 9 days. Lucky days are Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays, especially if a 6, 3, or 9 falls on those days. Lucky colors include all shades of blue, rose, and pink. Avoid black and dark purple. For lucky stones, wear turquoise. Emeralds and diamonds can also be lucky. The number 6 is represented in the Lover's Tarot card. 6 is all about relationships, where love is expressed. This card typically shows Adam and Eve, temptation, sexual desire and its consequences, and all romantic or platonic relationships. The Lover's card has to do with making choices. The other comes in, and now there is a decision to make. What does one value more? What is the better choice? Where is my desire leading me? It usually means that there is no wrong decision. This card could signal the beginning of a new relationship or a positive beginning to something. The number 7 is ruled by the planet Neptune or Ketu, the south node of the moon. 7s are very attracted to science and nature. This could be mystical or traditional science, and the study of nature, whether that be as a religion, an interest in the outdoors, or the nature of people. Ketu can bring sorrow or difficulties, either through malevolence from others, or from the 7's own lack of patience, tenacity, or stubbornness and aloofness towards others. This number seeks to be alone in order to find their way, and this can cause problems with those who wish for more attention or acquiescence from them. 7s have the forbearance to endure the sorrows of Ketu and bounce back from adversity. Developing patience and persistence will turn the hardships into eventual reward, as well as the ability to relieve the sufferings of others. They are prone to support many charitable causes, as the 7 can be unconcerned with the accumulation of their own wealth. Their unique minds are capable of excellent ideas for business, so the development of persistence would also serve well here. Sevens are extremely influential, and their unique ideas or mystical depths often entice others to follow their lead. This can put them in leadership roles, which they may or may not want. Sevens can tend to be outspoken and naive. Just as often, they can be quiet, serene, and calming in nature. Many sevens are here to transcend the mundane or lower aspects of the nature. They are very original in their views and adapt well to change, as they have a restless nature like the number 2. They get along especially well with other sevens and the number 2. 7 individuals love travel and other cultures. Sometimes the acquisition of finances may be difficult for sevens. If this is the case, they will travel in their minds, absorbing information in differing philosophies. They may establish a worldwide or global business with foreign countries. They are drawn to the ocean and may seek ways to locate close to large bodies of water. The love of water may lead them to own boats, ships, or have a love of water sports. Sevens are especially good writers or artisans. They are likely to consider themselves spiritual, but not religious, or have their own unique viewpoint on the teachings of their own chosen religion. Neptune gives them the sense of the extraordinary and mysterious. They have great psychic gifts, and many of these come through visions and dreams. Make plans on 7 days, the 7th, 16th, and 25th, especially during the Cancer number 2 through 7 period, June 20th through July 27th. Secondary are 1, 2, and 4 days. Lucky days are Sundays and Mondays, especially if a 7, 1, 2, or 4 falls on these days. Their lucky color is white. Also fortunate are all shades of green, pastels, and yellow. Dark colors are unfortunate. For lucky stones, wear moss agate. Also, moonstones, cat's eyes, and pearls are fortunate. The Chariot is the 7th tarot card. This represents mastery over the self and one's nature. This mastery leads to the mystical and the conquering of any situation. Here, the individual is in a state of meditation, signifying spiritual or celestial influence and guidance. The Chariot is a vehicle, and thereby designed for travel. With self-mastery comes the ability to move forward. Behind the man, in his Merkaba vehicle, is the sun shining. This card could also relate to issues with a car or travel. Number 8 is ruled by Saturn. Saturn teaches us lessons through hard work. It makes us confront our fears. It creates obstacles. It does not deny, but rather delays. It is also the planet of karma, as in, you will reap what you have sown. If you are born under the number 8, you have come into this life to play out the extremes of either positive or negative karma, a life of rewards or payments, decided by justice. Fate seems to control the 8, as if their lives are crucial to the larger scheme or plan. For the 8, life can be an uphill battle. They get used to the struggle, and what can be daunting for others is normal for them. 8s may be hard to read, as their general expression can tend to seem aloof, when in reality, one is seeing their grit and determination at play. Climbing mountains can be tiresome, and if they are under the hard hand of karma, they may fail and give up. 8s feel lonely in their struggles and in their quest to overcome the hardships of Saturn. On the positive side, the challenges give them an understanding and compassion for those who also suffer. Their fears can become their strengths. The drive to overcome adversity usually leads the 8 to climb the ladder of success or find themselves in higher executive professions or positions of great authority or responsibility. The price to pay was probably great to get there. A lot of times these positions are in the public eye. An 8, under the influence of reward, may have a fantastical life of luck, money, and influence. Whether reward or payment, the challenge of these individuals is to find balance between materialism and their spiritual or higher nature. As they get older, they may realize that the pursuit of prestige, money, success, and the like has left their lives empty and without meaning. At this stage, a spiritual reference point becomes a necessity. 8s are very original in their approach, and tend to be extremists in all areas of life. 8s are capable of deep concentration, patience, religious zeal, contemplative analysis, rational thinking, self-control, and uncanny business sense. As the 8 is a number of fate, the 8 individual should determine whether the number 8 is bringing good karma or misfortune into their life. Make plans on 8 days, the 8th, 17th, and 26th, especially during the Capricorn and Aquarius number 8 periods, December 21st through February 21st. Secondary are 4 days. Lucky days are Saturdays, Sundays, and Mondays, especially if an 8 or 4 falls on those days. Lucky colors are black, navy blue, dark gray, and dark purple. For lucky stones, wear blue sapphire, also amethyst, darker sapphires, black pearl, and black diamond. Justice is the 8th card, pictured with the scales of karma and the sword of justice. The Justice card was originally the 8th card, but is commonly switched these days in some decks to the 11th position. This card means that justice will be done, the just will be rewarded, and the unjust will pay the price. 8 is the number of power, and all things that represent power, such as money, authority, and sex. This card also relates to legal matters, lawyers, contracts, negotiations, striving for an orderly mind, fairness, balance, karma, and going to court. Number 9 is ruled by the planet Mars, a fiery and active planet. This number can be subject to danger from fire and accidents. 9s are very bold and adventurous, leaping headfirst into the next exciting activity or interest. They may lack patience, and spontaneous or rushed decision-making or temperament can cause problems in life. Others may resent their hurried approach. Hurrying makes them more susceptible to injury from the aforementioned dangers, and many failures can be a result of avoiding contemplation before action. 9s are capable of being practical and organized. 9's willful intensity can often be interpreted as anger by others. This is not always the case, although anger can become an issue. Mars 9s have a fighting spirit. In the less evolved, this may come out as a violent, warlike nature. In the more self-aware, 9s can be a fighter for what they see as right, such as an activist, or standing up for the needs of loved ones and themselves. Childhood may be difficult, as they have a lack of control over what happens to them. There may be many issues from family that plague the adult 9 throughout their life. They need to make peace with the past. 9s usually succeed by their willpower and drive to get what they want. They are not so good in subordinate positions and do much better calling the shots. This could apply to home life or career. If they are not in charge, they are not interested, or their heart will not be in it. 9 is a fortunate number, as long as the lower nature is overcome and the fiery temperament controlled. When the number 9 is repetitive in the native's life, it is a doubling of the 9. This can increase the likelihood of the negative attributes of this number, leading to an increase in conflict, quarrels, accidents, and opposition. Mars, being the planet of war, can lead these people to an attraction for the military, martial arts, government, or to become leaders of a cause. There is also an attraction to find a soulmate or partner, and sometimes this may prove to be a difficult task. The 9s crave love, Venus, and Mars will do whatever it takes to find it. 9s can have a strong body or constitution, and may be good at sports or physical activity. Make plans on 9 days, the 9th, 18th, and 27th, especially during the Aries and Scorpio number 9 periods, March 21st through April 19th, and October 21st through November 20th. Secondary are 3 and 6 days. Lucky days are Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays, especially if a 9, 3, or 6 falls on that day. Lucky colors are all tones of crimson, red, rose, and pink, relating to the red planet Mars. For lucky stones, wear ruby, garnet, coral, and bloodstone. The Hermit is the 10th major arcana card in the Tarot, technically, as the Fool is the number 0, but it is represented by the number 9. 9 represents the ending of cycles, as 9 added to itself equals 9, or the repeating of cycles, as 9 added to any other number will repeat that number. The Hermit is here to lead. The fire on his candle lights the way. The 6-pointed star of Venus, symbolizing love and peace and the search for self-love, is also the seal of Solomon, which means protection. It represents attributes for which a 9 should be striving towards. This is accomplished through the ways of the Hermit, finding alone time, away from others, for contemplation, and learning control of the temperament. This card also means to act on faith. One is not alone, as spirit guides and angels are assisting the individual. One is traveling the correct path, although it may not feel as if this is the case. Natural harmonies. 1 harmonizes with 1, 4, 2, and 7, but avoid 4 if this number seems to represent karmic debt for the one individual. 2 harmonizes with 2, 7, 1, and 4. Avoid 8. 2 may attract 8s because 2 plus 2 plus 2 plus 2 equals 8. 4 of this number increases the 8 energy and brings suffering to the 2. 2 can have luck with 6 because 2 plus 2 plus 2 equals 6. 3 of this number supports the 6, although 6 is still not considered in the same harmonious series as the 2. 3 harmonizes with 3, 6, and 9. 4 harmonizes with 4, 1, 2, and 7. Avoid doubling the 4, as this makes an 8, and avoid 8 if it represents the karmic debt for the individual. Also, avoid 9. 5 harmonizes best with 5, and in a general sense with all the numbers. 6 harmonizes with 6, 3, and 9. 6 also has luck with 2, because 3 2s equal 6 and support the 2, and 2 3s equal 6, although 2 is still not considered in the same harmonious series as the 6. 7 harmonizes with 7, 2, 1, and 4. 7s should avoid 8. 8 harmonizes with 8 and 4. 8 should avoid 7 and 9. Also, 8s should avoid 4 and other 8s if they represent karmic debt for the individual. 9 harmonizes with 9, 3, and 6. 9s should avoid 4 and 8. The 3, 6, and 9 flow together because any of these numbers added together will equal 1 within their own series. 3 plus 6 equals 9, 3 plus 3 equals 6, and 6 plus 6 equals 12/3. 9 plus 3 equals 12/3. 9 plus 9 equals 18/9. 9 plus 6 equals 15/6. The 6 is divided equally by 2 3s. The 9 is divided equally by 3 3s. The 1, 2, 4, and 7 are in harmony through their connections to the sun and the moon. 1 and 2 are connected because the 2 can be equally divided by 1. 4 can be equally divided by 2, and 1 and 2 are ruled by the sun and moon respectively. The numbers 4 and 7 vibrate with Uranus and Neptune in Western astrology, and with the north and south nodes of the moon in ancient astrology, which are crossover points on the paths of the sun and moon. 7 is not equally divisible and stands by itself, having loner or unique characteristics. The number 5 is ruled by Mercury and compatible with all other 5s. In a secondary sense, it gets along with all numbers because of the fluidity and adaptability of its mercurial nature. 5 is also not equally divisible, so it is unique to itself as well. The 4 and 8 are connected, as the 8 can be divided equally by the 4. These two are therefore drawn to each other, but can bring much karma and difficulty, as their ruling planets, Saturn and Uranus, do not get along well together. Otherwise, 8s should be with 8s, or avoided altogether. What's your real birthstone? You will notice that your day number gemstones may be different from what you have been told is your birthstone. It is common knowledge that if you are born in July, your traditional birthstone is a ruby. These commercialized birthstones may have been created by jewelers based on what was easy to create in jewelry or in ready supply. It is not really known whether these birthstones actually have a connection to you, your day of birth, or your birth month. The ancient sciences of Chaldean and Hindu numerology and astrology studied the patterns of numbers and their connection to the heavenly bodies. These number patterns related to specific planets, timing, gemstones, human characteristics, and patterns of fate. Gemstones reflect heavenly light. Our bodies are made up of the same minerals as gemstones and crystals. Each of our cells has a positive or negative magnetic charge, consisting of protons and electrons. Our system is electrical and magnetic. Everything around us has a magnetic charge. When we wear gems, they react with light, altering the electromagnetic field of the body, and thereby creating an electrochemical balance in the body. These stones are charged through exposure to the sun, moon, stars, and planetary bodies within our solar system, attuning to certain fields of magnetic energy through their color spectrum and compositional makeup or structure. In turn, they are connected to specific planets. The sun and moon are included as honorary planets here, which individually rule times of the year on our calendar or months. These gemstones also relate to the days of the month, as the planets rule certain number vibrations. So what does all this mean? Your day of birth and month of birth are ruled by particular stones of a certain color vibration. These stones help to alter detrimental energy or increase your good luck by wearing or carrying them with you. Gemstones that rule the day of birth. Those who are born on the 1st, 10th, 19th, or 28th of any month. Yellow topaz, amber, yellow diamond, and ruby. Those born on the 2nd, 11th, 20th, or 29th. Pearl, moonstone, pale green stones, and green jade. Also clear quartz, and green or white agate. Born on the 3rd, 12th, 21st, or 30th. Amethyst. Also yellow sapphire and yellow topaz. Born on the 4th, 13th, 22nd, or 31st. Blue sapphire and hessonite, or garnet. Born on the 5th, 14th, or 23rd. Diamond, glittery stones, anything set in platinum or silver, as well as emerald. Those born on the 6th, 15th, or 24th. Turquoise and emeralds. Also, white diamond, white sapphire, white zircon, and white tourmaline. Those born on the 7th, 16th, or 25th. Moonstone, pearl, moss agate, non-synthetic cat's eye, set in white gold. For those born on the 8th, 17th, or 26th. Amethyst, dark sapphires, black pearl, or black diamond. For those born on the 9th, 18th, or 27th. Ruby, garnet, bloodstone, as long as it is not worn next to the skin. White or red coral, carnelian, and jasper. Gemstones that rule the month. This is in a more general sense and for secondary use. January, moonstones, pearls, and amethyst. February, sapphires, pink topaz, and moonstone. March, agate, sapphire, amethyst, and emerald. April, rubies, garnets, and bloodstone. May, emerald, turquoise, and lapis lazuli. June, white or red carnelian, sapphire, diamond, and glittery gems. July, pearl, diamond, opal, cat's eyes, clear quartz, and moonstone. August, imperial and white topaz, amber, and ruby. September, emerald, diamond, and pearl. October, opal or pearl. November, turquoise, ruby, and all red stones. And December, amethyst or sapphire. Compound numbers and their meanings. The compound numbers 10 through 52 are the higher vibrations of the single numbers and also have specific meanings of their own. Compound numbers show the workings of fate, or outside forces that control our destiny and act on us. This influence is not always apparent or expected. These compound numbers are prognosticators of future events. 10. The number 10 is symbolized as the Wheel of Fortune in the Tarot. It is a number of intentions or personal agendas. Depending on one's honor or lack thereof, this number denotes a rise to fame and fortune, but just as easily a fall. It bestows self-confidence and having faith. 10 deals with all issues of faith, including others' trust in you and trusting yourself. It is considered a fortunate number because one's plans will usually work out. The 10th major arcana in the Tarot deck is the Wheel of Fortune. This card deals with the law of karma and grace. One is learning and growing spiritually through one's experiences. It represents the unknown future coming up suddenly over the horizon. We cannot see it until it is upon us. What was meant to happen will happen. 10 is a new beginning, a smarter beginning, because one has been around the wheel once already. This image contains the symbols for Jupiter and Saturn, representing luck and hard lessons respectively. The wheel always creates new beginnings and brings around old endings that were not resolved. One's fortune is based on one's intentions. You will reap what you sow or have sown. 11. The 11 is symbolized by a lion's mouth being covered, or closing the mouth of a lion with bare hands. Also a clenched hand or fist, as if in frustration or holding back. It represents being up against great difficulties, threats that you are unaware of, underhanded betrayals, trouble, suffering, opposition, and endangerment from others. The person it represents may get into trouble from speaking their mind or opening their mouth in certain circumstances. In some cases, the person has learned from this number when it is best to remain silent or refrain from acting out of anger or cruelty. In modern decks of Tarot, the Strength card is listed as number 8 most often, but it was originally the 11th card. Traditionally, it contains the imagery of the lion's mouth being closed by a woman. This shows control of the ego and the desires of the lower self. In older decks, a man is beating the lion. The halo above her head symbolizes wisdom and mastery gained through overcoming the ego, as love conquers all. This card can also be perceived as closing the mouth of our negative thoughts and words. 12. The 12 is symbolized by sacrifice and can literally mean becoming a sacrifice or a victim in every sense. This number predicts that you may be subject to or sacrificed for the plotting and self-interest of others, or something you value is sacrificed. It is a number of suffering and having issues with long-term mental worry, anxiety, and stress. A traditional meaning for the 12th major arcana of the Hanged Man is sacrifice, suffering, grief, or loss. If one views this hanging man as an unmoving pendulum of sorts, the meaning can also represent being stuck in a limbo. Sacrifice can bring things to a halt or prevent further progress. There is an aura of light around his head, signifying illumination and wisdom, gained through getting a different view of life through this pause or during this stasis. The root number 3 suggests communication from spirit when one stands still to listen. 12 also deals with the future. What has been prophesied will come to pass. 13. 13 is a fortunate number, represented by the symbolism of the ultimate powers of death and renewal, and those with this number can have power and dominance over others. The 13 is a number of drastic change in death, so that something new can be born in its place. It signifies transformation. This includes changes in locations, agendas, relationships, goals, and plans. These disruptions, dissolutions, and endings are usually permanent and for the better. The key to harnessing the good energy of this number is to flow with change, surrender, move forward, and embrace the transformations. In this, a great personal power is found, or rather, recognized. Death has its own timing. To deliberately affect drastic change or death leads to the destruction of the self, whether metaphorically or literally, and loss of power or influence. This number warns of unanticipated and unforeseen circumstances for the future. In ancient tarot decks, a skeleton is shown with a sickle or scythe. In the Rider-Waite deck, the skeleton is riding a white horse, trampling anyone who gets in the way. This includes the Pope, whose authority and power is of the man-made world, and even he cannot escape the powers of life, death, and rebirth. The ego creates a false sense of power and security, believing that we are invincible. Nothing stands in the way of death, and therefore, the challenge is to succumb and wait to be reborn. In this particular image, we see death ruling over our universe. Death defines our world and keeps us stuck in the reincarnation cycle. 13 also symbolizes the death of the ego self. 4, which is the root number, suggests transformation is needed to create stability, security, and benefit for the one transformed. Death signifies change that has been desired and is permanent. 14. The number 14 reduces to a 5. 5 is a fortunate number and represents change. Things are stirred up with this number as mixtures and combinations come together to make a greater creation. This includes combining groups of people or things to attain certain results. 14 warns of natural catastrophes in combinations of air, fire, and water, such as tornadoes, hurricanes, blizzards, forest fires, and thunderstorms. These dangers can also be related to fire, water, and air conditions in the physical body and organs. The 14 also warns of trusting others to make decisions, plans, or take action on your behalf. Since the 5 represents change, any alterations in business, career, or money planning should go well. However, the wrong combination of people or circumstances can ruin a venture. This number can access the positive qualities of the root number 5 if one uses conservative judgment and acts with discernment, wisdom, and above all, constraint and patience. 14 individuals may have a talent for communication through writing or speaking. The major arcana that is represented by the number 14 is Temperance. Temperance tames the tempests warned of in the 14. This tarot card shows angels combining liquids to achieve the right combination. This creates balanced manifestations that are in harmony with spirit. The rainbow spiral signifies being in agreement with Source and can represent the light spectrum as well as the chakras. Things are in a state of change with the root number 5. Balance must be maintained. The 15. This enigmatic number represents attractions and the allure of the material side of life. It can be very influential and fortunate when combined with harmonious or supported numbers. The person it represents can have a passionate and powerful makeup. They have a sensual nature, are very appealing or desirable, may be talented in music, art, or drama, and make excellent speakers. It is a lucky number for attaining financial assistance, support, and gifts. When the numbers 4 and 8 are associated with 15, the darker side of this number manifests. It represents motivations and temptations that can lead a person to do whatever it takes to get what they want, without a second thought. The individual is focused completely on self and gaining what they desire. They will go to any lengths, or they themselves can become involved with groups or practices with ill or evil intent. 15 is a number to be careful with, because it can also draw in elements of a darker nature, associated with black magic, dark entities, an addictive partner, and the like. This number can represent, in its extremes of dark expression, being possessed, entity attachments, addictions, and all other consequences of messing with or being involved in dark side energy. This includes bad luck. 15 can be very fortunate and dynamic if 4s and 8s are not combined with this number. If they are avoided, one can work with the benefits of this number and avoid the warnings. The Devil Tarot card is an ominous-looking image. Adam and Eve are shown here, chained to a demon entity. The background is growing dark, alluding to ignorance of the truth and darkness of the soul. The demon symbol could relate to any addiction, misery, a person or dark entity that has chained the individual. Keep in mind, the person represented could also be the demon in this image, controlling others through manipulation, temptation, and force. On its positive side, this 15 card relates to the enjoyment of the material world, pleasure, and gain. 16. 16 is called the Shattered Citadel, and its symbolism is a crowned tower being struck by lightning, with people falling from it. This can be seen in the number 16 Major Arcana card of the Tarot, called the Tower. These images allude to drastic change and changes in power. The number 16 warns of one's plans being destroyed, quite suddenly and unexpectedly, especially if the individual is caught up in the ego and false senses of power. Its root number 7 represents a spiritual lesson and transition. It predicts deadly or dangerous accidents. These could include actual falls, as seen in the card, or blows to the head. It can also represent a quite sudden failure or loss of a venture. Although 16 can be fortunate for a time, it is a warning sign for the future, and one should make backup plans to avoid the destructive possibilities of this number. The Tower card represents quick and sudden forced changes caused by the higher self or outside forces, based on a resistance to change from the individual. This is usually a destructive force that tears down what has been built. This image symbolizes that a change in power is needed. The higher self destroys what the ego has built. This card could symbolize abrupt endings in the individual's life, such as plans, businesses, partnerships, and the like. It may represent problems with the home, land, electrical disturbances, and psychic energies. The encroaching dark storm here suggests a turning away from the higher nature. Being too caught up in the physical realm and its false sense of power that was entered into with the Devil card previously. The higher nature shakes you out of this prison and frees the soul. The blackening sky represents ignorance and lack of spiritual truth, which make the change here feel sudden and destructive. This is a quick change, unlike the Death card's transition in 13. Lightning can also allude to problems with anything electrical or an actual thunderstorm. 17. 17 is called the Star of the Magi and is represented by the 8th pointed star as it appears to us in the sky. This is Venus, the planet of love, peace, and true inner or spiritual beauty. This is a sacred number, representing the higher powers of divinity and real love. The person represented by 17 has overcome adversity and developed themselves spiritually in a past life, or in this life. They have attained a certain level of karmic reward, overcoming many of the struggles and hardships of life or career. It is the immortality number, and the name of the person it represents will live on after their departure or death. It is a lucky number if it is not combined with the single numbers 4 or 8. In the Tarot, the Star card, which is the major arcana represented by the number 17, represents the hope that comes after the destruction of the tower. 17 reduces to an 8, which relates to power, and all things that represent power in this world, such as money, sex, and authority. Here, however, is an enlightened version of the 8, suggesting the overcoming of the ego that was problematic in the 16 card, leading to a sense of peace and wisdom. The woman dips into still waters of spirit and is nourished. The water represents abundance, and the green grass could allude to money. Because this is an 8, this card could suggest having enough money to start putting into savings. It is also a card that represents healing. The star in the background represents Venus, as well as other galaxies, worlds, and dimensions. 18. 18 is symbolized as a moon emanating the reflected light of the sun, with the drops of blood falling into the open mouths of a wolf and a dog. A crayfish is coming out of the water below them. 18 can be fortunate because it is a 9, but it is a perplexing number. The animals in this imagery, which we see in the Moon Tarot card of the Major Arcana, number 18, represent our animal or ego tendencies, striving to overpower our divine nature. The 18 individual can become lost in materialism, losing track of the true spiritual self. This is the battle between the spiritual nature and the lower self. This number can bring about the negative qualities of the 9, attracting betrayal, deceit, and danger from natural or man-made sources involving water and fire, such as storms, house fires, flooding, and explosions. 18 can bring in conflict, warfare, family discord, uprisings, rebellions, and the like, or a profiting from these. Although it is often a lucky number, its influence is dual. Because the moon represents things that are hidden, there are strong warnings with the 18 of betrayal and duplicity from others, and unexpected dangers. To avoid the above, utilize the advice given for the number 9 and its rules. The 19th major arcana of the Tarot, and the one represented by the number 18, is the moon. Traditionally a dog and wolf. They are pictured here with the crayfish. Sometimes this is a crab, relating to the sign Cancer, which is ruled by the moon. In older decks, the dog and wolf are catching drops of blood in their mouths. The droplets could be related to dew, which forms at night. Dew represents in alchemy the divine, and is often purported to drop from heaven. In ancient writings, it was believed to be produced by the plant life, giving up their essence into the air. As drops of blood, this would signify the life force, and again relate to alchemy. The droplets are said to be Yaz, the name of the Egyptian moon god. This card symbolizes the light of the moon when things are hidden, or not out in the light of day. It could represent deceit, hidden agendas, psychic abilities, phases of the moon, eclipses, or the unknown. 19. 19 is called the Prince of Heaven and the Sun. This is a benign number, assuring admiration from others, joy, recognition, success, and happiness. It may bring children into your life. Overall, this is an extremely lucky number. The 20th card in the Major Arcana, and the one represented by the number 19, is called the Sun. It is a happy card, suggesting success, joy, and celebration. Things that were hidden are now clear. In this image, we see a small child relating to the birth of a child, or the return of the sun god. This could also be related to the birth of Jesus, the Son of God, who is known as the Prince of Heaven. The white horse symbolizes power, the conjuring of the ego, and the return to truth. The lack of clothing is the ridding of the ego self and being reborn in spirit. 20. 20 is called the Awakening and Judgment. It is a vision of an angel sounding a trumpet, and a man, woman, and child rising from their tombs, with arms lifted up in supplication. Individuals with this number can have extremely painful childhoods. To find solace, they must learn to cope with the residual emotional damage by growing spiritually. One may feel a calling toward a specific or particular life purpose or obligation. The 20 individual has incarnated to complete their mission. They have chosen painful circumstances to elicit a wake-up call or response toward developing the higher nature. Success with this number is determined by spiritual or soul progress, not material value. Therefore, accomplishment in a worldly sense may or may not have been in the individual's plan when incarnating. Because of the imagery of people rising from the grave, individuals with this number can be obsessed with death, be responsible for the death of others, or be drawn to mediumship or anything to do with death, dying in the other side. When looking for a favorable day in the future, this number may bring setbacks, obstacles, and delays until one has learned to look to their higher nature for guidance. The 21st major arcana in the Tarot, and represented by the number 20, is Judgment. This card is a wake-up call, with Archangel Gabriel announcing the news of the body's return to spirit. It is a calling to drop off the physical body and the veil of illusions and connect with the true spiritual nature. This card also refers to the receiving of some sort of message, whether directly, through angels, spirit, ideas, or inspiration. Because it is a double 10, it represents new beginnings at a faster rate. Everything is at a higher vibration, and therefore sped up. This is a card of messages, heralding something good. It symbolizes the age of Aquarius. 21. 21 is called the universe, or the crown of the Magi. It represents a lengthy process of overcoming the world through tests and trials that require fortitude. Eventually, the individual will triumph over these challenges. It is a number of progress and overall success, achieving prestige, recognition, and distinction. It is considered a fortunate number of success. The triumph over the world and its karma is represented by this Trump Tarot card. It is number 21 of the Major Arcana and the 22nd and final card in the Major Arcana of the Tarot. This relates to success in the world, or liberation from the ego's world of illusions. This is the exiting from the cycle of karma and reincarnation. It can represent a portal into other dimensions, worlds, or the angelic realms. It can mean worldly gain, freedom, world travel, and access to other worlds. Wisdom has been achieved, and the learning is complete. 22. 22 is pictured as a well-intentioned yet vulnerable man. He is oblivious to a vicious tiger attacking him because he is dazed and lost in his own daydreaming. He can be fooled by others or lured into danger, remaining unaware of another's foolishness until it is too late. He carries a symbolic satchel over his shoulder, filled with his missteps, misplaced trust, and blunders. 22 is a warning number. These individuals are good people, but may live in a fantasy world of naivety and pipe dreams. It represents an honorable person who lives in a state of enjoyment, based on false beliefs or hopes, a state of illusory happiness, when one may actually be surrounded by fools. This person can also make bad decisions due to the influence of others. It therefore carries the warning of illusions, deceptions, and deluding oneself. The Fool card in the Major Arcana of the Tarot is represented by the number 0. It is either the first or the 22nd Major Arcana in the Tarot, depending on whether it occurs first or last. It represents complete freedom from the world. One has exited through the portal of the World card and gained truth, mastery, and safety. The 0 is the escape from all numbers, beginnings, and endings. If one's lessons are not learned and attachments released, however, the individual is sent back to the beginning to reincarnate again. We see this here as the child or young person is about to step into the hole or over the cliff, in some imagery. For the enlightened, this is a card of trust and faith. To the outside world, and those who conform to worldly agendas and have not yet seen the wisdom of truth, one can appear as a fool here when acting outside the norm. The fool has the king's ear. He has nothing to lose. He knows something we don't. On the other hand, this card can represent someone who blindly trusts in others and does not pay attention. This card can mean taking risks, doing things you haven't done before, and new beginnings. The inverted rainbow here signifies a being who has left the world and entered heaven. Note: our modern tarot decks of today were redesigned with 22 trump cards or major arcana. It is not known how many trumps were in the original tarot decks, as there were no specimens found fully intact. One of these prototype decks had over 40 major arcana, leading us to surmise that the original decks had 52 trumps, relating to all 52 Chaldean numbers, in accordance with the creation of the Chaldean week. After all, that gave us 52 weeks in a year. 23. 23 is a highly fortunate number called the Royal Star of the Lion. It ensures success, assistance, and support from higher-ups, or those in positions to help the individual. It also implies the individual is protected in some way. 23 guarantees success in one's endeavors. Narrator's note: for a quick and easy example, contemplate some of the more famous athletes who have donned jerseys with the number 23. 24. This number is very fortunate. It attracts alliances with those in high positions to help the individual achieve their goals. There is an allure that attracts love ties and amorous relationships that can also be beneficial. 24 is a number of success. 25. 25 is a number symbolizing strength, obtained by enduring hardships of the past. The experience of conflict has taught the individual to scrutinize their surroundings and other people, and they benefit from this insight. This can be a very auspicious number. 26. 26 carries a very serious warning of destruction or loss, caused by association with others, gambling, taking risks, misinformation, partnerships, mergers, and alliances. It is a warning number for future plans. 27. 27 is very fortunate and is symbolized by the scepter, relating to the wands or staffs in tarot. The scepter and wand indicate authority and creativity. 27 signifies being in charge, having responsibility, and power and influence over others. The ideas of the creative intelligence will find fertile ground and produce a harvest. A good number if one follows their own ideas and plans. 28. Individuals with 28 show great potential, promise, and possibility for success. 28 carries with it many inconsistencies and the probability of having to constantly start over with projects, goals, and life. Because of these reversals, these individuals should attentively plan and save for the future. It foretells of danger and loss in lawsuits or the law, loss through placing confidence or trust in others, and rivalry and competition in business. Not a lucky number when connected to future plans. 29. 29 carries with it many serious warnings. Love relationships can be ill-fated, filled with heartache, betrayals, and dishonesty. This number indicates false friends, as well as unforeseen hardships and disasters. It is a warning number for future plans. 30. 30 can be one of the most powerful numbers, but it is up to the choice or will of the person it represents. This person has highly developed mental faculties and lives in their mind. It is up to them to decide what they value and what is important to them in life. Often, they are not interested in or satisfied with worldly or materialistic goals. They possess the ability to determine what their lot in life will be. Therefore, the auspiciousness of the number 30 is entirely up to their interpretation and desires. 31. 31 is also a highly cognitive number. This individual is not only isolated in their mind, but from others as well. It is a lonely number and not fortunate for matters of the world or material gain, because the individual is cut off from the world around him in some way. After 31, we have surpassed possible numbers related to the day number. Beyond this point are special lessons and some repetitions of earlier numbers. Number 32 symbolizes the paths of wisdom. This signals the next set of numbers, representing opportunities to overcome the challenges of earlier numbers and particular karma, as 32 through 52 will only be found connected to the name or hidden number. These are played out in this life, balancing out old karma or creating new karma. 32 is often called the paths of wisdom and is a fortunate number with the magical power of its root number 5. Its karma is similar to 14 and 23. But this number has to do with groups of people, communities, countries, or society as a whole. People with this number are influenced by the willfulness of others, and may ruin set plans or goals by following others' ignorance or incompetence. These individuals have the wisdom of this number, which brings good fortune, so they should follow their own advice and rely on their own intelligence and understanding of all matters and plans for the future. 33. This number has the same karma as 24, so refer to the passage on 24. 34 has the same karma as 25, so refer to the passage on 25. 35 has the same karma as 26, so refer to the section on 26. 36. 36 has the same karma as 27. It is also wholeness, as it is the number of the original 36 constellations, mapped by the Chaldeans, as taught to the Egyptians, and it relates to the 36 decans in modern astrology. 36 suggests that the individual has come to this incarnation to master the traits and challenges connected to all additional 36 constellation signs. It also relates to the astrological wheel of 360 degrees, coming full circle and symbolically conquering the ego construct. This could, in some cases, represent the individual is here for their final lifetime. 37. 37 has definitive characteristics all its own. It is a partnership number, bringing healthy, happy relationships, friendships, love, and positive associations of all kinds, including business and personal. It is a fortunate number. 38 has the same karma as 29. 39 has the same karma as 30. 40 has the same karma as 31. 41 has the same karma as 32. 42 has the same karma as 24. 43. 43 is not a fortunate number. It is symbolized by the energy of power plays, stirring up opposition, revolutions, conflicts, defeats, and failures. 44 has the same karma as 26. 45 has the same karma as 27. 46 has the same karma as 37. 47 has the same karma as 29. 48 has the same karma as 30. 48 is the total number of zodiac constellations, the 12 as we know them today, and narrowed down by the Greeks, and the 3 nearby that correspond to each of these 12. This is a number of totality and completion on this earth plane. 49 has the same karma as 31. 50 has the same karma as 32. 51. 51 has the definitive characteristics of a warrior and fighter. It is a fortunate number for those in positions of leadership, those in the military, or any profession or cause one has to fight for, bringing swift support, fast promotion, and progress for all ventures. Because of its warlike nature, this number warns of enemies, threats to one's well-being, and possibilities of assassination or decimation of character. 52 has the same karma as 43. All numbers after 52 share the energy of the number they equal. For example, 85 equals 13, and so on. For more clarity, here is a breakdown of which numbers are considered either fortunate or unfortunate. Fortunate numbers include 10, 19, 21, 23, 24, 25, 27, 30, 32, 33, 34, and so on. Unfortunate numbers include 11, 12, 22, 26, 28, 29, 31, 35, and so on. Numbers that are dual in nature are 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 20. This is explained in more detail in Chapter 6. Chapter 3. The Name Numbers. What's in a name? Everything. Each letter of our alphabet has a number value assigned to it, and therefore shares a vibrational frequency with that number. According to Chaldean Numerology, aspects of your personality and fate reside in these seemingly meaningless identifiers. Finding your name numbers is simply adding together the numbers assigned to each letter in your name. Your name numbers are important because they are the only numbers that can be changed, thereby allowing you to modify the other numbers and your course of destiny. This form of numerology is just one of many systems, with numbers assigned to letters. Each of these methods are for different purposes and should be contained within its own rules. Two well-known systems include Gematria and Pythagorean. Why would you want to change your name? Many people change their names because of marriage, dislike of a given name, using a nickname, anonymity in business, etc. Using Chaldean numerology to create a lucky name can bring success and free you from many undesirable experiences or failures. Unfortunate circumstances could be drawn to you should you choose to continue to live under the influence of an unlucky name. Fortunate name numbers help create a lucky hidden number and support the day number. I will guide you through the name-changing process in Chapter 6. The numbers assigned to letters are as follows. I will recite them here for you, or you can simply look at the chart on your screen now. The number 1 is the value of the letters A, I, J, Q, and Y. The number 2 represents the letters B, K, and R. The number 3 is the value for the letters C, G, L, and S. The number 4 is the value of the letters D, M, and T. The number 5 is the value for the letters E, H, N, and X. The number 6 is the value for the letters U, V, and W. The number 7 is the value for the letters O and Z. And finally, the number 8 is the value for the letters F and P. Again, the number 9 is not represented here. 9 is considered the number related to the name of God, who represents all of totality and is outside the influence of fate. God is completion and oneness. Any number added to 9 repeats itself, which means needing to go back and repeat the karma or learn the lesson again. Therefore, 9 is omitted from this alphabet system. Since you were given your name at birth, the name numbers represent present karma being created in this lifetime. This means, as your name is spoken and used, karma is created based on the numbers found in your name. Just as you can modify karma from previous lifetimes by your present choices and actions in this life, so too does the use of your name help modify or negate old karma and create present and future karma. Your name numbers, then, help attract what happens to you in the future, whether good or bad. Assigning the Chaldean numbers to letters in a name is simple. The name numbers assist in creating the hidden number, which also predicts fate or upcoming circumstances in life. The name numbers consist of the individual name number, INN, and the total name number, TNN. The individual name number, or INN. Most of us use more than one name. We usually have a first, middle, and last name. The individual name number, or INN, is found by adding up the letters in each of your names separately. When adding up the letters of your name, you want to use the name you are most known by, which may not necessarily be the name you were given at birth. The name you are most often called by might be a nickname. If you are born with the name Richard Jones, but are always called Rick, you would calculate for Rick Jones. Rick Jones would have 2 INNs. Madonna would have a single INN, but if she used her last name privately, she would have a first INN and a last INN. Another person with a single INN, or 2 INNs, would be the singer Beyoncé. Although her last name is Knowles, The use of her last name has diminished, and she is commonly known as Beyoncé. In the news, a headline would read, "Beyoncé performing at Super Bowl halftime." There would be no need to use her last name, as it might seem unusual to see Beyoncé Knowles performing at Super Bowl halftime. Jennifer Lopez would have two INNs, Jennifer and Lopez. Being known sometimes as J-Lo would also give her two INNs. The J and Lo would be added separately. Both of these names would have an influence on her life. Example 1. John Smith has two INNs, one for John and one for Smith. Example 2. John Smith Jr. has three INNs, John, Smith, and one for the title Jr. Example 3. A person is always known publicly using initials in his name, such as Michael W. Smith. For this person, the W would be a separate INN, as well as Michael and Smith. He would have three INNs in this name, and therefore, three name number totals. Also, if you are born with the name Jonathan Smith, but you are known as John Smith, you would calculate the INNs for John Smith. Any add-ons or titles are added separately as well. Prince Harry would add the letters for Prince and Harry separately. Any titles that are temporary or for a short duration of time would not be used. How to calculate the INN. Assign the number value from the Chaldean alphabet to each letter of the name and add them together. Here are the two INNs of my name added separately. As shown here, the INN for Anmarie is 19, and the INN for Uber is 15. This compound number of 19 would influence my life. 19 has a very fortunate meaning, so this is an INN I would want to keep, as long as it harmonizes with my other destiny numbers correctly to produce more fortunate numbers. The same would go for my last name, INN of 15. Both of these INNs can be reduced to their root numbers of 1 and 6, respectively, and written as 19/1 and 15/6. The total name number, TNN. Adding together the separate totals of each INN root number will give you the total name number, or TNN. Remember, the TNN needs to be in harmony with your day number in order to avoid the effects of any other unlucky numbers and to have balance in your life and affairs. This is very important. If these two numbers are not in accord, your life will not flow and be chaotic with many obstacles to contend with in your career and personal endeavors. You could also, as mentioned, suffer the effects of any unfortunate numbers that have no harmonious support. See unsupported numbers in Chapter 6, under Rules for Numbers. I will show options on how to harmonize the TNN and day number in Chapter 6. How to calculate the TNN. To find the total name number, add together the single or root number INNs. For example, Anmarie equals 19, or 1. Uber equals 15, or 6. To arrive at our TNN for Anmarie Uber, you would add the reduced single numbers of each name. So 1 plus 6 equals 7. The TNN for Anmarie Uber, my name, is 7. There is no compound number for the TNN here, because the 1 added to the 6 did not produce a compound number. Example 2. George Clooney. George equals 25/7, and Clooney equals 31/4. 7 plus 4 equals 11. The TNN for George Clooney is the compound number 11, which reduces to 2, as 1 plus 1 equals 2. Chapter 4. The Hidden Number, Unforeseen Pitfalls and Blessings. When the day and total name number are added together, they reveal another number that can have power over your life if you remain unaware of its existence. This number is called the hidden number. The hidden number is an important personal number and is often ignored in Chaldean numerology calculations. It can be the determining factor in whether your life remains difficult and challenging, or is a life of ease and prosperity. This number can also control circumstances of fate that act upon us in the form of the unexpected. The hidden number can always be changed, if necessary, by altering the name. Finding the hidden number. When calculating the hidden number, you want the compound number result of adding together the root day number and root TNN. This is a simple calculation, such as in the example below. Adding up the letters in each name, you get, for Keanu Reeves, Keanu equals 19 over 1. Reeves equals 26/8. 1 plus 8 equals 9. The day of birth is September 2nd, which gives us a 2-day number. Add the TNN in the day, 9 plus 2, which equals 11. Thus, 11 is the hidden number. Sometimes the total of the single-digit numbers does not add to a compound number. If this is the case, follow the rules listed here for the day and TNN variations to find the hidden compound number. 1. If one number is compound and one is single, you would add the compound number to the single number. For example, Johnny equals 24/6. Walker equals 19/1. 6 plus 1 equals 7, a single TNN. The day of birth is April 20th, which equals 20/2, a compound day number. Add the single TNN and day. 7 plus 2 equals 9. 9 is not a compound number, so you now have to use the higher compound day number 20 to reach a compound hidden number. Add Johnny Walker's single TNN and his compound day. 7 plus 20 equals 27. 27 is his hidden number. Example 2. Angelina Jolie. Angelina equals 24/6, and Jolie equals 17/8. 6 plus 8 equals 14/5, a compound TNN. The day of birth is June 4th. 4 is a single day number. Add the single TNN and day. 5 plus 4 equals 9. 9 is not a compound number, so you would now have to use the higher compound TNN of 14. Now add the compound TNN in single day. 14 plus 4 equals 18. 18 is the hidden number. 2. If both the day number and TNN are single numbers that don't add to a compound number, use the compound INNs of the name to get the higher compound TNN and add this to the day number. Example, Anmarie Uber. Anmarie equals 19/1. Uber equals 15/6. 1 plus 6 equals 7, a single TNN. The day of birth is November 2nd. 2 is a single day number. Add the TNN and day. 7 plus 2 equals 9. 9 is not a compound number, so now we need to use the higher INN numbers of Anmarie and Uber, 19 and 15 respectively. 19 plus 15 equals 34, a higher compound TNN. And the day of birth is still November 2nd, which is a 2. Add the compound TNN and day. 34 plus 2 equals 36. So 36 is the hidden number. 3. If the single digits do not add to a compound number, and both the TNN and day numbers are compound numbers, these compound numbers should be added together to find the hidden number. If the root numbers have already produced a compound hidden number, these higher compounded day and TNN numbers could still be added together to find a second hidden number influence on the individual's destiny. See example 2 below. First, example 1. Uma Thurman. Uma equals 11/2. Thurman equals 27/9. 2 plus 9 equals 11/2, a compound TNN. The day of birth is April 29th, or 2, a compound day number. Add the TNN and day. 2 plus 2 equals 4. 4 is not a compound number, so now you would add the compound TNN and the compound day. You would not choose one over the other. Add the compound TNN and compound day. 11 plus 29 equals 40. 40 is the hidden number here. Example 2. Julian Smith. Julian equals 17/8, and Smith equals 17/8. 8 plus 8 equals 16/7, a compound TNN. The day of birth is May 30th/3, a compound day number. Add the single TNN and day. 7 plus 3 equals 10. 10 is the hidden number. Add the compound TNN and day. 16 plus 30 equals 46. 46 is the second hidden number. For a business, the TNN of the business would be added to the day number of the date the business was conceived, opened, or launched to find the hidden number. If the business is primarily owned by a single individual, you would add the TNN of the business to the day number of the owner of the business to see what hidden number is produced. Adolf Hitler's hidden number. Sometimes hidden numbers can have a positive influence on otherwise negative numbers, as is the case of Adolf Hitler, born April 20th. Adolf equals 28/1. Hitler equals 20/2. The TNN is 48/12/3, and his day number is 20. Hitler is a 20. This number's influence is doubled, as his day number is also 20. 20 usually represents a person who went through great trials in childhood which could warp the mind and emotions, and make one prone to depression and/or suicidal thoughts. Unresolved old pain can catch up or continually interfere with one's future, until support through counseling and/or spiritual direction helps the individual to function in the world. The description of the number 20 describes a man, woman, and child seen rising from a tomb. Remember the judgment description. This image makes me think of the deaths under Hitler's order and bodies that were piled on top of each other in graves. Also, this number has to do with a calling toward a specific or particular life purpose or obligation, which would describe Hitler's elitist agendas, warped vision, and obsessive nature. The solution to mitigate the 20's difficult side is written, "This number may bring setbacks, obstacles, and delays until one has learned to look to their higher nature." Adolf is a 28, a number of setbacks and danger of loss through trust in others. It states, individuals with this number show great potential, promise, and possibility for success. 28 carries with it many inconsistencies and the probability of having to constantly start over with projects, goals, and life. Because of these reversals, these individuals should attentively plan and save for the future. It foretells of danger and loss in lawsuits or the law, loss through placing confidence or trust in others. The total name number, TNN, for Adolf Hitler is a 48, reducing to a 12. The 12 is symbolized by sacrifice and can literally mean becoming a sacrifice or a victim in every sense. This number predicts that you may be subject to or sacrificed for the plotting and self-interest of others, or something you value is sacrificed. The 12 can be taken here in many ways, as the victims Hitler sacrificed, his ultimate plan failing, or as some conspiracies believe, that Hitler was a pawn for other powers that be, and was therefore being sacrificed for the bigger plan. It is wise to note that 48 has the same karma as 30. Having advanced mental faculties, and how you choose to use them, determines your fate. Hitler's day number 2 and TNN 3 are not in harmony, making his life, career, and reputation chaotic, and drawing in the energies of his unlucky numbers. As mentioned, the 20 is doubled in his numbers. The 20-day number is not supported by the TNN 3. This doubling and lack of harmony between the numbers leads to the extreme negative manifestation of 20 and its meanings. I knew nothing of Hitler's childhood, but when I Googled Hitler's abusive childhood, stories of abuse popped up, as I anticipated they would. This is common with the number 20. Hitler also mistreated animals. As an adult, Hitler continued to be the abuser, placing judgment on others and commanding their punishment of death. Hitler's period number is 9, which is a warlike number, and although it harmonizes with the TNN 3, it does not harmonize with the 20. Even with such oppressive number combinations, it begs one to ask how it is that he rose to such a high leadership position and was able to influence so many with the beliefs of his regime. The answer lies in his hidden number, which is the 23, day number 20 plus TNN 3. 23 is an extremely fortunate number. It is called the Royal Star of the Lion. It ensures success, assistance, and support from higher-ups, or those in positions to help the individual. It also implies the individual is protected in some way. 23 guarantees success in one's endeavors. It is a single 5, which harmonizes with all numbers in a general sense. Unfortunately, Hitler's skewed mental vision allowed atrocities that the world could not support, no matter how favorable his hidden number 23. Chapter 5. The Period Number. If you are born during a particular time of year, you are known in astrology as an Aries or a Taurus, and so forth. This is called your sun sign, and is determined by where the sun is in the sky at certain times of the year. The sun passes through the astrological signs Aries through Pisces over a year's time, staying for about 1 month in each sign. Every sign has a planet from our solar system assigned to it as its ruler. For example, Aries, which is assigned at the time period March 21st through April 19th, is connected to Mars. So if you are born between these dates, the sun was in Aries, and Mars is your ruling planet. The moon and sun are included as planets in astrology. The sun sign periods and their ruling planets also have a number that relates to them, which is called your period number. These period numbers are assigned to the same length of time as each sun sign period, about a month long. In our previous example, if you are born during the time of Aries, your sun sign is Aries, your ruling planet is Mars, and Mars is connected to the number 9. Your period number, then, would be 9. You don't have to understand astrology to find your period number. Just reference the following chart, as it lists the numbers assigned to time periods of birth. Use your birth date to find your period number. How period numbers can help you. This may seem like an insignificant number, but that cannot be further from the truth. The period number, after all, like the day number, cannot be changed, and therefore should not be ignored. Period numbers can be used to alter other unfortunate personal numbers, strengthen weak numbers, and support a positive number by using its colors, gemstones, and increasing the number in our lives. They can also cause disruption if your period number is not in harmony with the other numbers. There are ways to fix this. If, for example, you have a 9 as a period number, you may want to make sure you have no 8s or 4s in your numbers. See Chapter 6, because you will feel the difficulties caused by this destructive combination. The numbers 1 through 9 and their relating colors and stones are described in Chapter 2. These colors and gemstones are used by wearing them on your person or next to your skin. Using the period number. If you are born under an unlucky day number, such as 26, you would want to negate the energy of this number. If your period number is 3, which is a strong number, it could be used to replace the energy of the 26/8. To increase your luck, you would then use the numbers, colors, and gemstones associated with the number 3, and avoid the number 8 and its colors, gemstones, and days. Referring to the chapter on day numbers and the single number descriptions, the colors associated with the 3 are all light colors of mauve or purple. Secondary colors are rose, and all light shades of blue. The lucky stone for number 3 is the amethyst, and can be used here in its lighter shades. All important plans would be made on 3, 6, and 9 days. The colors to avoid for the 8 would be dark gray, black, dark blue, and dark purple. Solutions for difficult period numbers. Just as in other personal numbers, an 8 or a 4 can be a difficult period number as well. Using the 4 or 8 anywhere in your numbers is something you have to determine for yourself. based on whether these numbers are bringing you good or bad karma. If the energy of these numbers is proving to bring unfortunate circumstances, then changing them or altering the energy would be advised. For example, an 8 period number or day number cannot be changed. Having a name with a strong name number, such as 1, 3, 5, or 6, and increasing this energy by wearing the colors, gemstones, and using the number series of the name number, could replace the energy of the day and period number 8s. Another way to decrease the energy of an 8 period number is to use the 8's opposite period number instead. By looking at the following chart, the opposite of Aquarius 8 would be Leo, and the 1 or 4 vibration. It is recommended that you choose the 1, as the 4 will increase the 8 energy. See rules for number 8 in Chapter 6. Your solution, then, for an 8 period number would be to wear the stones or colors connected to the 1, and make plans on days that are in harmony with it as well. This would include the colors of gold, yellow, and browns, the gemstones amber, imperial topaz, yellow diamond, and brown and yellow stones or crystals, and making plans on all 1 days, the 1st, 10th, 19th, and 28th. Note, the opposite period number is also your opposite astrological sign. The opposite of Aries 9 is Libra 6. The opposite of Taurus 6 is Scorpio 9. The opposite of Gemini 5 is Sagittarius 3. The opposite of Cancer 2 through 7 is Capricorn 8. The opposite of Leo 1 through 4 is Aquarius 8, and 4 to a lesser extent. The opposite of Virgo 5 is Pisces 3, or 7 to a lesser extent. Solutions for more difficult 8 numbers. An 8 anywhere in your numbers can give a melancholy tone to your life and play out its karma, whether good or ill. Because it cannot be changed, but only modified, having an 8 period number can mean that you came in to suffer the lessons of the 8 to some degree, or reap its rewards. If you have both day and period number 8s, you will have to use the opposite period number and increase fortunate name numbers to counteract any negative 8 karma. For example, if you are a Scorpio born on October 26th, your day number reduces to a single 8, and you have a period number of 9. An easy solution may seem to be replacing the 8 by using the 9, making important plans on 9 days, and wearing the colors and gemstones of the 9, all shades of red and pink, and rubies, garnets, and bloodstones. In addition, you would make sure to completely avoid the colors, days, and stones of the 8. However, if you read in the next chapter under the rules for each number, a 9 does not mix well with an 8, and may cause great disruptions and chaos in your life. Therefore, it is recommended that one use something other than the period 9 when it is combined with 8s. It is in a situation such as this that the colors and gemstones of the month, rather than the gemstones of the period number, can help. Since you were born in October here, the additional color choices from the month of October would allow the Scorpio person to wear all the lighter colors of blue and purple, such as lilac, and opal gemstones of the month of October, so as to avoid dark purples, reds, pinks, and dark blues associated with the 8 and 9. In addition, you can use the colors, stones, and numbers of the opposite period number of Scorpio 9, which would be Taurus 6. Period 6 gemstones would be turquoise, diamond, and emerald, and making plans on 3 and 6 days. Lastly, you could also increase the use of any fortunate name numbers. Example 2. If you are an Aquarius born on February 2nd, your day number is 2, and your period number is 8. 2s are usually dominated by 8s, and can experience much sorrow by association. Since neither of these numbers can be changed, the solution would be to use the opposite period number of Leo, 1 or 4. I suggest using the 1, as it will enhance the 2 energy. The 4 would not be advisable, as it increases 8 energy. Remember that this is true only if the 8 is bringing about negative karma. If the 8 seems to be having a positive influence on the individual here, then experiment with using the 4, as it will add to the 8 energy. If using the 1, then all colors of the 4 and 8 should be completely avoided. Another option is to wear the colors and gemstones of the birth month of February, which would be bright colors, neon blues, and the stones sapphire, pink topaz, and moonstone. In this example, your name should be a strong number that harmonizes with the 2 and overcomes the 8. A 1 TNN would be ideal, as it is in the same series as the 2. However, 5 and 6 could be a secondary choice, but not the best certainly. All plans should be made on the number series of your name. Pictured here for your convenience and reference are the colors and gemstones of the birth months. Chapter 6. Change your numbers, change your luck. Essentially, the only way to change your INN, TNN, and hidden number is by changing your name. If you are open to changing your name, please follow the guidelines in this chapter in order to do this correctly. Simply changing your name to a positive number will not create the successful results you want to see. You have to harmonize it with your day number and pay attention to the hidden number it creates. If changing your name is not an option, you can utilize the colors, gemstones, and days of your more positive personal numbers to negate unfortunate numbers. Or meditate, using your intention to break any and all contracts and connections to your birth name. Do you need to change your numbers? To begin, calculate all of your personal destiny numbers and write them down. Now it's time to decide if you need to improve your circumstances with the name change. The checklist here asks questions which will help you determine if there are problems with your numbers. 1. Is your day number an unfortunate number? Yes or no? 2. Is your total name number, or TNN, an unfortunate number? 3. Is your day number in a different number series than your TNN? 4. Is your hidden number an unfortunate number? 5. Is your first name an unfortunate number? 6. Is your period number an unfortunate number? 7. Is an unlucky compound number appearing more than once in your personal numbers? If this number repeats, it is considered a warning, as the negative energies of the number would then be multiplied. Or is there an unlucky compound number that is unsupported in your numbers? See rules of number 4 that follows. 8. Is there a 15 in your numbers with any 8s or 4s? 9. Do you have an 8 day or period number with 4s, 7s, 8s, or 9s in your other numbers? 10. Do you have 4s, 8s, and 9s together in your numbers? 11. Are you a 1 day number and notice 4s bringing sorrow or catastrophes to your life? 12. Do you have a 2 with 8s in your numbers, and the 2 is not harmonized with your other numbers? 13. Is your INN, TNN, or hidden number an 8 or a 4 when your day number is not either of these? And 14. After reading the next section on rules for the numbers, are there any other problems with your numbers that need resolved? If you answered yes to any of the above questions, you may want to consider a name change, or use the period number solutions as shown in Chapter 5. Making a name change will alter the rest of your numbers and can move your life circumstances into more positive outcomes. Changing the name. Rules to follow. Changing your name is not difficult, but it does need to be done correctly, so please pay attention to all of the guidelines here. I have also done the calculating for you concerning name changes by creating a chart with positive name numbers for each birthday. These suggested name numbers will create beneficial hidden numbers as well, and can be applied as long as you pay attention to the other details in your numbers. For help here, refer to the name change chart in this chapter. 1. Make sure your day number and total name number, or TNN, are in the same harmonious number series. Why does this matter? Having your day and TNN in harmony with each other will make your life experience a smoother ride and will help cancel out the effects of all unlucky numbers. What is your day number and TNN? Are they in harmony? The natural number harmonies are as follows: 1, 2, 4, and 7, 3, 6, and 9, 5 with 5, and 8 with 8 or 4, but only if you are wanting to keep this number. If your day number and TNN are not in harmony, you can try using a nickname, adding or subtracting letters from an INN, etc. In a worst-case scenario, you may have to use a completely different name altogether. 2. Always keep in mind the hidden number when changing the TNN to harmonize with the day number. Your hidden number is hidden because it is often forgotten or overlooked in calculations. It will be altered by changing the TNN, so make sure you are creating a fortunate hidden number. If your day number is 6 and your TNN is 6, this is great because these are in harmony. However, 6 plus 6 will make the hidden number 12, a number of sacrifice and struggle. Although the 12 is a 3, which is still in harmony with the 6, and therefore not as detrimental, a better option may be to use a different 3, or a 9 for a TNN, following the number rules. See number 5 up ahead. Number 3. If possible, make sure all INNs and the TNN are lucky numbers, or at least in harmony with the other numbers. This includes first, middle, and last names, and any titles you are using. Fortunate numbers add good luck to your life. It is easy to pay attention to only the TNN and ignore the impact of the INNs. Example: a first name with an unfortunate INN, such as Andy, A-N-D-Y, which equals 11, can be altered by using the name Andrew, which equals 23, and so on. Keeping Andy would be acceptable if the other numbers were in the 2 series, which would reduce the negative qualities of the 11. Just to make sure it doesn't get doubled and become a warning number. See rule number 4 up next. Number 4. Do not leave unsupported numbers or warning numbers. An unsupported number is any number that is unlucky. See Chapter 1, Compound Numbers, and does not have one of the other personal numbers in the same series to support it. This is very important, because if you choose to leave it by itself, the ominous prediction of the number will most likely occur at some point in your future. An example of this would be a person with a TNN of 12/3 and a day number of 1. The 12 is not supported by the 1 because they are not in the same series, so the 12 is left by itself, waiting to take effect. Given that it is the number of sacrifice, I would not leave it as it is, waiting for the day when that sacrifice will come to pass. In this case, the name needs to be changed. A warning number is any unfortunate number, especially if it's unsupported, that is repeated more than once. This repetition warns of more extreme or amplified manifestations of the number's predictive meaning. An example of this would be the number 12, which represents sacrifice. If repeated more than once, anywhere in your power numbers, its meaning could go from a sacrifice as simple as your needs being ignored to as serious as an actual death. Number 5. When changing the name, consider the following rules for each number. All numbers should use their own number whenever possible, except for certain circumstances of the 4 and 8. Number rules. Rules for number 1. 1 harmonizes with 1, 2, 4, or 7. 1 is a strong number and is helpful if you are trying to negate an 8-day or period number influence. If so, avoid all 4s. 1s can use 2 and 7, but these are not ideal as they represent unsettled conditions or change. If at all possible, 1s should use the 1 numbers. The 4 can sometimes crop up in a one person's life as recurring dates, addresses, or people that bring news of sorrow, possible accidents, and unfortunate material or monetary circumstances. Being a fatalistic number, 4s can bring in situations outside of your control. If a one person is noticing the 4 repeatedly appearing in their life, and it has this type of unfortunate energy attached to it, then I would advise the one person to avoid the number 4 in all circumstances, and especially in their destiny numbers. See Chapter 11 for an example of a strong one person attracting sorrow, disaster, and possible death through the number 4. An exception could be a 4-year. See current year trigger in Chapter 11. When combined with the other harmonious numbers of 1s, 2s, and 7s in the day or month. Sometimes ones can have significant career success when these combinations come together. This is especially the case with a 1 day and 2 or 7 month. This combination is especially beneficial if the TNN is also 1, 2, or 7. The year as a 4 would be even more fortunate if the period number is one of these numbers. Rules for number 2. 2s harmonize with the 1, 2, 4, 7 series. 2 is considered a weaker or more passive number. 2 and 6 seem to bring a secondary harmony to each other, possibly because the 6 is divisible by 3 2s. Even so, a 2 individual should strive to include numbers from its own series, first and foremost, in their personal numbers. Sometimes 8s should be avoided, if possible, by anyone with the number 2 and deleted from the numbers if using the 2. The exception to this would be 4 or more 2s in the personal numbers, which would overcome the energy of the 8 and quite possibly reap its beneficial side. The reason for this is that the 8 is a very strong number and will dominate the 2, possibly bringing in much sorrow, heartache, delay, disappointment, and loss. Even though the 8 may give financial gain or support to a 2, there is usually a high price to pay for it. An 8th day for a 2 may be a busy day with increased business, but the 2 may find they work twice as hard for less money. The 8 will make the 2's life take on a fatalistic tone, as if at the whims and control of fate, and many painful karmic lessons could come to the forefront. This fatalism could wear down the 2, possibly encouraging suicidal tendencies or deep depression. If 8 is the day number or period number, this cannot be changed and will have to be remedied. See rules for number 8 below, and the previous chapter on period numbers. As stated, the 2, being a passive number, gains strength by adding a 1, 2, 4, or 7 to the personal numbers. Since the higher octave 2 numbers are difficult, 11, 20, and 29, they should be avoided if possible, unless they are in harmony with the other numbers and, as mentioned, the individual has 4 or more of the 2 series in their numbers. It is very difficult to get a name to equal the single 2 with no higher compound, unless the first name and last name are only 1 letter each. For example, the name AJ, which equals 2. It is okay to use a higher octave 2, TNN, if the day number is also a 2. This will create harmony, reducing the negativity of an unlucky 2 number, but its meaning will still be a theme in the individual's life. Otherwise, use the 1, 4, or 7, depending on which will work best with your other numbers. Having 4 or more numbers in the 2 series, 2 of these being the day and TNN, brings in great luck at some point in life. 4 or more 2s, 4 of these being the TNN, day, period, and hidden number, suggests a life of great fortune, without major hardships, and will cancel out the energy of unfortunate numbers. People with these concentrated 2 placements will also bring fortune and assistance to other 1, 2, 4, and 7 individuals. Rules for number 3. 3 is a strong number and harmonizes with the 369 series. The 21 and 30 are very lucky compound 3s, although the 12 should be avoided if possible, as it is a number of sacrifice. If you choose to leave it in your destiny numbers, make sure the 12 is supported and not doubled as a warning number. The 3 can be used to strengthen an 8-day number, and the 8 can help the 3 attract money. Rules for number 4. 4 is considered a weaker number and harmonious with 1, 2, 4, or 7. 4s and 8s can be attracted to each other, and bring fortune in a material or worldly sense, but can possibly require much personal sacrifice as well. If the numbers 4 and 8 are continually popping up together in your life with negative experiences, one should avoid them as to decrease their unlucky karmic influence. With other 4 or 8 individuals, the relationship could have a tone of sadness, ill luck, or terrible blows of fate. If this does not seem to be the case, the 4 should strive to tread gently, heal, nurture, and grow relationships with other 4 or 8 individuals, as these pairings can prove to be some of the most loyal around. It is wise to keep in mind, if the TNN and day number are both 4, this brings harmony, but also creates a hidden number of 8. I recommend changing the name unless you are on the luckier karmic side of the 4 or 8. In this case, you would enhance these numbers. The period number can also help with unfortunate 4s and 8s, unless one's period number is also a 4 or 8. In this case, one should increase the opposite period numbers of 4 and 8 by using the days, colors, and gemstones of 1 or 2 period numbers, if trying to negate the energy of 4 and 8. A 1 can be lucky for a 4-day number, but a 4 may be unlucky for a 1-day number. For all calculations, one should keep in mind that doubling the 4 creates 8 energy. Combining a 4 with an 8 increases 8 energy. A 4 should never be combined with a 9 if at all possible. This creates unpredictable energy, with possible violent outcomes. 4 should never be combined with the number 15 in destiny numbers, as this attracts dark energies. A day number 4 could use 1 as a TNN, as it is the strongest of the 1, 2, 4, 7 series, and creates a fortunate hidden number 5. Here is an example of 4s and 8s bringing difficult karma into a 4's life. A first name that equals 14/5, a last name that equals 35/8, a TNN of 13/4, with a day of birth of May 22nd/4, a hidden number of 35/8, and a period number of 6. I asked this woman if 4s and 8s seemed to bring good or bad luck for her. She said she had not paid attention to how these numbers were affecting her and did not know. I explained that so many 4s combined with 8s, fate numbers, and a 13, death number, could represent an actual death. She was using a different form of her first name as well that equaled to 15, which should not be combined with 4s and 8s. I told her the story of the couple who had lost a child, see Chapter 11, Location Trigger, and had a 13 with 4s and 8s in their numbers. It was not until the end of the session that it dawned on her that she also had lost a child herself. The rest of her life did not seem to be going well either. Notice that she had a 35/8 twice in her numbers. My suggestion was she get rid of the 8s. We did an easy fix on her name by removing a letter, which did not change the pronunciation of it. This changed the last name to equal 32, and changed the hidden number to 32 as well. The TNN became a 10, which, being a 1, was excellent for her day number of 22/4. Rules for number 5. 5 is an adaptable number, and though it can get along with all numbers, it is most harmonious with itself. Although all the 5s, 5, 14, and 23, are positive miracle numbers, the 14 has a dual nature. 14 gives luck with writing and communication, but it brings with it warnings for the future, and these can play out through the elements of fire, air, and water. This can be literally as in weather events, or symbolically. If your sun sign, each sign is related to air, fire, water, or earth, or astrological chart has a lot of one of these elements in it, you can be at the mercy of this number for accidents or health issues associated with these, since the elements apply to the body as well. For example, the kidneys are related to water, and the lungs are related to air. Rules for number 6. 6 harmonizes with 3, 6, or 9. If one of your personal numbers is a 15/6, you should avoid 4s and 8s in your other numbers if at all possible, as this can bring dark energy into your life, or take you down a dark path. If it is unavoidable, because the day number is a 15 and the period number is an 8, then use the opposite period number's energy as your main number. Wear its colors and gemstones instead, and use its number in important dates. A 2 can also be beneficial to a 6, as 3 2s equal 6, and 2 3s equal 6. However, the 6 individual should strive to include numbers from their own series first and foremost in their personal numbers. Rules for number 7. 7 is harmonious with its 1 2 4 7 series. It is considered a weaker number because of its restless nature. The 7 is not harmonious with 8, and placing them together in number combinations should be avoided. Rules for number 8. The karmic effect of the 8 on an individual's life can go one of two ways. It can be beneficial, relating to karmic reward, or difficult and painful, relating to karmic debt. The 8 has to do with power and anything used to represent it, including money, authority, control, or sex. If the 8 is a karmic reward in this lifetime, you will reap the benefits of this. If 8 represents karmic debt, there will be a price to pay for love or success, or you will lack the ability to secure your own power, suffering from difficulties with finances, authority figures, and the like. If you are born on an 8 day, the 8th, 17th, or 26th, or during an 8 period, Capricorn and Aquarius, the 8 cannot be changed. If one needs to avoid a karmic debt 8, then the TNN can be changed to one of the strong numbers of 1, 3, 5, or 6, as long as the 6 is not a 15/6, and increased, or the period and opposite period numbers could be used. One should become the new number, so to speak, and avoid 8 days and colors. To remedy an 8 period number, use the opposite period number of 1, but avoid the 2 and its colors and gemstones. In the case of 8 representing karmic reward, it may be wise to increase the 8 energy by using 8s in the name, as well as the 8 days, colors, and gemstones. If using 8s, be prepared. 8 individuals are children of fate and at the mercy of life in some way. They can be self-sacrificing, committed, consistent, generous, and so on, but rarely get this back from others in equal measure. Wealth and success can find them, but the money does not always bring happiness. You may notice there is a conspicuousness about an 8 person that cannot avoid notice from the gods of fate, making their life controlled in some way, or at the whim of fate or some outside force. For example, celebrities can be trapped by their fame, the paparazzi, and their fans. The life takes on a strange quality as if it is not their own, but on some fateful timing and destiny. A lot of times a person is not free to pursue love because of the fatalistic prison of the 8. The 8 individual is usually asked to give up all money and possessions, pay some exorbitant price, or overcome impossible obstacles to be with the one they love. The 8s seem to draw in more 4s and 8s, although one should avoid using the 4 and 8, or 8 and 8 together, if the combination brings negative karma. For all calculations, one should keep in mind that doubling the 4 creates 8 energy. Combining a 4 with an 8 also increases 8 energy. 2 should always be avoided in calculations with 8s, if at all possible. Avoid using 8s with 9s, as this creates a warlike quality between the two numbers. The combinations of 4, 8, and 9 should never be brought together in one's numbers, as this might lead to many unforeseen catastrophes or violence. If one is born on the 26th of any month, it is best to avoid 8 partners, as well as any 4s or 8s in your personal numbers. If your TNN is an 8, but your day number is not, then I recommend changing the 8 TNN to harmonize with your day number instead. Finally, be careful not to leave any unfortunate numbers, as 8 can be a trigger of these. See Chapter 11. Rules for number 9. 9 is harmonious with 3, 6, and 9. 9 is not compatible with 8, as this causes the aggressive nature of Mars to do battle with the oppressive Saturn energy. It's like butting heads. 9 is already warlike, so you don't want to increase this energy by increasing frustration with an 8 number, or bring in drastic and dangerous karmic lessons. Avoid the number 4. Uranus and Mars together is extremely disruptive. Bringing together all 3 of these planets, with the 4, 8, and 9, in any combination, predicts troubles and disaster. The dual 18 can sometimes work for success, while at the same time bring negative circumstances into one's future at some point. If the 18 is harmonious with the other numbers, then it is okay to use this number. Name change options. In order to make your calculations easier, the following chart can be referenced to assist with the name changes. It lists beneficial TNN numbers that harmonize with each day number. The particular TNN numbers on this chart were chosen because they produce fortunate hidden numbers as well. I did not give hidden numbers for the single number TNN suggestions, such as 2, 4, etc., that create a single hidden number, because the compound INNs in the first and last names will have to be added together and then added to the day number to get the compound hidden number. This compound hidden number must be taken into consideration when changing one's name, making sure that the higher number is a fortunate number as well. Don't ignore it or overlook it. See the chapter on hidden numbers for more information. Also, although single 1 and 2 are included in this chart, it is unlikely that a name would equal these numbers, unless the person went by only one initial, such as J or AJ. Also, remember that 4s and 8s are not compatible with the 15. Look up your day number, the day of the month you were born, on the left side of the chart, and note the possible lucky TNNs to the right that can be safely used for this day. Specific warnings for the 13, 14, 15, and 18. Some compound numbers have a dual nature, meaning they can be beneficial or unfortunate, depending on how they combine with other numbers. Dual-natured numbers affect your life through harmonies or disharmonies with your destiny numbers, addresses, and other personal numbers. What follows are specific warnings about some of these dual numbers. These warnings are not meant to scare you, but rather to assist you in avoiding the unhappy side of life that can be caused by ignoring the influence of the 13, 14, 15, and 18. 13. The 13 is usually considered a fortunate number. It is represented by the Death card Major Arcana in Tarot. When 13 is not in harmony with the other numbers, it can play out this death aspect. This is especially true, and even more literal, when combined with the 12, 16, or 18, all numbers with death-related warnings in their meanings. If one of these numbers, 12, 16, or 18, is left unsupported, and there is a 13 present, then the likelihood for an unfortunate death of a loved one or oneself is possible. In the case of the 12, this could represent a death of a sacrificial nature. The 16 could portend a sudden death. The 18 may suggest a violent or overpowering death. Also, if the 13 is left unsupported, the same can occur. When 13 is combined with the number 15 in your personal numbers, there will be problems. These two numbers represent death and the devil. The 13 reduces to a 4. It is not recommended for 15 to be combined with 4s and 8s, which attracts the darker side of life. The connection of the 15 and 13 can play out scenarios such as the individual being attracted to black magic, demonology, etc., or attracting dark forces to themselves. This can also manifest as others practicing dark arts against you. It is common for someone with 15 and 13 to attract a partner with a drug or alcohol problem or other addictive tendencies. This partner is hard to get away from and may resort to stalking or becoming a threat in some way. In turn, the 15 individual may be drawn to drugs or destructive addictive behaviors, becoming reckless or careless. This combination with 15 and 13/4 can bring loss and sorrow, and it would be wise to change your numbers accordingly. In all other circumstances, 13 is an extremely fortunate number. 14. The 14 reduces to the magical 5, so in essence, it is lucky. The warnings with this number can occur when it is unsupported. The 14 warns of danger from natural forces such as water, air, or fire. This number is fortunate for dealings with money, speculation, and changes in business, but there is always a strong element of risk and danger attached to it, but generally related to the actions and foolishness of others. The dangers from the elements can be weather-related, or have to do with the individual's actual health. A study of astrology will help with your knowledge of the elements, as related to the human body. An example would be someone born on the 14th of August. In astrology, they would be a Leo, which is a fire sign element. If their name number did not support the 14-day number, they could possibly have heart trouble or complications connected to circulation, as Leo rules the heart and circulation. Dangers could also come in the form of actual fires. If the 14 is supported by the other numbers, however, 14 is usually associated with the luck of the 5. 15. As already stated under the number 13, the 15 should not be combined with 4s and 8s. Any manner of treachery, loss, deceit, dark entities, dark magic, drugs, and other addictions can be connected to these combinations and should be avoided if at all possible. If the 15 is supported, it is a number of good luck. If the 15 and 18 come together, this could mean dark psychic energies interfering in one's life. 18. This is ordinarily a positive number, being a 9, but the 18 can play out the violent tendencies of the 9 if unsupported. I have mentioned some of the problems already under the description of 13. The 18 can bring about violent destruction, whether through man-made or natural means. See Chapter 8, The Mystery of the 18. Examples of name changes. If you have followed all of the rules for creating lucky numbers, you will be removing obstacles or finding ways around problems. Even so, you may still have unfortunate things happen due to circumstances found in your astrological birth chart, which is linked with numerology. With positive personal numbers, however, you can greatly soften any negativity that could still come your way. Following are some examples of name changes that significantly altered the harmony of the numbers, and therefore, the person's luck. Both examples were relatively easy to change. Sometimes name changing can be difficult, as certain numbers want to stick to us, regardless of attempts to find an alternative name. In the examples shown on your screen now, the 1, 14, and 15 are all fortunate numbers. The 26/8 in the last name should not be in the personal numbers with the 15. His TNN is not in harmony with the day number, although the 14/5 gets along with all numbers, creating some harmony in Tom's chart. This prevents this soul from receiving any benefit of the numbers, or the money and material advantage that should come from an 8. Tom chose to change his numbers by using Thomas instead of Tom, and removing the I in Ferreira. With this change, we have the 13/4 TNN with the 14. The death renewal number with 14 could signal a warning regarding health. Since this individual is a fire sign, Leo, we would warn him of conditions with the heart, high blood pressure, and their relationship to the lungs, etc. However, the 13/4 is in harmony with the day and period numbers 1. This creates harmony in an incredibly powerful chart, as long as this individual does not use his former name, and as long as the number 4 is a fortunate number for him. Here is an amazing example of an easy name change. Notice the unfortunate hidden number 16 and the unsupported 11, which is not in harmony with his lucky 5-day number. Andrew uses his mother's maiden name, Tuggle. By substituting his father's last name, this changes to Hinton. This is now a combination of almost perfect numbers and complete success, as long as the individual no longer uses the name Andrew Tuggle. Note, Andrew has commented that his hidden number 16 seems to be an ongoing theme in his life, of projects and dreams falling apart. Strengthening the weaker number 2. As discussed in Chapter 2, some numbers are considered weak, meaning they don't have as easy of a time with luck as the other numbers do. The numbers 2, 4, and 7 would be in this category, having a restless or changeable nature, and not offering the stability and hardiness of the stronger numbers. In particular, the number 2 can be weak, unless it is paired with support from 4 or more of its own series, and this includes the TNN and day number being in harmony. This grouping of 4 or more 2 series numbers will cancel out the normal negative dominating effect of an 8, and any weakness in the nature of a 2. 4 or more of the number 2 series also brings a fairly harmonious life, with very good luck arriving at some point in the path of the individual, and usually all at once, such as a sudden windfall. If the period, hidden, day, and TNN are all in the 2 series, then this good fortune will be felt equally throughout the life of the individual. Here we will compare 2 women born on a single 2 day. In the first example, the last name is a 2. This adds to the 2 energy, but since it is a last name and considered a family name, it does not add as much energy to the 2 vibration as the second example. Having a period number of the 2 series would have added more strength as well. Carly's total name number, 11/2, is in harmony with her day number, 2. This lessens the negative 11 influence. The 11 becomes strengthened, and this person may be known by what she says, or the impact of her words. She may not hold back with her opinions, but is still liked and respected for this quality. This would be a more positive manifestation of the 11, rather than its meaning of a muzzled lion. It represents underhanded betrayals, trouble, suffering, opposition, and endangerment from others. The person it represents may get into trouble from speaking their mind, or opening their mouth in certain circumstances. In some cases, the person has learned from this number when it is best to remain silent, or refrain from acting out of anger or cruelty. This is the typical meaning of the 11. Carly also has the supporting 13 and 20 of her series here. Hidden number 13/4 is the weaker number 4, but a lucky compound number that is supported by her other numbers, and therefore strong. Because it is paired here with a 9, this could create a disruptive state of affairs in the personal life. Even so, the 2 series of numbers here can overcome this as well. Carly is a Taurus. The period number for Taurus is 6. The 6 is not in the same series with the 2 or 4, but does have a secondary harmony with the 2 and helps balance, to a degree, the 9 of her first name, INN. The 9 is not harmonious with the 2 series and is troublesome with the 4. In this case, Carly would use the colors, numbers, and gemstones of the 2 rather than her period number 6 or the 4, thereby strengthening the 2's vibration even more. All in all, this person's life would be positive and lucky in a lot of ways. She could have a fairly secure life, with minor issues that may come from the 20, relating to repeating patterns created from possible childhood emotional or physical abuse or trauma. The 20 adult can only begin to heal these by pursuing a spiritual path of forgiveness and love. With 4 destiny numbers in the 2 series, Carly could expect a significant windfall of good fortune at some point in her life. Overall, these numbers signal a life that is balanced and destined for as much prosperity and advancement as the individual will allow. Author's note: this woman has had a stable financial life and unexpectedly received a very large sum of money later in life that guaranteed her future financial security. Example 2. Jane, 12/3, maiden name 20/2, with a TNN of 5, a hidden number of 34/7, and location number before marriage of 12/3. Day of birth, March 2nd. Hidden number, 13/4. Period number, 3/7. Location number after marriage, 20/2, 34/7. Like Carly in the first example, Jane has a total name number of 11, harmonizing with her 2-day number, and a hidden number of 13/4. The difference between these 2 women is Jane is a Pisces with a period number of 3, or 7. The 7 is in harmony with the 2 series, bringing in added beneficial influence. Jane also does not have the troublesome 4-9 combination. The 13 death number is paired here with the sacrificial 12. The 12 is balanced to a degree by the alternate period number 3, and the 4 numbers in the 2 series overcome any serious connections with these numbers. Jane has her main numbers in the 2 series, TNN, day, hidden, and period. This combination can create a life of ongoing good fortune. The suffering of the 8 is overcome here as well. The 26/8 has manifested as the 8's karma of reward. The 8 would manifest in its positive power aspect of money and/or success and prosperity. The karmic reward 26/8 also brings money through the married name and partner. The 12 may be felt here on a milder level, such as having to go along with the plans, expectations, or rules of someone else in the personal or professional life, or being subject to the desires of the partner. Jane can wear any of the colors and gemstones of the 2 or 7 instead of the 3, 4, or 8 to avoid increasing their influence. Looking at the location numbers, you see even more in the 1, 2, 4, 7 series. Before marriage, she had 4 in this series, which is very lucky. After marriage, 4 also, as well as the location of where her luck would play out, being in this series. The 2 cities she lives and works in are 20 and 34, and the state adds to a 20. She also has the 8 brought into the mix, obviously playing out as a number of karmic reward for her in this lifetime, so marriage is agreeable with her. Since becoming married and taking on her husband's last name, Jane has had a life of harmony, financial security, and joy in her career, and relationships with her husband and children. There have been no major traumas or setbacks. She has 2 beautiful children, who now lead balanced, successful lives. Her marriage has lasted over 30 years, and she and her husband are still in love and do everything together. She's also financially set for the rest of her life. If we notice, both ladies, Carly and Jane, have higher compound TNNs of 38 and 29, which again reduce to the harmonious 2. So any ill effects of these compound numbers are not felt to any major degree. Choosing a name for a business. Just like a personal name, business names have their own energy in relation to the business owner. Calculate its INNs and TNN. If these are fortunate numbers, you would compare these to either the day number or the date the business was conceived, born, or launched, or to the day number of the owner of the business. If either of these are harmonious with the business name TNN, then you would add the day number to the TNN to find the hidden number. The period number would be found by again using the period number of the birth or launch day, or the owner's period number. If a business has a dual number or unfortunate number TNN, such as 16, it would be considered fortunate if the owner of the business is born on a day in the 1, 2, 4, 7 series, especially if launched during a period number month of the 1, 2, 4, 7 series. An unlucky 8 helped by a 1. Here is an example of a woman born under a negative karmic 8 whose luck was turned around by marrying a 1 partner. This woman was raised in poverty in an unsupportive family. When she married, her father disowned her. Her husband beat her, and he ended up in jail. She divorced him in a time when divorce was not socially acceptable. She was labeled, and in many cases shunned, as a divorced woman now with 2 children. She received no alimony or child support from the ex-husband. In time, she met a gentleman who was born on a 1 day. He took care of her children and wanted to adopt them, but the former husband would not let him. They were married for many years, until the 1 husband died of heart trouble at a fairly young age. This was the price of her 8, but he left her very well off financially, and she is now set for life. She has lost him, and since then 2 grandchildren, but still has several other grandbabies and now great-grandbabies. Her health has been very good, and at almost 90 years of age, she still drives herself halfway across the country twice a year. Even though she has had many losses, her life was greatly blessed by her 1 husband. Chapter 7. More on numbers. There are other number calculations to consider, in addition to your 5 personal numbers. I will discuss them in this and the following chapters. The birth month. The month of your birth has its own number, correlating to January through December, which is simply 1 through 12. The month number is related to more general matters than the day or name numbers. It is used to see what is happening in your life in a broader sense, and its influence is felt as secondary. If you are born in March, your month number is 3. The number 3 would have influence over your life in a minor, but possibly noticeable way. If born in December, you would feel the influence of the 12/3. The month should not be added to the day number or year of birth, as each of these has a specific purpose and influence by themselves. Adding the entire birth date is common for Pythagorean and Eastern numerology, but is not part of this particular system of numbers. The birth month will be discussed a bit more in this book, as it is used as an indicator in prediction when in combination with the other numbers. A birth month number can also increase the energy of your destiny numbers. In the case of 4, 8, 11, or 12, this should be noted. The birth year, your pattern of destiny. Just as the birth month number is added separately, you would do the same with the year of birth. The year you were born sets up your pattern of destiny, which determines important years in your life that contain significant events. These events are markers or highlights, defining the pattern of your theme for this life. The subsequent years and events that spring from your birth year number, though seemingly separate, are connected and scheduled to occur according to your life script. To find these important years in your timeline, add together the numbers of your year of birth. When you get a total, add this back to the year. This second total is the next important year in your life. Then continue adding the consecutive years. For example, for someone born in 1998, 1 plus 9 plus 9 plus 8 equals 27. 1998 plus 27 equals 2025. A future year of significance then is 2025. 2025 added together equals 9. 2025 plus 9 equals 2034. So the next year of significance is 2034, and so on. These years are turning points or markers of important events along the way, and the interpretations of these destiny currents are different for each individual. They are scheduled to occur and can be happy or challenging. The possible severity of a negative event can be somewhat altered by changing one's personal numbers to more positive vibrations, as mentioned in earlier chapters. An example of this follows in the life of Elvis Presley, a hugely famous public figure. I calculated Elvis's pattern of destiny from his birth year. Elvis's pattern of destiny is as follows. His year of birth is 1935, which added up equals 18. 1935 plus 18 equals 1953. 1953 plus 18 equals 1971. 1971 plus 18 equals 1989. Elvis died in 1977. 1989 added together equals 27. Notice how his destiny numbers consist of all 8s and 9s. The 18, 27, 17, and 8 dominate his current of destiny. The name Elvis adds to an 18/9. His last name is a 27/9. His total name number for Elvis Presley is 18/9. His day number, period number, and hidden number are all 8. Beginning with the birth date, 1935, you will notice the last 2 digits, 3 and 5, add to 8, a significant number in Elvis's chart of personal numbers. The total for the year adds to 18. If you add 18 to 1935, you get 1953. This is the first significant year as a pattern of destiny in Elvis's life. Again, the last 2 digits add to an 8. In 1953, Elvis sang in public and gained popularity. In the 8th month of 1953, Elvis walked into Sun Records to make his first recording. The address number is 710, which equals 8. The 8th month coincides with the dominance of the fateful 8 in this man's numbers. Entering Sun Records was a life-changing decision, marking the beginning of his amazing music career. If you add the total year 1953, you'll get 18 again. If you add 18 to 1953, you get 1971, the next year in his current of destiny, and the next significant date related to his birth in 1935. What happened in this year? In early 1971, Elvis received the honor of the Most Outstanding Young Man of the Year by the JCs. This award meant a lot to Elvis, and he brought it with him wherever he went. In June 1971, Elvis's birthplace in Tupelo was opened to the public for the first time, and Elvis recorded his signature song for his last days, My Way. The lyrics, "And now, the end is near, and so I face the final curtain," are very poignant, considering his death was only 6 years after this recording. The Memphis City Council voted to change Elvis's home street to Elvis Presley Boulevard. And finally, in the 8th month of 1971, Elvis became the first rock and roll singer to be awarded the Lifetime Achievement Award by the Grammy Award organization. The last 2 digits of 1971, the 7 and 1, add to 8 again, and the total year 1971 adds to 18 yet again. 1971 plus 18 gives you 1989. Elvis died before reaching his next destiny year of 1989. Interestingly enough, in 1989, the movie Mystery Train hit theaters. It mixes together 3 different stories, all connected to a Memphis hotel and the spirit of Elvis Presley. The last 2 digits of 1989, the 8 and 9, add to 17, another 8. The year 1989 added together gives you 27, and here the number 18 stops its recurrence. Elvis did not live to see the year 1989. You can see the influence of the 18 in this man's life. Also interesting is that the only other 9 in his numbers was a 27. I wanted to keep adding 18 anyway to see what would have happened in Elvis's life. Using the last current of destiny year, 1989, and adding 18 gives me the year 2007. In 2007, Elvis's daughter Lisa Marie records In the Ghetto, a duet with her father, inserting her voice into his original recording. I find it interesting that Elvis's name lives on after him through his hidden number 17, and he records a new record even after death. Steve Jobs' pattern of destiny. Steve Jobs' year of birth is 1955. If you add up 1955, you get 20. Adding 20 to 1955 gives you 1975, the next significant year in the destiny of Steve Jobs. When one thinks of Steve and his life, one cannot help but think of Apple. Apple was not officially formed until 1976. So what exactly happened in 1975? Notice in the following chapter on celebrities that Steve's numbers are almost entirely the 369 series. So it is not surprising that in the 6th month of 1975, Steve Jobs' friend, Steve Wozniak, presented him with a pieced-together computer. June 29, 1975 marks the day that 2 Steves first got together to change the world. It was the moment of conception for what would end up being the prototype for the Apple I, the world's first mainstream assembled personal computer. Everything followed from there, including Mac, the iPhone, iPad, and almost the entire world of consumer tech. If you add 1975, you get 22. 1975 plus 22 is 1997. 1997 was an important year in this man's life, as it is considered his comeback. Apple fired Steve Jobs and then entered into a downward spiral. When Gil Amelio took the company over and served as CEO of Apple for a year, he bought Jobs' company Next and brought back Steve Jobs to Apple. In harmony with his 369 series, Steve Jobs was formally named interim chief executive in September of 1997, a 9-month. When Jobs took over again as CEO in 1997, Apple's market capitalization went from $3 billion to $350 billion in 2011, worth more than Microsoft and Dell combined. making Apple the second most valuable company in the world. If you add 1997, you get 26. 1997 plus 26 equals 2023. The 26 is an 8, a fatalistic number, signaling that he would not make this next sequence of years, as the 15 in his personal numbers does not relate well with 4s and 8s. If you add the single 8 to 1997, you get 2005, the year of Steve Jobs' epic Stanford commencement speech. And of course, this was in a 6-month, June. He was Stanford's 114th commencement speaker, which also adds to a 6. Jobs died in 2011, adding to a 4. We find a 13/4 in his personal numbers, combined with the 15, the only minor flaw in his almost perfect number set. The unsupported 13 and 15 combined can bring the literal translation of death of the 13. A major life event and its pattern of destiny. In addition to the birth year, you can add any year that contains a major event and see its domino effect on future years in the same way. For example, let's say you quit a job you held for 20 years. To see the snowball effect of this major decision, add up the year you decided to quit. This total will give you the year of the next event set to happen, that was set in motion by your decision. So if you quit in the year 1998, this adds to 27. Since 27 is a fortunate number, this may be an indicator of a wise decision, especially if your numbers are in the 369 series. Add 27 years to 1998, and you get 2025. 2025 will be the year to look for an event that will occur as a byproduct of your decision to quit your job. It represents one road or choice in your destiny. Had you decided not to quit, the circumstances in 2025 may be quite different. Perhaps you are able to retire in this year due to a better career choice. You could then add 2025, which would total a 9. This signals 2034 to be the next significant year in this succession from 1998. Finding favorable days. Adding up the year of birth or the current year of a major event will give you an impression of what is coming in the future years. To find a fortunate day, however, to take action or plan an event for the immediate or near future, is very simple. For general purposes, finding a fortuitous day for taking action of any kind has been mentioned in the chapter on single number meanings. You would simply use the days that are in harmony with your day number series. If you are born on the 21st of any month, you would plan to implement your desires on all 3 days, the 3rd, 12th, 21st, and 30th of any month. Secondary days for a person born on the 21st would be all the interchangeable number series of 6 or 9. For special purposes, the second way of finding a special day is to add the number of the day in question to your TNN and day number. If the result is a fortunate number, then it is a good day. If the result is a fortunate number, then it is a good day. If the result is in the same number series with the day in question, or your own numbers, all the better. Another factor that can be favorable in a more general sense is the outcome being in harmony with the month number. An example, Mary Jones is born on December 3rd and wants to know if June 30th is a good day for her to get married. Mary equals 8, Jones equals 21/3, which equals 11/2 for TNN. Step 1. She would add her TNN number of 11 to the prospective wedding day, which in this case would be 30, to her day number of 3. 11 plus 30 plus 3 equals 44/8. Her wedding day would have 8 energy. Step 2. The 44 has the same meaning as the number 26, which if you'll recall from before was 26 carries a very serious warning of destruction caused by gambling, risk, misinformation, partnerships, mergers, and alliances. Not a lucky number. The 44/8 is also not in the same number series with the 6th month, June, or the 30th. Mary would also compare the 26 to our own personal destiny numbers. This would suggest that June 30th would probably not be a good day for Mary Jones to get married. Location numbers. The location where you live is very important, as it will affect and interact with your personal numbers. It is the place where your luck happens. The important locations are the number of your home address, the city or town number, and in a more general sense, the state, county, and even country. The home number is what happens in your home. The city, state, or county is where you work or interact with the world. Your street name number does not apply, as there are other homes on that street. We are looking for the energy of the building where you reside. This is the number on your house. Also keep in mind the effects of any addresses of businesses where you work, or other significant places in your life where you spend time, such as the gym, hair salon, and so on. If the address number of your home adds to a 5, this would be harmonious for all 5 people in the home. The home life and all activities in the home would reflect this number. If you live in an apartment, this same rule would apply for your building number. All activities in that particular building would be ruled by its address number, so all residents would experience the influence from this number. The number or letter of your individual apartment would apply to your apartment specifically. For example, the building address is 5947. This adds to 25/7, a harmonious number, and all residents in that building would be under its influence. If you lived in this building and you resided in apartment 1, your home would be under the 1 influence as well. If you lived in apartment C, your home would be under the 3 influence, because the letter C equals a 3. Cities by the number. The number vibration of the town where you reside has an influence on how easy or difficult the circumstances of your life may be in this location. Building a career, a group of friends, or a happy relationship may prove difficult if your destiny numbers are not in harmony with the area in which you live. Although some of your circumstances can be helped by studying feng shui, astrology, and other available tools, Chaldean Numerology does play a major role in placing you on the best possible path. Add up the city or town you live in and see how well your numbers harmonize with that area. Remember, if you have left unfortunate numbers in your destiny numbers, you do not want them repeated in your city of residence. For example, if you have a 12 in your numbers, you do not want it repeated anywhere else because it could strengthen the sacrificial influence of the 12. The INN/TNN numbers for several large cities follow. New York is 16, 12, and 9, or 19. Hong Kong, 20, 17, 10. Reno, 19. Atlanta, 19. Tucson, 28. Boston, 28. Houston, 37. Number 2 cities include Los Angeles, 13, 25, which adds to 11. Washington, D.C., 47, which adds to 11. Baltimore, 29. San Diego, 9 and 20, which adds to 29. Cincinnati, 29. Miami, 11. Pittsburgh, 38. Stockholm, 38. Taipei, 20. Number 3 cities: Tokyo, 21. Dublin, 21. Melbourne, 39. Cape Town, 17 and 22, which adds to 12. Memphis, 30. Newark, 21. Lisbon, 21. Moscow, 30. Jakarta, 12. Number 4 cities: London, 31. Indianapolis, 40. Cape Cod, 17 and 14, which adds to 13. Bangkok, 22. Quebec, 22. Montreal, 31. Buenos Aires, 28 and 12, which adds to 4. Dhaka, 13. Number 5 cities: Dubai, 14. Athens, 23. Chicago, 23. Nashville, 32. Vienna, 23. Anchorage, 32. Vancouver, 41. Cairo, 14. Acapulco, 32. Calgary, 14. Casablanca, 23. Number 6 cities: Paris, 15. Dallas, 15. Raleigh-Durham, 20 and 22, which equals 6. Hartford, 33. New Orleans, 16 and 26, which equals 15. Honolulu, 42. And Seoul, 24. Number 7 cities: Portland, 34. Seattle, 25. Las Vegas, 7 and 18, which equals 16. Istanbul, 25. Madrid, 16. Helsinki, 25. Mexico City, 25 and 9, which equals 16. Prague, 25. Pyongyang, 34. Number 8 cities: Tulsa, 17. Glasgow, 26. Busan, 17. Lagos, 17. Ambalavao, 26. Tripoli, 26. Number 9 cities: Rome, 18. Phoenix, 36. Brussels, 27. Denver, 27. Mumbai, 18. Beijing, 18. Sao Paulo, 11 and 25, which equals 9. And Toronto. A couple more examples include Sydney, which adds to a 19, and San Francisco, which adds to a 15. New Orleans and Hurricane Katrina. A city's numbers can reflect its history. New Orleans has INNs of 16 and 26 in its name, and a TNN of 15. The 16 is symbolized by a falling tower, and carries a warning of some strange fatality. This came to pass with Hurricane Katrina flooding the city in the 8th month of 2005. And 2005 also adds to 7, like the 16 of the tower. The number 26/8 is a number of grave warnings and disasters. A TNN of 15 is not fortunate when combined with any 8s. If you recall, the symbolism for 15 says, this enigmatic number represents attractions and the allure of materialism. It is a number to be careful with because it can draw in things of a darker nature, associated with black magic, dark entities, an addictive partner, and the like. This is usually the case when the numbers 4 and 8 are associated with 15. This dark side influence can also manifest in the person represented by 15, with the individual focused completely on self and gaining what they desire. They will go to any lengths, or they themselves can become involved in groups or practices with ill or evil intent. It is no accident that New Orleans is a city ripe with voodoo and other forms of black magic. A dark side of the city was revealed during the catastrophe, with citizens looting stores. The 15 also implies help and assistance from others. Much needed help from military and the government for food, water, shelter, and evacuations was delayed for days. The earlier interpretation of 15 also contains these words: it is a lucky number for obtaining financial assistance, grants, benefactors, support, gifts, and rewards. Monetary assistance did flow in from concerned people all over the world. Numbers and compatibility. Who you are compatible with, in a general sense, can be determined by the harmony of the day numbers. However, this does not mean you will not like or be attracted to someone outside of your number series. You may feel a camaraderie with those in your series, but a more determining factor in the compatibility of a relationship is in its fate and ability to last. This is found by mapping the day number of your initial meeting or first date, as well as any major milestones that mark a commitment to each other, such as moving in together, marriage, and the like. The day of the meeting sets the tone for the relationship and where it is headed. Here's an example. Andrew and I met in 2013, a year ending in 13/4, on a 4 day in October. The relationship was then under a 4 influence. The next time we saw each other was on November 4th, where he admitted an attraction. We did not officially go on a date until November 8th. Already you can see the 4-8 number series in action. In the 4th month of an 8-year, ending in 15, Andrew broke up with me. We got back together exactly 2 years after the day we met, October 5th. Our relationship is now under the influence of the number 5. General number compatibilities are as follows. 1 with 1. 2 dominant, forceful people with their own agendas trying to merge. This can be difficult at times, so this needs to be an equal relationship with both getting their say and the power shared. If the goal is the same, these two can be a powerhouse of accomplishment and success. 1 with 2. Here we have the blending of the sun with the moon. The number 1 person is going to be the leader or dominant person in this pairing, sometimes stepping on the more sensitive toes of the 2. The 1 will be more focused and set on permanent goals, whereas the 2 can be led more intuitively, going with the flow of life. 2s will be more likely to go along with the plans of the 1, with their focus on nurturing the relationship. Even with their differences, these 2 bring opposite qualities which are beneficial to harmony and compatibility. 1 with 3. There is no stopping this combination. Although different in their approaches, together, they bring many complementary qualities of leadership, pizzazz, success, and determination to the table. A happy medium must be found for this pair to find any peace and a normal life. Differences must be overlooked or tolerated for the greater good of the relationship. 1 is the idea person, and 3 helps them to make it a reality, keeping things organized in a system. 1 with 4. This combination is either all or nothing. Both have original, unique ideas and can have an appreciation for each other's minds. The 1 must refrain from trying to control or walk all over the 4, or vice versa. The 1 is beneficial for the 4 in many ways and helps them see a brighter side to life. The 4 can be unpredictable in their behavior or actions, and this entertains the 1. Either they are a blessing or a curse. 1 with 5. These 2 can work well together in the sense that a 5 could help the 1 attain their goals with practical ideas and know-how. 5 can help organize and get the word out about one's plans. This would seem to be almost a more beneficial business pairing than romantic, but both potentials are here. If intimately involved, the relationship could be red hot. 1 with 6. This would be a secret battle of wills. 6 would seem to be going along with the plans of the 1, but working behind the scenes to get their way, or at least be noticed. 1 and 6 can find love in a lasting relationship, as long as 1 can be gentle at times with the 6's sensitivities. 6 is a great complement to 1, as they take care of the sensual side of things and make sure the couple look good. 1 with 7. A pair that seemingly is aloof or keep to themselves as a couple, but in private they are very bonded. Both are dreamers. Both need private space, and both understand the other's need of this. Together, these are 2 independent people who stay together on shared principles, beliefs, or vision. Overall, a harmonious pairing. 1 with 8. These 2 can go places together. Both can tend to be workaholics, but the sense of accomplishment is here. They admire each other for their achievements. They are supportive and very dedicated to the relationship, as long as outside interests don't get in the way. The 8 can attract money for the 1, and the 1 brings strength and good luck to the 8. 1 with 9. Here there can be many arguments or heated displays of passion. Each tends to stir the other, and must make an effort to appreciate the good points of their partner to overcome differences. This can be a force to be reckoned with, or a butting of heads. 2 with 2. A pairing of mutual minds and hearts. A lot of understanding, sympathy, and support is in this relationship. It needs a stable influence, though, as both twos tend to back down from taking the lead at times. Both value romantic partnerships. All in all, this is a harmonious combination. 2 with 3. Threes are take charge types of people, and without intending to, can run over the 2. If the 2 is not in agreement with the 3, then they can feel disrespected, as 3 takes over decision making and acts before the 2 has even caught their breath. If the 3 can be considerate of the 2, and the 2 trusts the 3's vision, they can get on well together. 2 with 4. 2 and 4 can be a natural pairing if 4 curbs their tendency to dominate and control. The 2 may seem to easily acquiesce, but just because 2 is the more passive of the pair does not mean they are unintelligent. They prefer harmony and union. Despite this, these 2 do get on agreeably together in friendship and love. 2 with 5. A 2 and a 5 can flow together beautifully. They both go with the currents of the wind, the 5 continually adapting and adjusting, and the 2 following intuitive hunches. Neither can explain where they get their information on what to do next. They just know. The 2 may feel hurt from the 5's seemingly lack of caring, but this is all in perception, not actuality. The 5 will need to be a shoulder for the 2 to lean on. 2 with 6. They can be close friends, sharing many of the same beliefs or opinions. The 2 can bring down the 6's natural cheerful disposition with sometimes painful emotional depths the 6 would prefer not to explore. The 6 may not be as loyal to this relationship in terms of longevity. This would be sad, as these 2 can help and assist each other in many ways. 2 with 7. A natural pairing, with both possibly preferring peace and quiet, and an unstructured creative environment. They have many things in common, and trust each other with their secrets and dreams. There is also much sympathy here, as each can relate to the other's feelings and desires. 2 with 8. Not an advisable combination, unless the 2 has at least 4 numbers in the 1, 2, 4, 7 series in their personal numbers. In this case, this can be a harmonious relationship, with the 8 being the dominant party. Otherwise, this could be a painful, heart-wrenching pairing for the 2, or both. The 8 can give to the 2 in a material sense, but this never really helps the 2, as equal amounts of loss occur. For the 8, the price of love is too high. 2 with 9. These 2 are very different personalities, one seeking peace and one focused on force of will. They come from very different places, but could meet in the middle somewhere if both are willing to make adjustments and appreciate the other. 3 with 3. Here are 2 people ready to bowl you over with energy, enthusiasm, ideas, and fun. This can be a dynamic combination leading to great success in love. Both appreciate similar qualities in the other and find happiness in the joy of living and creating. 3 with 4. This can, at times, be a difficult combination to bring together. Both have different agendas or paths they long to travel, or conflicting ideas about the way things should be done. Finding the value in each other and respecting the wishes of both will help this union flourish. 3 with 5. The 3 likes freedom to create. The 5 can just want freedom, period. This pair would be good in business together and could complement each other's abilities. Overall, a lucky combination. 3 with 6. This is a very harmonious combination with shared affinities and likes. Both have very attuned, aesthetic tastes and could have a happy home life. They support each other and would make great friends. 3 with 7. The 3 is outgoing and extroverted, while the 7 is more of a private introvert. 3 can walk all over 7's sensitivities, forcing them into situations where they don't want to be. 7 can dampen 3's enthusiasm, having a depressing effect. 3 wants the concrete. 7 wants the ideal. These 2 must find ways to work around the difficulties by 3 lowering their expectations of companionship, and 7 coming out of their shell more often. 3 with 8, a powerhouse combination, as the 3 can clear the karmic path for the 8, and the 8 attracts financial benefits and opportunities for the 3. This pair can make many powerful friends and have a wide network of assistance. 3 with 9, an energetic combination of drive and luck. This can bring a very fruitful relationship in all areas. These 2 can be great friends and lovers. Energy, excitement, and love can abound. Strong family ties. 4 with 4. These 2 lonely souls seem to find comfort in each other, having found a kindred spirit. Both have unique views about how a relationship should be and appreciate the original mind of the other. Tolerance is needed, as these 2 can be too much alike. 4 with 5. This can be a combination where these 2 have trouble coming together. The 5 will seem reckless in money matters to the 4. 4 will seem too restrained to the 5. Both have their own unique way of doing things and can be stubborn. They would need help here from their astrology placements to make this a long-term match. 4 with 6. This can be a harmonious relationship, with the 6 overpowering the 4 in terms of will. Although the 4 will try to inflict their way, they seem more apt to give in to the 6 than with the other numbers. This is a relationship of tolerance and some harmony, if reason can convince both to see eye to eye. 4 with 7. This can be a harmonious relationship, if the 4 will not try to control the 7. Both need me time. They can have opposite viewpoints, but share a common middle ground, or end up with the same conclusions. There is no reason these 2 cannot be happy together, if they will allow it. 4 with 8. An attraction that seems beyond their control. This can be a difficult relationship for the 4, if the 8 person is living out the karmic debt from the number 8. The 4 can be a benefit to them, or can just as easily make things worse. If their astrological sun signs are in harmony, they can benefit each other. If the 8 person is living out karmic reward, then this can be a beneficial relationship in many ways. Either way, there is much loyalty here in terms of support. 4 with 9. Usually not an advisable pairing, as the mixture of these 2 ruling planets can cause much upset that could lead to violence. The 9 would have to have astrological placements that calm down their tendency toward anger, and the 4 would have to learn to allow the 9 to lead occasionally. The 9 would have to work on the frustration this placement would cause them, and the 4 on playing the victim. In some cases, this relationship can work fine, depending again on the astrological placements. 5 with 5. This is a natural harmony and one of the best placements for a 5, as they will receive back the benefits that they give to so many other numbers. This can be unstable from a financial or long-term standpoint, unless both parties are responsible and want to make an effort to commit. 5 with 6. This can be a harmonious pairing, with both having an appreciation for the other. These 2 prize pleasure, comfort, and enjoying life, and will not mind spending money to get it. They flow together nicely, as long as the 5 can provide the companionship and company the 6 will need. Problems need to be communicated delicately. 5 with 7. These 2 will have to be careful not to get so caught up in their own lives that they go their own ways or miss each other altogether. They would do extremely well in situations where they would have to travel together. They can be supportive of each other's dreams. 5 with 8. A 5 can help an 8 to have a happier, successful life, and the 8 can help the 5 find direction and focus. There may be unhappy news or hardships these 2 will have to face together, but they can have the strength to weather any storm. The 5 helps lighten the mood of the sometimes over-serious 8. 5 with 9. 5 wants to find the easy way, and 9 wants to get there yesterday. This is a relationship with lots of energy and change, but at least one of these 2 needs to learn to slow down and make sure decisions are being made that are beneficial for a long-term union. Patience and attention are needed with each other, as well as a recognition and acceptance of each other's differences. 6 with 6. This is a life lived in beauty, harmony, and love. Both parties value partnership and togetherness. If both are emotionally healthy, this can be a lifelong happy union of kindred spirits. 6 with 7. Two very different natures come together here, with lessons to learn from each other. The 6 is teaching the importance of union with another and family, and the 7 teaches the value of a relationship with oneself. If these two can respect each other's boundaries and give in ways that the other can recognize and appreciate, this union has the potential to be very beautiful indeed. 6 with 8. This can be a happy pairing, with the 6 bringing much needed joy of living and a sense of stability to the 8. Any negative karma of the 8 can be alleviated by the strength of the 6 being willing to stand as a united front on all difficulties. Much wealth and abundance could come to this pair with the beneficial 8 karma. 6 with 9. This can be a happy relationship if each understands their roles within it. This is the joining of complementary natures and personalities naturally supportive to the other. Romance can come quite naturally to this pairing. An overall harmonious joining on all levels. 7 with 7. These two may never find each other, living in completely separate cities, or they could meet by some spiritual decree of fate, locked away together in their own private world. They need to meet at a time when both are looking for companionship, for this is a joining of souls on the same journey. 7 with 8. This is not a natural pairing and could prove difficult. The delicate dreams of the 7 get hit with the cold, hard reality of the 8. Much sadness and despair could be the lineup here, as fate simply seems to be outside of the control of these two. Forgiveness and unconditional love, as can be expressed by an advanced soul, is needed. Delusions, addictions, pain, and suffering could be the outcome if the 8 is living out karmic debt. With love, all things are possible. 7 with 9. This is a union of very different temperaments. The 7 is idealistic and prefers a life of more quiet serenity, and the 9 is full of exuberance and passion. The 9 relies on drive and willpower, and the 7 just wants to flow. These two could come together in harmony if each is okay with the other having a life independent of the relationship. 8 with 8. This is a powerhouse combination of all or nothing. There is not a limit on the success these two can achieve together or independently. This is usually the case if both parties are playing out a life of karmic reward. If one partner is living karmic debt, then there can be much misery for the stronger partner and much unhappiness. 8 with 9. A difficult, tumultuous relationship that can lead to much suffering, loss, and frustration. Both parties must be prepared to look at their faults and make an effort to learn and grow together. Since 9 likes a challenge, this would be the ultimate challenge, being with an 8 for learning, growth, and self-improvement. The 9 can, at times, benefit an 8 who is living the karmic debt of the number 8. This is much more harmonious if the 8 person is living a life of karmic reward. 9 with 9. This is a doubling of the Mars energy, and although this signifies much potential, it can just as well be disruptive, or these two may find themselves butting heads. There is, no doubt, a lot of energy, and the bedroom life may bring more than its share of fireworks. It depends on how well each has rounded the other facets of their natures, as well as congruent traits of their astrological sun signs, if these two are to get along for the long term. To sum up, here are 8 ways to improve your luck. 1. Harmonize your day and INN. 2. Use the colors, numbers, and gemstones of your day or period number. 3. Use the colors, numbers, and gemstones of your opposite period number. 4. Use the colors and gemstones of your birth month. 5. Use dates in your number series when making future plans. 6. Find favorable days by adding the day in question to your day number and TNN. 7. Change your name to change your numbers. And 8. Relocate to cities and addresses that are in harmony with your numbers. Chapter 8. Celebrities and Numbers. I have always found accuracy in studying the lives of those close to me. Because I have first-hand knowledge of what is actually occurring in their life, it is with these individuals that I can clearly see fate playing itself out through their numbers. The workings of destiny can also be seen in the lives of celebrities and their numbers. I must stress here that none of us really knows what actually goes on in their personal lives. One can only study what is known of them publicly, or how they appear to be. In studying the lives of celebrities, you will many times find that their numbers amazingly correspond to their life events, such as I have. Unless you know these individuals on a personal basis, though, you will also find some of their numbers remain a mystery, the effect of which one can only speculate. Born under a lucky number? Some people seem to have all the luck. This appears to be the case with actress Sharon Stone. Sharon equals 23/5. Stone equals 24/6. 5 plus 6 equals 11/2 TNN. Her day of birth is March 10th. The 10th is a 1. Hidden number is 11 plus 10, which equals 21/3. And the period number is 3, or 7. Sharon's INNs are 23 and 24. Both fantastic numbers. Remember, the 23 ensures success, assistance and support from higher-ups, or those in positions to help the individual. It also implies the individual is protected in some way. 23 guarantees success in one's endeavors. And 24 says, it attracts alliances with those in high positions to help the individual achieve their goals. There is an allure that attracts love ties and amorous relationships that can also be beneficial. Here is the beginning of a recipe for success. Her TNN is 11, which is in harmony with her day number 1. The hidden number is 21, another fortunate number. It is a number of progress and overall success, achieving prestige, recognition, and distinction. It is considered a fortunate number of success. The period number 7 is in harmony with both her TNN and day number. The secondary period in number 3 is in harmony with her hidden number and is ruled by the lucky planet Jupiter. This is a chart of worldly and personal success. This woman has lucky numbers any way you look at it. If her palms or astrology chart showed any unfortunate circumstances, her fortunate Chaldean numbers would override and overcome those setbacks, disappointments, or troubles. Let's see how this applies to what we know of Sharon Stone's personal history. Sharon Stone's luck started at an early age. She won a scholarship to Edinburgh University at age 15 and graduated. Shortly thereafter, she won the Miss Pennsylvania beauty pageant. Ford Modeling Agency in New York City decided to sign her on. Miss Stone became a highly sought-after model in print and television ads. She decided that she wanted to branch out into acting, and for 2 decades, was cast in several movies and made numerous television appearances. Sharon's Playboy magazine spread earned her a spot as one of their top 25 sexiest stars of the century. She went on to win Golden Globe and Saturn Award nominations for the movie Basic Instinct. Empire magazine proclaimed her as one of the 100 sexiest stars in film history. People magazine listed her in the 50 most beautiful people. Sharon won a Golden Globe and an Academy Award nomination for Casino. Today, at age 55, she has kept her youthful look, and according to her, is constantly pursued by men in their 20s. She has had 3 divorces and a health issue through all of this, but none of it stopped her from having a fabulous life and career. Now for Steve Jobs. Steve is 23/5. Jobs is 13/4. 5 plus 4 equals a 9 TNN. The day of birth is February 24th, or 6. The hidden number is 15/6. The period number is 3. Steve Jobs co-founded Apple Computers when he was 21, and by the age of 23, he was a millionaire. His first name adds to a 23. Steve had fantastic numbers: 23, 13, 9, 24, 15, and 3. His TNN 9 is in harmony with his day number, which is the extremely fortunate 24/6. His hidden number and period number are both supported as well. There is a 4 in combination with a 9. These two numbers do not get on well together, as this is the mixing of the energies of Uranus and Mars. This can signal an emotional nature of passionate, angry, or violent outbursts and shocking behavior. We also find the 15 combined with the 13/4. The 15 attracts manipulation and dark forces with 8s and 4s. Otherwise, this is truly a harmonious grouping of numbers of the 369 series. Peyton Manning. Peyton equals 30, Manning is 24. 3 plus 6 gives us a 9 TNN. The day of birth is March 24th, or 6. The hidden number is 15/6, and the period number is 9. These personal destiny numbers suggest a charmed life. I do not have to know anything about sports to understand this is a successful person, as there is not an unfortunate number in the entire chart. Every one of them is in the 369 series. The TNN and day of birth are harmonious. Peyton Manning, as we know, is a professional quarterback, had a seemingly perfect childhood, idolized his parents, and was an A student. He broke multiple records in his sport, was honored as the Gatorade Circle of Champions National Player of the Year, and the Columbus, Ohio Touchdown Club National Offensive Player of the Year. Manning was the richest NFL rookie in history, received multiple MVP trophies, has so far attended 3 Super Bowls, and won a Super Bowl ring. In his personal life, he married his college sweetheart and has 2 beautiful children. Enough said. Love triangles and other trinities. The following 3 public figures, Elvis Presley, Brad Pitt, and Angelina Jolie, have the number 18/9 combined with 8 in their charts. I will begin with Elvis Presley, one of the most influential people of the 20th century. Elvis studied Chaldean Numerology, astrology, and the mystical arts, and was dubbed the King of Rock and Roll. I have already calculated Elvis Presley's pattern of destiny years in the previous chapter. Here are his destiny numbers. Elvis is an 18/9. Presley is a 27/9. 9 plus 9 gives us an 18/9 TNN. The day of birth is January 8th, which is an 8. The hidden number, 9 plus 8, is 17/8. And the period number is 8. The first thing I notice is that all of his numbers are 8s and 9s. As you know, the 8, if it is acting through the karma of the sword of justice, can bring sorrow and many disappointments in love and the personal life. The 8 and 9 together create much discord and upset. The 8, however, gives the individual a sense of being controlled by fate. We can easily see this mirrored in Elvis's life. According to many biographies, for most of his career, his manager, Colonel Tom Parker, owned him from a financial and legal standpoint. Fame trapped him. Elvis could not go anywhere without being mobbed by fans or the press. To avoid this, he would rent out a movie theater in the middle of the night, just so he could watch a movie without being interrupted, and soon developed the habit of staying up all night. He began to take sleeping pills to help him sleep during the day, and it was believed he developed a dependence on them. His desperate need for privacy became common knowledge, and many today still believe he faked his death in 1977 in an attempt to escape his fame. I'll share an interesting tidbit here, pertaining to the years I lived in Memphis, around 1992 or 93. While a resident, I met a lot of people who had personally known or had encounters with Elvis. I found this incredible, as Elvis had been a worldwide star and household name. He seemed surreal. Even so, it became apparent to me that seeing Elvis around town had been a common occurrence for Memphis locals. One night, I was at a friend's party and mentioned something about the rumors that Elvis may still be alive. This got the attention of a man at the party, who, like the other locals, did not believe Elvis had died. He told me a story of how he and another man had broken into the cemetery to see for themselves and found Elvis's grave empty. Shortly thereafter, The gravesite was moved to Graceland, with the mysterious spelling of Elvis's middle name on the stone marker as Aaron, A-A-R-O-N, instead of Aaron, A-R-O-N. The misspelling is interesting, considering the fact that Elvis studied Chaldean Numerology and was fascinated with the 8s in his chart. The name Elvis Aaron Presley, again A-R-O-N, has a very fortunate TNN number of 24. Why would he want to change this number by changing his name? Do you think it's possible that Elvis did not want to mix the 15 of Aaron with the 8s in his chart? Also odd is that Elvis was known to lament the death of his twin at birth, Jesse Garon. The name Aaron was in Garon, so many find it hard to believe he would change it. Some think it was a way of saying Elvis was not actually buried there. Nevertheless, his father Vernon claimed Elvis had been named Aaron with 2 A's, after his best friend in Tupelo, Aaron Kennedy, and that Elvis had wanted the name changed to Aaron with 2 A's prior to his death. Other theorists believe Elvis faked his death and took on the identity of his twin, Jesse. Jesse adds to 17/8. Garon, G-A-R-O-N, adds to 18/9, and Presley is 27/9. This would give Jesse Presley a TNN of 17/8. The full name, Jesse Garon Presley, equals 26, which would give another 8 to this unbelievable chart. Having a similar name and the same birth date might possibly be an attractive alternative to Elvis. Most who speculate simply desire to know the truth about a man they admired, or have an inability to accept his death. They want to believe he escaped to a life of his own choosing, finding the happiness and peace that he so longed for, the same peace he brought to so many. Money, also associated with 8s, eventually became a problem for Elvis. Although he was good at making it, he was also good at spending it, and was forced to go back to work performing and recording during the late 60s and early 70s. Intimated by Larry Geller in his book, If I Can Dream, Elvis was beginning to realize that wealth and fame no longer held any meaning for him. His devotion to his spiritual beliefs created a desire to detach from worldly goods. Elvis was rewarded in the extreme materially, and this striving toward an escape into spirituality may have come from the 2 18s in his chart. Material things lost their value to him as something to possess, and were only worth anything if they were shared. After his death, those close to Elvis, bodyguards, friends, and relatives, spoke publicly of how they stopped expressing needs in front of him, as Elvis was known to immediately supply whatever was asked for or desired. There was a story of a fan who complimented his ring, and he took it off and gave it to her. If someone needed a car, he bought them one, or several. Eventually, the spending and giving away of his wealth and possessions, and the large cut taken by his manager, along with other personal problems, led him to financial troubles. In his final years, he continued to perform a grueling schedule, although his health was suffering. Presley is the number 27, a fortunate number of authority and creativity. This number relates to being in charge, having responsibility, and power and influence over others. The ideas of the creative intelligence will find fertile ground and produce a harvest. A good number if one follows their own ideas and plans. The name Elvis is an 18, which can be lucky, but carries the duality of adversity. The 18 can bring odd misfortunes or violence. The TNN is also 18, doubling its influence. 18 reduces to 9, and this number antagonizes the 8 numbers, bringing a warlike, chaotic, or dangerous quality to life. Elvis's obsessive fascination with guns and law enforcement reflects this 9 influence, along with many death threats made against him. Add to this, the TNN and day number are not in the same number series, causing a lack of harmony in this man's career and personal affairs. His hidden number is 17, a beautiful number describing someone whose name lives on after him, and one whose legacy is associated with peace and love. We see this description in Elvis's frequent acts of charity, his music, his dedication to his spiritual path, and his love of gospel recordings that were so important to him, and the adoring fans that he left behind. Even with all of his wealth and fame, Elvis still seemed to live a life of constant struggle. The number 8, in this case, seems to be playing out its negative karmic aspect as the swords of justice. This can mean that any success this individual achieves in love or career comes with a very high price. If all the accounts of Elvis's life are true, he paid with his loneliness, his inability to find privacy, his painful and highly publicized estrangement and divorce from Priscilla, his declining health, and a shortened lifespan due to a reliance on prescription drugs. With so many eights, this man's life was not his own. Brad Pitt. Brad equals 9. Pitt equals 17/8. 9 plus 8 gives us a 17/8 TNN. The day of birth, December 18th. The hidden number, 17. The period number, 3. Actor Brad Pitt's numbers are another example of the stormy combination of 8 and 9, but the 8 in this case appears to be on the positive side of justice's rewards, rather than the swords of justice that Elvis often experienced. As we know it, Brad has a beautiful family, a successful career, and seems to be living the life others only dream about. The 17 is tripled in this man's destiny chart. Any compound number showing up more than once is amplified. With 3 17s, his living examples of peace and love will most likely be what is remembered as the predominant legacy of this man's life. Like Elvis, Pitt is well known for his humanitarian acts and charitable giving, which are the epitome of the 17 energy of love and peace. He founded the Jolie Pitt Foundation to aid with humanitarian causes, is a supporter of the One campaign, fighting AIDS and poverty, and of same-sex marriage, to name a few. Pitt and his partner Angelina Jolie publicly refused to be married until everyone else could be lawfully married. Brad's 18/9 day number is not in harmony with his 3 8s. It is not, however, doubled as in Elvis's chart, and is in harmony with the first name Brad, also a 9, and the period number 3, the lucky Jupiter number. Even so, the chaotic and warlike nature of a Mars 9 does not sit well with the hard lessons of the Saturn 8. This could create conflict, controversy, and lack of peace in his personal and professional life. His period number 3 is expansion in all areas, which means the good and the bad gets bigger. It also adds an ability to communicate in all forms, connect with others, and bring his desires, visions, and dreams into reality to share with the world. 3s want to rule, and with this strong period number, Brad rules the big screen and his industry. The 3 also acts to tone down the 9 war nature somewhat by giving it an outlet through his craft, with such films as Fight Club and Troy. I don't recall ever seeing Brad in a weak film or anything without a major message attached to it. With all of the powerhouse 17/8s acting on the good side of karma, Brad would most likely make an incredible amount of money in this lifetime. But is it all worth it to Mr. Pitt? Does he own his life, or is he forever trapped in the role that fans and the press have created for him? Although many of us might want to trade places with him, does he really have the freedom, happiness, or whatever it is he truly wants from life? This is a question only Brad Pitt himself can answer. Now let's look at his partner, Angelina Jolie. Angelina equals a 24/6. Jolie is a 17/8. 6 plus 8 equals 14/5 for the TNN. The day of birth, June 4th, which is a 4. The hidden number, 18/9, and the period number is 5. Brad and Angelina have both the 18/9 and 17/8 in common. Her first name, a 24/6, is a number found in many successful people's charts. The fortunate 24 gives potency to Angelina's chart because her first name is used more often than her last name. One simply says Angelina, and most know of whom we are speaking. Even though her TNN is a 5, a magical number that gets along well with all other numbers, the ideal name number would be in the 1, 2, 4, 7 series to harmonize with her day number 4. This signals some disharmony in her personal affairs, but it is still beneficial, and we see the magical quality of her life and stardom, having not 1, but 2 5s in her destiny chart. Jolie is a 17/8. And like Brad, Angelina will be known as an agent for love and peace. She has been a great initiator in her charitable works and is the Goodwill Ambassador for the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. She is likely to make money and will be remembered after her death. The 14/5 warns of dangers from the elements, and this can apply to the body as well. Being a Gemini, Angelina may need to guard against problems with the lungs, respiratory system, or any area of the chest or breasts. The 14 makes her excel as a communicator, especially in writing, public speaking, oration, and a grasp of language in general, as it carries the power of command of the creative arts. We see this in her acting ability, but it makes me wonder if she has a book inside her head, waiting to be written, or a future autobiography. Author's note: as I write the previous sentence, I decided to look up the possibility. What I found is that she has, in fact, been busy with several books. Like Elvis and Brad Pitt, Angelina has 8s mixed with 9s in her destiny numbers, specifically an 18/9, which, as we know, brings out the possible warlike tendencies of the 9. Angelina also has 4-8-9 combination. This trinity is a mixing of the planet Uranus, Saturn, and Mars, which can be extremely volatile. It leads to hard lessons due to a propensity for attracting anger, enemies, and aggression, or being known for having at times an uncontrollable, angry, or aggressive nature, thus making enemies. Her 18 indicates possibly an outlet into some form of aggressiveness, an interest in martial arts, weaponry, or warlike tendencies, or these things being attracted into her life. It would not surprise me if she secretly collects guns or some kind of weapon, such as was seen in Elvis's destiny chart, or has a hidden fascination with the police or military. The 18 as a hidden number can also signal possible danger related to one's death. We explore the 18-4-8-9 connection in Ronald Reagan's chart later in this chapter. One does not think of the meeting of Brad and Angelina without remembering Brad's previous wife in this public love triangle, Jennifer Aniston. As a beautiful, talented, and much admired woman in her own right, I am sure she is tired of being associated with Brad and Angelina by press coverage that does not seem to let up, but the numbers of all three individuals are fascinating all the same. The astrology between Brad and Angelina seems more compatible than with Jennifer and Brad, and I was interested to see if her numbers showed these differences as well. Jennifer is a 32/5. Aniston is a 26/8. 5 plus 8 gives us a 13/4 TNN. Her day of birth is February 11th, which is a 2. The hidden number is 24/6, and the period number is 8. Like Sharon Stone, Jennifer has both the 23, related to the 32, and the 24 as her hidden number, setting the stage for a life of success. Her first name INN, 32/5, says, 32 is called the paths of wisdom and is a fortunate number with the magical power of its root number 5. Its karma is similar to 14 and 23, but this number has to do with groups of people, communities, countries, or society as a whole. Jennifer's hairstyles, fitness routines, and clothing style have influenced many women's choices all over the world. 32 is like a double whammy, carrying the talents of the 14 with mastery of oratory and speech required for acting, and the help from those in high places of the 23. The 14 also gives possible health warnings. Like Angelina, Jennifer is an astrological air sign. Aquarius rules the arteries, shins, calves, and circulation of the blood. Jennifer is known to be an ex-smoker and was seen holding a cigarette in public photos. Although it is Gemini which rules the lungs, it is known that more people die from circulatory conditions, such as heart attacks or strokes, due to smoking than cancer or lung disease. Nicotine and carbon monoxide seem to be the biggest problems. It would not be a good idea for her to start smoking again. The 32, however, is a higher vibration of the 14, and may therefore cancel out any negative health issues for her. But we have to pay attention to the number 8, the number of fate, being doubled in this chart. Her last name, Aniston, although a money number, carries a high price tag with it. Being a 26/8, it can be unlucky for partnerships. According to the press, Jennifer seems to be having repeatedly bad luck with keeping a man. To avoid the 26, she would have almost been better off taking Pitt for the last name in her former marriage, as the 17 is preferable to the 26. Since her day number is a 2, it is dominated by the 8 and subject to many struggles, pain, and hardship. Her price for love, money, and success may be high, even if the 8 seems to be representing karmic reward in her life. This could also be contributed to the highly lucky 24 and 32 carrying her. Ideally, though, dropping the 26/8 altogether would be best for 3 reasons. As an 8, it can create incredible sorrow and hardship for the 2. It is a difficult number in the area of relationships or partnerships, and it doubles the energy of her period 8. It is interesting how 2s can repeatedly attract the number 8, or people with a lot of 8s or 4s. At times, the 8 can be financially or worldly helpful to a 2, but there will often be the pain, humiliation, obstacles, loss, and depression that comes from combining a 2 to an 8, unless there are 4 or more numbers in the 2 series. It is interesting and unfortunate how being connected to Brad Pitt, who is dominated by the number 8, had such a hurtful and lasting influence on this woman's life and perceived reputation. Jennifer's day number 11/2 is compatible, however, with the TNN 13/4. Since 4s together with 8s increase both numbers' fatalism and negative characteristics, this would be another reason to eliminate the 8 in Aniston. The 2 and 4 together create harmony in her career, and the 13 is often found in the charts of successful people. Jennifer's hidden number also helps her chart tremendously, as it is a 24/6. This can be a guarantee for success, and combined with the 8s, the individual could earn substantial amounts of money. The 6 is a strong number and supports the 8. Her period number 8, found here in its negative expression during the time period of Aquarius, indicates again the areas of fate, power, and money. This period 8 increases the influence of the 26/8 last name and the 13/4 TNN. If Jennifer's personal life is one of pain and disappointment, she would be wise to adopt the colors, gemstones, and number of the opposite sign to Aquarius, which would be the Leo number 1, in addition to the colors of 2, her TNN, and 7, which are all in harmony. This would greatly improve the happiness of her personal life and make her life feel more like her own and under her control. Altering the influence of the Aquarius 8 may also help Jennifer in the area of partnerships, bringing us to an alternate solution, which would be to drop the name Aniston and take on a more fortuitous married name. Sacrifices to the Gods, Marilyn Monroe and Princess Diana. As with most of this book, I feel like this chapter is writing itself. I had chosen Marilyn Monroe and Princess Diana for this chapter, and their names just happened to be in sequential order, before I realized the similarities between these two women. Mainstream media has posted widely about the parallels. Both were blue-eyed blondes, married on the 29th to men 12 years older, and died at the age of 36. Both were born on 1 days and died on 4 days. Diana died on August 31st, and Marilyn on the 13th. You may recall from a previous chapter that the number 4 can sometimes be recurring in a one person's life and can show up as the harbinger of hardship, disappointment, and sometimes death. Elton John dedicated a song to both women, using the same melody, but changing the lyrics. Marilyn was said to have called herself the Queen of Diamonds. Diana was known as the Queen of Hearts. On your screen now are the many names and name numbers for the woman who was born Norma Jean Mortensen and is more commonly known as Marilyn Monroe. It is interesting how Mona Monroe had the same numbers as Marilyn Monroe, and the other names created similar numbers, such as 12, 8, and 13. I will begin with the name Marilyn Monroe first. In Marilyn's chart, we have the lucky numbers of 30, 1, and the magical 5. The 17/8 would normally be considered fortunate. It was, in the sense that this woman was in a position to make money or attract those with money, and her name is remembered after her death. The 8 is not fortunate, however, with her 2 TNN. An 8 with a 2 brings hardship and pain, and the cost of any benefit of the 8 is not worth the price. Marilyn, although at superstar status, was one of the lowest paid actresses in Hollywood. Her life was a continual emptiness of the soul. It is common knowledge that she was known to be an unhappy woman, cut off from others, monitored by those controlling her career and life, and suffering from psychological problems that some have attributed to possible mind control by her managers. Others credit this to her difficult and abusive childhood. Her TNN2 and day number 1 are in harmony, being from the same series. Her period number 5 is in general, compatible, and a magical number for success. The thing that stands out here is the 12 hidden number. It is unsupported and thus signifies a life of sacrifice. This woman's choices are not her own, as plans are always forsaken for the interests and demands of others. The 12 here can eventually take on the meaning of becoming an actual sacrifice. As Norma Jean Baker, and my question is, was she still using this name privately? She has the 19, a higher version of the 1, and the 17 and 12 again. The 12 is doubled and unsupported, which is a grave warning for the future. Oddly enough, as is often the case, she could not escape the 12 as it became her hidden number with the name change to MM. NJB's hidden number is 13. This brings a 4 into her numbers, which sometimes creates problems for a 1 and increases the influence of the 8. Her childhood reflects the pain of the 4 and the double 12. She was abandoned by her biological father and mother and abused in orphanages and foster homes. It also combines the 13 death number with the 12 sacrifice number. The name Norma Jean Baker does not harmonize with the day number. Her life may have appeared better in many ways as Marilyn, but she still did not have control over what happened to her. Sadly, this woman did not find the happiness that one would think should have been hers, with so much fame, charisma, beauty, brains, and talent. Marilyn Monroe has a TNN of 2. Her day number is a 1. Her first name is an 8. In the rules of numbers, 2s tend to attract 8s into their lives, and 1s attract 4s. These are usually precursors of pain, sorrow, and difficulties. She was born in 1926, the last 2 numbers adding to 8, on a 1 day. She died in 1962, the 8th month, on a 4 day, with again the last 2 numbers adding to 8. Note, although the 4 may bring possible hardship to the 1 can, on the other hand, bring good fortune to the 4. Next, Princess Diana. Her brother Earl Spencer summed up her life and influence when he described Princess Diana of Wales as a symbol of selfless humanity and the most hunted person of the modern age. She is known by many names publicly, and it is this incredible variety of titles and nicknames that is not only unusual, but shows her impeccable bloodlines and the level of worldwide notoriety this woman inspired. It also makes it difficult to calculate her destiny numbers, as all of these different names and nicknames were having an effect on her life. Many of these titles included the Queen of Hearts, the Princess of Hearts, HRH, Her Royal Highness, Duchess of Rothschild, Duchess of Cornwall, Countess of Chester, Baroness of Renfrew, the Honorable Diana Frances Spencer, Lady Diana Frances Spencer, and Her Royal Highness the Princess of Wales. But for the purposes of Chaldean numerology, I will use here the names under which she was most commonly known. For the sake of simplicity, I will start by separating the most popular names she used while married, and then look at how her names changed after her divorce. First and foremost, her day number is 1, and her period number is 2. Neither of these can be changed, so the names should coincide with these. She would be addressed with the title of Princess as the wife of the prince, and the INNs are 5, 12, 15, 18, and 30, with the hidden numbers 22, 36, and 43. Her TNNs are 6, 8, and 21. Princess Diana of Wales is a harmonious name in itself, being composed of all numbers in the 369 series and creating a TNN of 21/3, but does not harmonize with the day number 1. Princess Diana, again, a name in the 369 series, with a TNN of 6, does not harmonize with the day or period numbers 1 and 2. This immediately shows a personal life that is not in accord with her worldly one. Princess Di, a nickname given by the media, creates a TNN of 8, bringing in the number of fate and a life subjugated to it. The 8 indicates sorrow, pain, and difficulties with the period number 2. Her INN 12 indicates her life and personal desires being sacrificed for the demands of her station in life, with its expectations and rules of decorum, duties and responsibilities, as well as the burden of being the constant apple of the media's eye. We can see the manifestation of her first hidden number 22, which mirrors her experience of married life as part of the royal family, her problems with the queen, disillusionment in a marriage based on responsibilities instead of love, and the lack of privacy being in such a lofty position required. The 22 is represented by an honorable person who lives in a state of enjoyment based on false beliefs or hopes, a state of illusory happiness when one may actually be surrounded by fools. He can be fooled by others or lured into danger, remaining unaware of the other's foolishness until it is too late. This person can also make bad decisions due to the influence of others. Her second hidden number, 43, states, "This is not a fortunate number." 43 is symbolized by the energy of power plays, stirring up opposition, revolutions, conflicts, defeats, and failures. In all of these numbers together, we have paired the 4, 8, and 9, which is a tumultuous combination, creating the possibility of much unhappiness, chaos, conflict, and controversy. After Diana's divorce, she still held the title Diana, Princess of Wales, unless she decided to remarry. She was stripped of the title Her Royal Highness by the Queen. In the press, she began to be called Lady Diana, Lady Di, and Lady Diana Spencer. Here, the numbers take a turn for the worse, combining the 12, 13, 15, 16, 17, 44, and 31/4. She has 4s and 8s with 15, the death number 13 with the sacrifice number 12, the 4, 8, and 9 together, and the name Lady Di, D-I, being the homophone of Lady Di, D-I-E. Her 12 TNN is doubled by the first name INN 12. It remains unsupported by her day number. Her apartment numbers at Kensington Palace were 8 and 9. Overall, an eventually disastrous mix of personal destiny numbers. Princess and Lady were calculated for Diana, as these would remain lifelong titles. A temporary title for an individual would not be calculated, such as mayor or any title subject to a term. Mystery of the 18. Some numbers have a dual meaning, as we have seen in the chapter on compound numbers. 18 is one of those numbers, with strange qualities about it. The Moon Tarot card that represents this number in the Major Arcana is often interpreted to mean a mystery, the unseen or hidden. The 18 will not prevent success, as its root number 9 is a lucky number, but this is a dual nature number, which can be both fortunate and unfortunate. Here I present an example of a person with the 18 for a day number. A friend of mine called me a while back and asked me to look at the numbers for her husband's favorite author, Hunter S. Thompson. The successful writer had apparently killed himself, and my friend could not find anything in his numbers to refer to his suicide. Here is what I found. Hunter, 27. S, 3. Thompson, 43. 9 plus 3 plus 7 equals 19 TNN. Date of birth, July 18th. Hidden number, 10. Period number, 2. Mr. Thompson had the positive numbers 27, 19, 18, and 10. These promise to bring in some success into the life of the individual. His TNN 19 is not in harmony with his day number 18. Therefore, the 18 is an unsupported number, just dangling there waiting to play itself out. Because it is unsupported, the negative side of the number will be felt in some manner or manifestation. He also had the unfortunate 43, which, like the 18, is unsupported. The hidden number is a 10, which means the individual's life will be known or his course determined by his own hand. I asked my friend if this man had, by chance, shot himself. She said yes. The 18 says, danger from the elements such as storms, danger from water, fires, and explosions. The word explosions to me can be related to guns or what is man-made. His hidden number 10 suggests to me that he decided the hidden action to be taken, as he is the one who shot himself. And 18, the moon, represents things hidden from view. These hidden things could represent his thoughts about suicide, or something secret done in private. I then asked her if he had shot himself in the head, and in particular, the mouth. She said, yes. This number also states, 18 is symbolized as a moon emanating the reflected light of the sun, with drops of blood falling into the open mouths of a wolf and dog, and a crayfish coming out of the water below them. Here we have quite a graphic image of blood in the mouth. I do not strive to shock or scare with this example, or anywhere else in this book. I am a realist, and cannot deny that wonderful things and truly horrific things are happening in the world every day. To deny or ignore the unpleasant, and not take appropriate action, may unnecessarily subject you to its influence. Elvis Presley and the 18. Another example of the strangeness of the 18 was in our earlier example of Elvis Presley's birth year number. The 18 was doubled and unsupported in his destiny numbers, and repeated itself in his year numbers. It was also combined with the fatalistic 8. Elvis died when the number 18 no longer showed up in his destiny year calculations. If one knows anything about the details of Elvis's life and reads the meaning of the 18, it is easy to see how this number applies to the events and relationships this man experienced. There is a conspiracy rumor that Elvis did not die in his bathroom, but was shot in the head. There are many speculations surrounding his death, due to a corpse that did not share his facial characteristics, and many things that did not add up. I would like to leave it here, as we know it, that Elvis died at Graceland, just as was reported, and we will let him rest in peace. Now moving on to something quite different. We're going to investigate the name of the Ebola virus, which at the time of this writing was of a great concern to the world. Ebola equals 9/18. Virus also equals 9/18. 9 plus 9 equals 18 for the TNN. Its pattern of disease is to begin with a fever. The number 9 in planet Mars is related to fevers, as it centers around the head, which rules Aries. And in its more drastic stages, internal bleeding leading to bleeding from the eyes and possibly ears and nose, also pertaining to the head. Ebola virus is a triple 18. Ronald Reagan and the 18, and 489. Ronald is 22. Reagan is 17. The TNN is 12. The day of birth, February 6th. The hidden number, 18. And the period number, 8. I want to present another example of the 18 as a hidden number, along with the mixing of the numbers 4, 8, and 9. Reagan was an interesting character, to say the least. He began as a sportscaster, followed by a career as an actor, and then President of the United States. In Reagan's numbers, the first thing I notice is the 8 period number, the 17/8 last name, and the 22/4 first name. Here we have an 8 and 4 theme, the fatalistic numbers, and a person's life in the hands of that fate. In the case of Mr. Reagan, we can concur that the 4s and 8s were bringing him good karmic fortune. The 17 amplified here by the additional 4 and 8 guarantees this man's name will live on after him. Unlike Elvis Presley, Reagan's TNN, 12/3, and day of birth, 6, are in harmony. Therefore, the 12, which would normally signify sacrifice, is negated to a degree, and the positive qualities of the 3 are felt. In turn, this individual's personal and career affairs would be harmonious. 3 people want to be in positions of authority, so this individual had big dreams for himself. The 18/9 is also harmonious with these numbers. We remember from the previous example of Hunter S. Thompson that the 18 can suggest some type of violence of the 9. The 18 played out with Reagan being shot in an assassination attempt. True to the 18, the first shot missed and hit the White House press secretary in the head. Amazingly, Reagan was only hit by the 6th and final bullet, 6 in harmony with the 12/3, and survived this incident due to the harmony of his numbers. The provocation is the 4, 8, and 9 brought together here in his destiny numbers. If you recall from Chapter 6, under Rules of Numbers, joining these 3 numbers attracts disasters and accidents. With the 18, you have the gunfire or man-made explosives, combined with the 4 and 8 related to acts of fate. We also have the sacrifice number 12. I do not want to imply or suggest here that anyone who has an 18 in their numbers is going to be subject to some type of gunfire or violence, but it is worth noting in destiny numbers where we have unresolved problems and the 18 is present. If you continue to research Reagan's incredible life and career, you will see his numbers playing themselves out in amazing synchronicity. Now we move on to other celebrities. Next is Tiger Woods. Tiger is a 15/6. Woods is 27/9. The TNN is 15/6. The day of birth, December 30th/3. The hidden number, 45/9. And the period number, 8. Tiger Woods is one of the most successful golfers of all time and one of the highest paid athletes in the world. He was a child prodigy as well, winning many awards. He has fantastic numbers in the 369 series, including 2 15s, a 27, a 30, and a 45. This is pretty hard to beat. The 8 period number suggests fate and the acquisition of money. The only problems here are the 15 combined with an 8, bringing addictions and a dark side influence and temptations, and the 8 with a 9, pulling in the energy of chaos and destruction. These can be seen in his publicized marital indiscretions and divorce, which cost him sponsorships, leading to a loss in his form and ending his winning streak. You can see clearly, in his public confession, the dark energy of temptation in this man's life, mixing 15 with 8, and the destructiveness of 8 and 9. On February 19th, 2010, Woods gave a televised statement in which he apologized for his actions. He said, "I thought I could get away with whatever I wanted to. I felt that I had worked hard my entire life and deserved to enjoy all the temptations around me. I felt I was entitled. Thanks to money and fame, I didn't have to go far to find them. I was wrong. I was foolish." Aside from the negative influence of some of his number combinations, Tiger Woods had an amazing career. He broke numerous golf records and won too many awards to list here. Some of those have been the PGA Player of the Year, a record 11 times, the Byron Nelson Award, a record 8 times, winning 14 professional major golf championships, 18 World Golf Championships, and 79 PGA Tour events. Woods is the youngest player to achieve the career Grand Slam. He was inducted into the California Hall of Fame and has been named Athlete of the Decade. This is only a very partial listing of all his achievements. Next, let's look at the life of a timeless and well-loved actress, Julia Roberts. Julia is 12/3. Roberts, 25/7. 3 plus 7 equals 10/1 for the TNN. Day of birth, October 28th, which is a 1. The hidden number is 38, which is the same as 29 karmically. Period number, 9. Immediately, the first thing I notice in Julia's numbers is her TNN and day number being in harmony under the powerful number 1. The 10 is a number of success and protects her to a large degree from the negative qualities of the 28. With the 10 and 2 1s, This woman can accomplish just about anything she sets her mind on achieving. I noticed that her hidden number, although a 38, is in harmony with her day in TNN as well. Any grief caused by the 38 will be overcome. Julia seems like such a strong person, but the hidden number, being an emotional 2, pops up, and we feel the heart and soul of this woman come through in her ability to bring believable and heartfelt emotion into any role she plays. She is likable, and we relate to her because we sense she cares and has been through the pains of experience in life. It's worth noting that the 38 has the same meaning as 29, and although her present marriage, at the time of this writing, seems long-lasting and harmonious, I cannot help but think there may be difficulties ahead, or all may not be as it seems. Julia's first name, although beautiful, is not a positive number. 12 is the number of sacrifice. It is highly probable that this woman has had to make huge sacrifices to get where she is in her career, or feels her life is at the mercy of it on some level. Her period number of 9 helps to harmonize this number to some degree, as she is usually called Julia Roberts, and not just Julia, like Angelina, by the media. The influence of the 12 is reduced, and the 10/1 name crowns her. She is known and succeeds by her own intentions. The lessons learned through the 12 and the 38, which is related to the 29, may be the reason she tends to keep her personal life private and out of the public eye as much as possible. Roberts is an excellent number for success, being the lucky 25/7. The 7 also brings good fortune in its harmonious connection with the TNN, day, and hidden numbers. This woman has balance in her personal and professional lives. We feel a sense of the authentic with Julia, that what you see is what you get. Next, we examine Martin Luther King Jr., or MLK, whose birth name was Michael. This is a man I greatly admire. He is one of those people who changes us by his courage and wisdom. To begin with, MLK has a theme of 11 and 4 in his numbers. The year of his birth is 1929, has the last 2 digits equaling 11, and the total year equals 22/4. His original name, Michael King, also carries the 11 and 22/4. If he had used this name, it would have given him a hidden number of 12, although he was sacrificed anyway, even with the new numbers, as I'll explain why. He has an 8 theme with the 17, 35, and 8, so his life was placed in the hands of fate, as well as guiding and influencing the fate and future of a nation. He was assassinated on April 4th, 1968, a doubled 4 of the month and day. Holiday celebrations in his honor began in 1971, a year ending in 8. His death became a federal holiday in 1986, a reversal of 68, and a monument in DC was dedicated in 2011, the year ending in 11 and equaling a 4. In observing his personal numbers, the first thing I noticed is the 3 8s with the 2 TNN. Secondly, I note that his day of birth is the 15th. This is not a fortunate combination with the 8s. In particular, the 35 carries a heavy warning and is amplified with the other 8s, and the 15, which brings in dark side destructive energy. The 17 ensures one's name being remembered after death as an instrument of peace, but in this case, with the fatalistic 8s and dark side betrayal of the 15, his death would not be a happy one. He was killed for the words that he spoke. His 11 is unsupported, as the 11 can mean getting into trouble for speaking one's mind. It is his very manner of death, and his message, though, that makes us remember him as the great man that he was, and we learn from his words an example of love, peace, and brotherhood. Our next example is Robin Williams. Robin is 17, Williams is 22, the TNN is 12, day of birth July 21st, hidden number 33, period number 2. Upon hearing of his death today, I wanted to see Robin's numbers and decided to add them to this book. Robin Williams' destiny numbers contain the lucky 17, 21, and 33. He also has his TNN and day number in harmony. The 33 is help from those in higher places. Upon graduating from high school, he was one, if only a small number, chosen to attend Juilliard, and one of only 2 accepted into the advanced program. Almost immediately after leaving Juilliard, he was cast in the Richard Pryor Show, a Happy Days episode, and within 2 years he had his own television sitcom, Mork and Mindy. He became known for his stand-up comedy, voiceovers, television and Broadway appearances, and many successful movies. He was convincing in any role and setting. A supported 12 alters the sacrifice required by others that comes with this number, making him a slave to public demand, such as many celebrities. Any sacrifice this individual makes would be of his own choosing. When we look at his life, it was one of continual success, yet this man was anything but peaceful or happy. He has publicly proclaimed that he abused alcohol and cocaine to escape depression and loneliness. Alcohol became his biggest nemesis. It is interesting that just glancing at his astrology chart shows 3 water placements for his sun, moon, and rising sign, with Neptune in the 12th house and Moon in the 4th. This could be an indicator for an attraction to alcohol. The 17/8 of his first name is a fatalistic number, combined with the 22/4 of the last name, increasing fate's control of this man's life. The 22 is represented by suffering and anxiety of mind. Robin Williams definitely lived in his mind, and depression was an ongoing battle for him. It has been shown in tests that negative thoughts are not caused by depression. Depression is caused by negative thoughts. The 22 was leading him to his own downfall with the 12. Robin ended up committing suicide. Additional details of the circumstances of his death have not been released as of the writing of this book. Although his loss is felt, his name will most definitely live on after him, with the 17/8 promise of being remembered with love. Chapter 9. First, Middle, and Last Names. Since most people don't usually go by their full name in casual settings, your first name is likely the name most often spoken when people address you. As its influence is increased by its use, the number representing the total of the first name, INN, then, can be considered pretty important. It is wise to consider making sure that this number is a fortunate one. Something interesting to think about is that people with the same first name would share the same name INN number. If the name John, John, equals 18/9, you could say that all people named John are sharing the influence of the 18/9, and so would have things in common between them. If you altered the spelling of the name John to Jon, you would have a different energy, because Jon, John, would be 1 + 7 + 5 only, which equals 13/4. Dropping the H gives these two names different INN name numbers of 18 and 13. Note that if you did not see the names written, you would not be aware of the difference in spelling, because both of these names are pronounced the same. The phonetics of their names, how they sound, can give them a similarity. Identical sound frequencies could share similar characteristics from their phonetics alone. So in this form of Chaldean numerology, you could say that you are calculating the energies of written words. This involves eyesight. If we were to work with phonetics, which requires this sense of hearing, we could decode these energies as well. This relates to a branch of Chaldean connected to the Hebrew alphabet and its interpretations of the sounds of vowels and combinations of consonants. For example, the letter A can have a long sound, as in aim, or a short sound, as in apple, or all, as in law. Depending on the vowel phonetic, a number value would be assigned to the letter A. If it is a long A, it would be assigned the number 2. The short A's would be assigned the number value 1. There are also differences in the consonant letters, such as T or S, when they are alone or combined with an H. Phonetic numerology will not be covered in this book, as it has different rules from this one presented. I leave it to you, the listener, to explore and expand your own studies. In addition to names sharing the same INNs and phonetics, you also give characteristics to names based on your experiences with them. So if you have had a liking for people named John, Your opinion of the name John adds to the collective unconscious, defining the energy of that name and its future use. The first name as an archetype. As you individually add energy to names by your experiences with other people, you help define name characteristics in the overall mass consciousness. Sigmund Freud, the father of psychoanalysis, has surmised that we live out our adult lives through the filters set by individual childhood traumas buried in our unconscious. Meaning, if someone was bullied in childhood, they will continue to play the victim of bullies in various circumstances throughout adulthood. On the other hand, Carl Jung, a Swiss psychiatrist, had come to a different conclusion about the unconscious mind and its influence. He believed that we were a combined collective pool of consciousness, and that this mass pool found outlets through each individual's unconscious mind to express itself. In other words, when we played the victim role in adulthood, we were not channeling our own buried experience of being bullied as a child, but rather everyone's experience of being bullied. Bullying and victimization are archetypes in the overall unconscious. So whether someone was beat up by kids at school, controlled by an older sister, threatened by a parent, and so on, it made no difference, as it was all bullying. Bullying in the collective consciousness will find a way to channel itself into everyone's life in some way. So the adult acting out a victim role in adult life is channeling everyone's experience who had ever been bullied, not just their own. In this same way, when we take on a first name, we channel from the collective unconscious the energy of everyone who ever had that name. All Janes are tapped into the archetype Jane, so to speak. Names take on a mythology, just as there are 12 signs in the zodiac that follow archetypal traits. Is it not interesting, then, that names can subtly or unconsciously allude to someone's character without knowing anything about the person? It is as if hearing a name tells us something about someone, or causes a reaction of like, dislike, or indifference in us. Sometimes this can be attributed to knowing someone from the past with that particular name, and sometimes it has no explanation. I was speaking with one of my friends, I'll call her Julie, about some events that had occurred surrounding a particular woman. Before I could get to the part of how this woman had made me suffer, Julie asked me what the woman's name was. When I told her Tamara, she said, "Oh, she sounds like a mean person." It made me wonder if Julia had had negative experiences with someone named Tamara, as she based most of her opinion on this woman's name alone. Did her experience with Tamara come about through personal experience, or was she tapping into the unconscious mass pool of thought? I asked Julie if she had known a Tamara before, and she said no. I have a client who does not like anyone named Kathy. She was okay with women named Kathy with a K, but not with the C. When I asked her the reason for this, she did not really know. She just said Kathys always seem to turn out as she expects them to, whiny and, according to her, irritating, whereas the Kathys with a K were much more likable. No offense meant here, as I happen to love Kathys. I think to some degree we all have preconceived notions or prejudices about certain names, possibly from a shared unconscious past life memory. As times and fashions change, a name can become undesirable. For example, look at the way we treat the name Karen in the year 2025. Or the name Gertrude in its day probably implied an attractive woman. In my generation, a person might initially laugh if you said your name was Gertrude, or not believe you. Again, I do not mean offense to any Gertrudes, but it is not a name I have ever known anyone to have, and it is not commonly used today. I don't know why the name is funny, or why it implies an elderly, outdated person in my culture. I am sure there are some wonderful Gertrudes out there, and if I met one, my impression of the name would probably change. We all do this. We can't help it, as we are, according to Jung, vehicles for the connected unconscious mind. In summary, then, first names tend to take on the persona of all the people who have owned the name. As you live out your life under a certain name, your experiences add to the name's perception in the future collective mind. Therefore, names and our perception of them change, like the Gertrude example above. They have an energy and life of their own, through the influence of those who have held and lived the name, others' opinions of them, and the numbers that make up the name. In a sense, the name becomes its own archetype. Your family name. Your last name is shared with those in your family and represents your connection to your ancestry. The use of this name can bring with it all the blessings, curses, karma, associations, and ancestral history of that side of the family. With the name, you take on everything that goes and has gone with it. It's as if you are merged with the energy and carry it forward. What is your family history? What has seemed to be a common theme with relatives sharing your last name? Do you need to do some healing or break ties with some negative family patterns? These are questions you may want to ask yourself before using this name in the future. Sometimes a shaman or healer can help with deep-seated ancestral issues, as well as working with present family karma, with psychoanalysis and forgiveness. Unless someone is actually called by their last name, this is usually a name only spoken formally, in introductions or written or legal documents. Therefore, I do not see a lot of connection between families who share a common last name, such as Smith or Jones. The connections happen on a personal level, with one's own family and personal history. If, however, you are often called by your last name, or it is used a lot in connection with you, then its number would be very prominent in your life. In the case of an unfortunate last name INN, one should consider changing the name in some way. Sometimes it can be difficult or seem difficult to change your last name because others, such as family members or a spouse, may feel offended. Grandpa may be expecting you to carry on the family name, or as a woman, your husband may be insulted if you don't want to take his name. Family can get sensitive, so if you absolutely must keep an unfortunate last name to keep the peace and avoid offending anyone, then be absolutely certain that all of your other numbers are fortunate. A second option is to use a different last name in your business, social media, or career, and use your birth name in private matters. Remember, if you decide to keep a negative number last name, even part of the time, it will still affect your life. When changing the name, a married woman can try using her maiden name if her married name is not giving her a fortunate number. Another way to alter the last name is adding or deleting a letter or two, such as one L instead of two, or doubling a letter. An example would be Watson, W-A-T-S-O-N, or Watson, W-A-T-T-S-O-N. In some cases, a completely new last name is needed. Author's note: my view is that a woman's last name is just as important as a man's. Consider this. There is never a doubt about a child's maternity, as there is with paternity. So wouldn't it be wiser for the norm to be that children and husbands take on the mother's last name? Middle names. For most people, the middle name is only used when signing a legal document that asks for the middle name or initial. In numerology, it can be very useful when changing one's name. In some circumstances, the middle name can be substituted for a first name, which has an unfortunate INN number. One could also use the middle initial to influence or change one's name numbers. In the name Billy Mason, spelled B-I-L-L-I-E, one could change the first name spelling and use Billy Mason, B-I-L-L-Y, instead. Another option would be adding the middle initial, Billy J. Mason. If this person uses the middle name and is known as Billy Joe, they could drop the name Joe or Billy to create more harmonious numbers. Baby names. Picking a name for your baby is important, because in that name lies the luck and success of their future experiences. Since one cannot control the day the child is born, outside of induced labors, it would be best to wait until after the child is born to make sure the name will be harmonious to the day number and creates a positive hidden number. You would do the same number chart and follow the same rules as you would for an adult. Also consider the town you reside in and its harmony with your child's name and birth date. Chapter 10. Synchronicities and Numbers. When asked, what is your favorite number? Many of us have a digit that comes to mind that we like, or may consider our lucky number. Usually this is a number that shows up repetitively in our lives, or a number that has a positive experience connected to it, such as winning contests or lotteries, or your child being born on a certain day. The energies of numbers do affect us, and certain ones do seem to be attracted to us. Recurring numbers. In your personal life, certain numbers may be predominant, continuing to show up everywhere in addresses, license plates, receipt totals, bank account numbers, or ID numbers and the like. Or maybe you were born on the 3rd, are the 3rd son. Your parents were married on the 3rd. You have 3 children. Events happen to you in 3-year cycles, and so on. It is very common for numbers to recur in an individual's life, marking important events and milestones. Are you noticing unusual synchronicities with numbers? It is important to notice these coincidental sequences, as it may show you what number is dominating your life. If your day number is a 4 or 8, it can be especially helpful to be aware if one or both are recurring or are attracted to you in life. Are they bringing negative or positive experiences? If the 4 or 8 are popping up everywhere, notice what occurred on those dates, events, circumstances, or with the people who have these numbers. If troublesome, it would be wise to use one of the strong numbers of 1, 3, 5, or 6 to replace the harmful 4 or 8 influence in your life. Numbers in families. You may notice a particular number that seems to repeat in your family. This can be a number being passed from generation to generation, such as your grandfather always having coincidences with the number 13 that passes down to your father and you. There could be a history of repetitious patterns with the family name number as well. This family has a last name INN of 20/2, which created a 2 recurring theme. The effects of the 20 are also carried forward with those who kept the last name and those who did not. Family theme of 2. There are 7 children in this family, by the way. The letters in the family's last name add to 20, which reduces to a 2. The father's full name adds to 2. The mother's first name adds to 2. 3 children are born on the 2nd of the month. 2 children are born on 1 days. 2 family members are born on 4 days, and they are the only 2 fire signs. This leaves 2 members left with unmatched birth dates. There are 2 boys, and they are the only 2 children born on unmatched dates. The first child was male and born in the 2nd month. He was second to 2 miscarriages. His first name adds to 22, and his nickname is a 2. The second child is female, born on the 2nd of March. The total of her birth date adds to 2. She's married, and now her name adds to 2. She has 2 children. There are 4 children whose full name adds to 2. 2 are born on the 28th. 2 are born during the 11th month, which is a 2 month. Every family member is born on an even day, a multiple of 2. All grandchildren are multiples of 2. 1 grandchild was lost, making now 4 children in that family, although never forgotten. 2 of the children are gay and chose not to have grandchildren. The 2 remaining unmarried children did not have children, despite efforts to do so. My parents and the numbers 4 and 8. My parents are born on 4 and 8 days. People with the personal numbers of 4 and 8 can have very fate-directed lives and repeatedly attract these numbers to themselves. Here are just a few of their major milestones. My dad is born on the 26th and 8th day. He is born during the 8th month. His birth year, 1926, ends with 2 and 6, adding to an 8. My dad's last birthday before he died was August 26th, 2006, an 8-day, 8-month, 8-year, as 2006 adds to 8. My mom is born on the 4th. She is born in the 4th month. The 31 of her birth year, 1931, adds to 4. My mother's total name number adds to 4, and my mother's hidden number is a 4. The total of her birth date is 4. The letters of my mother's maiden name add to 8. They celebrated their last anniversary together in 2006, which adds to 8. The entire anniversary date adds to 17/8. Their phone number 447-5627 added to 8. My dad died in his 80th year. my parents' marriage and the 369 series. My parents were married on a 3-day, which triggered the series of 369 repeating, and at times taking over the energy of the 4 and 8. This is a sampling of this 369 theme. For more, you can refer to Chapter 7 on numbers and compatibility. My parents were married on the 30th, a 3-day. They were married in the 6th month. The year of marriage, 1956, adds to 21, a 3. The total date of their marriage adds to 30/3. The address of their house was 3117, adding to a 12/3. My dad died on June 24th, a 6-day in the 6th month. The year my dad died, 2007, adds to 9. Adding up the entire date of his death adds to 21/3. There were 9 family members. The office building he owned and worked in added to a 6. 4 children were born relating to a 369 series date: 24th, 3rd month, 6th month, 9th month. That leaves 3 born on 2 dates. Their firstborn was the 3rd pregnancy after 2 miscarriages and was born on the 24th, a 6-day. He worked in the 6th office with my father. The 4 and 8 in the Presley family. Vernon Presley was the illegal age of 17 when he married Gladys. 17 adds to 8. Vernon and Gladys Presley were married on the 17th of June, an 8-day. At the end of June 1934, Gladys knew she was pregnant. That year adds to 17, an 8. Elvis was born on January 8, 1935, an 8-day. His twin brother was stillborn, symbolizing the 8's connection to sorrow with the 2. Gladys lost her mother in 1935, the last 2 digits totaling 8. Vernon receives a check for only $4 for the sale of a hog. He felt cheated, and he and his brother were accused of altering the amount to $40. Both 4s. On January 4th, 1938, a 4-day, Vernon does not receive a bond for bail from his father. Vernon ends up being sentenced to prison. He was released in 1939, adding to a 22/4. When Elvis was 13, a 4, his family packed up and left for Memphis in 1948, a year which adds to 22/4. The family bought a home in Memphis with the address 1034 Audubon Drive, the number adding to an 8. On March 17, 1957, an 8-day in a 4-year, Elvis buys Graceland. Elvis loses his mother at age 22, equaling a 4. Elvis's last concert was in Indianapolis on June 26, 1977, an 8-day. They considered Jesse Guerin the 4th member of the family. Vernon divorces his second wife after 17 years, an 8. Vernon, the last member of their family, dies on the 26th of June 1979, an 8-day, with the entire year adding to a 4. As I have shown in an earlier example, Elvis and his twin Jesse shared number similarities in their names. Their birth date is an 8. Elvis Presley equals 18. Jesse is a 17. Guerin is an 18. Jesse's TNN is 17. Elvis's hidden number is 17. Jesse's hidden number is 16, the falling tower or shattered citadel. Their period number is an 8. In addition to the 4s and 8s, the father, Vernon Presley, has a connection to the number 16. Here are a few of the recurrences. He was born in 1916, the year ending in 16. He was kicked out of the house at age 16. His only son died on August 16th. The year he married Gladys was 1933, adding to 16. On November 16th, he was indicted for the forgery of the $4 check altercation. His second wife, Dee, divorced her husband in 1960, adding to a 16 to marry Vernon. He died in 1979, the last 2 digits adding to a 16. The second wife, whom he divorced, and seemed to be the source of anguish for Elvis, died at age 88, adding to a 16. 1111, 33, and other mysterious numbers. You may have heard of the 1111 phenomenon, which started in the early 1990s, where large numbers of people have been noticing 1111 everywhere they look. In addition to the 1111, Many people are frequently seeing other number patterns, such as 1234, 1133, 1212, or 1333, and so on. There is a lot of speculation as to what these coincidental number sequences mean. It is believed that the 1111, 111, or 11 is considered a doorway to a higher vibration of evolution as the Earth moves into this more enlightened frequency. Synchronicities are related to this shift. I see the 1111 as two doorways, representing the battle between light and dark, or good and evil. I feel that these energy doorways have opened up, and people are being given a choice which door they are going to take. Are you going to side with the light and choose to allow your soul to evolve spiritually? Or are you going to get sucked into the dark side and remain stuck in the false power and suffering of an illusory world? These doorways can also be likened to choosing God, self, or the ego. Some are of the belief that this evolvement opportunity will take us into a fifth dimensional reality. There is a major fight or last-ditch effort happening right now by those that would see us held back to keep people in the darkness of ignorance, pain, anger, grief, and suffering. A fight for souls, or the age-old battle between the light and the dark, so to speak. It may be a time to make your choice. I also view the 1111 as a doorway for many souls to enter and exit during this time of accelerated evolution. The 1111, for me, is also a revolving doorway, meaning that cycles come and go. We evolve, then devolve in an endless loop. Some see 1111 as a divine alignment timing for twin flames to reunite. A lot of these noticeable number repetitions and combinations relate to the sacred geometry of the universe. These numbers are markers along the way of synchronous happenings and alignments. It is also thought that we are in a type of matrix computer program, similar to the ideas in the movie The Matrix. Number repetitions and serendipities are information about where we are in the matrix hologram. It is the very confinement of this program that makes the choice for evolution, as mentioned above, necessary. In a nutshell, realize that the energies of such numbers as 33, 13, etc. represent the light side and have positive messages, but are also being used by the dark side to trap, enslave, and ensnare. Your intention and choice to evolve, or not to evolve, will decide their influence on you, good or ill. This is a world of duality. While 1111 has many positive connotations in the New Age movement, if you are a realist, you will have to consider the other side of things as well. Lincoln and Kennedy, or Kennedy and Lincoln, or Lincoln. A common comparison between the synchronicities of Abraham Lincoln and John F. Kennedy's lives has been going around the internet on multiple sites. How much of it is true, I am uncertain, but it is an interesting read, as Lincoln and Kennedy both add to 27. I won't go any further with it here, but I humbly invite those who are interested in the subject to do their own research online. Chapter 11. A brief introduction to timing and prediction. I suggest that this section be approached after you have a full grasp of the personal numbers and their rules, as addressed in previous chapters. Going too quickly into this learning can be overwhelming and discourage you from what is actually an easy system to learn, if you remember the rules. So far, you have studied the numbers and what type of experiences they are suggesting, but not when these circumstances are likely to occur. In this chapter, I want to introduce you to ways of predicting the timing of events, as well as what triggers them. Always remember that if you are willing to change unfortunate personal numbers, disturbing or tragic events can be avoided or decreased in severity. Lucky numbers will help bypass what could have been a cause for suffering. The triggers. First, it is important to become familiar with any recurring numbers or number themes in your life, as discussed in the previous chapter. This will help determine what number or numbers are directing your life, which may provide clues pointing to the possible timing of events. I call these triggers, as they seem to ignite or set the stage for playing out the circumstances of your personal destiny numbers and their predictive meanings, found in Chapter 2. Some of the main triggers are locations, the pattern of destiny, the birth year, the current year, the numbers 4 and 8, and the person's age numbers. I will discuss each of these here separately. A knowledge of astrology and palmistry prediction is also helpful for confirmations of what the numbers may show. Location trigger. When an individual decides to move to a new location, the city, town, and number address of the house can trigger one of their personal destiny numbers to play out, whether this be fortunate or unfortunate. A location trigger does not include the street name, as there is more than one lot or residence on a given street. The address number that identifies the house, apartment, or structure where the individual resides is considered the location, as well as considering the city number, which gives an overall contributing influence of the entire area's energy. The county is more of a general influencer, as there are multiple cities or towns within a county. The same is true for the state, or whatever is similar in your country, such as a province. Out of these, the address number will have the most influence on an individual's personal life. Pay attention to the addresses of businesses, work, or other important places, as well as your home. Here is a heartbreaking story of a strong one person attracting sorrow, disaster, and possible death through the number 4. I have not used actual names for the sake of privacy. You can easily observe the combination of the location and 4-8 triggers. Pictured now on your screen is her information as well as her husband. I share their story in hopes that their loss was not in vain, and others can help themselves by learning about destiny numbers. Right away, you can see a 4-8 number theme. She has an unsupported TNN number of 12, which does not harmonize with the day number 28/1. As it is unsupported, the sacrificial nature of the 12 is going to play itself out in this woman's life, especially since the period number is a 2, which is at the mercy of the 8 in the first name. Remember to see the rules for number 2, if you need a refresher. Adding to the 8 influence is the repeated 40/4 in both the last name and her hidden number, an unfortunate number that also increases the 8 energy. Remember that the number 4 can sometimes spell pain, hardship, and loss for one people. Since 4s and 8s are the numbers of fate, we see that the 12 sacrifice is going to be beyond her control. This woman got pregnant in her 13th year of marriage, also a 4, and the death renewal number. A few months before her delivery, the couple decided to move their family to a new home. The address of this home is 813, showing the energies of this house. Even the lineup of those 3 numbers, an 8 with the 13, is disturbing, considering their connection to this couple's numbers. You will also notice that the address adds to a 12, so the 12 just got doubled as a warning. The 12/3 is unsupported here as well. The couple moves in, has their 4th child, and 3 months later, lose the baby. This woman, a good mother and well-versed in the medical field, could do nothing to prepare for this, prevent it, or save her baby. It was out of her hands. In looking at the warnings or predictions for the timing of this event, moving to a new address was obviously the trigger. The first thing I notice about her husband's numbers is all the 4s, which were created in his wife's numbers by taking his last name, making her hidden number 40 as well. When 4s are multiplied, they create 8 energy. Looking at their numbers together, they have 3 8s and 2 13s. When they moved, the address triggered the change in vibration of their path. The husband has the 13 energy of the 813 address. The negative side of the 13 is playing out as death, when combined with the unsupported 12 and the 8s and 4s. They were living in a 22/4 city. Had this couple moved to the adjacent city of the mother's birth, the same may have happened, as that city's vibration is 12. With the 8 and 13 together in the address, and in their personal numbers, the 8 was also a 4-8 trigger of the 13. 2 years after the loss of their infant, the couple was able to have another child, who helped heal their wounds enough that the family could go on. This is the literal renewal rebirth essence of the 13. They now have 4 children. Here is the 4 again, though the 5th is never forgotten. 4s and 8s may be lucky for this couple, but the problems in their numbers needed to be fixed, so the 4 and 8 would not have helped trigger the negative numbers. Had I known what I do now about numerology, I'm not sure that I could have warned this couple or what could have been done different. Since this information was not available at that time, this was something they were predestined to go through in this lifetime, and part of the baby's destiny in the overall divine plan, which we cannot always see or know from our small perspective. The 4-8 trigger. The 4-8 trigger is often found combined with the other triggers, as in the previous example. The number 8 can trigger events and activate other numbers. If the individual has personal numbers that are not harmonious with an 8, or other problems in their numbers, these events will be unfortunate in nature. If the 8 has been shown to bring good karma to the individual's life, then the events triggered can be fortunate. An 8 can enter and act as a precursor or sign of this fate when showing up in addresses, other people, partners, membership numbers, dates, age, etc. An 8 will trigger the negative qualities of a 12, 13, 15, 16, 18, and any of the remaining unfortunate numbers, especially if these numbers are unsupported. It can also trigger events in the life of a 2, 4, 7, 8, or 9 person. An example of the 8 triggering an event is found in Steve Jobs' pattern of destiny from chapter 7. A number 4 will trigger events if there are other 4s, 8s, or 9s involved, or in the case of a one individual who has noticed the 4 bringing hardship and loss to them. The birth year trigger. It is common for the last 2 digits of an individual's birth year to be a determining factor in recurring themes. For example, someone born in 1967 would add the 67, which has the value of 13. The 67 and 13 can become significant numbers in life, signaling important changes, events, and good fortune when they pop up. The first 2 digits of the birth year are not used in this fashion, which in this case would be 19, as they represent an entire century and several generations of people. The total of the year is used in calculating the pattern of destiny, but this number could also signify a lucky or significant number for the individual as well. In this case, if you add 1967, it would be 23. If one of these birth year numbers recurs in their life, the 67, 13, or 23, look for it as a trigger of events. The nature of these events will be determined by the nature of the numbers themselves, whether boding ill, luck, or good fortune. The current year trigger. As I write this chapter, the year is 2015. The current year number predicts an energy trend for that year. Current years affect us in 2 ways: the total number of the year and the last 2 digits of the year. This year, 2015, adds to 8. The last 2 digits are 15. The rules of numbers say that a 15 combined with 4s and 8s brings in sinister and deceptive agendas and energies. In 2015, we are in an 8 year with the 15. I have noticed that the 4 and 8 days this year seem to bring misfortune, taking on a dark side energy associated with abuse, addiction, demonic forces, manipulation, and material loss. This type of energy can bring up feelings of fear and a loss of control. This does not mean we have to be slaves to this energy. It is important to note that individuals who are born with karmic reward from the numbers 4 and 8 may look at this year as a boon, finding much worldly and financial success, and the attaining of their goals. As I write this, the most recent 4-8 day was March 8th, followed by Friday the 13th. On the 8th, Sam Simon, co-creator of The Simpsons, died. A close relative of mine was on week 4 of a 6-week recovery and had to go back into emergency surgery for relapse. This has led to a loss of livelihood and bodily function. My boyfriend had a large amount of money taken from him by a deceptive person, money he badly needed, and I had my own share of bad luck. Only 5 days later, on the 13th, I had many unfortunate issues come up for me again. Our dog had to go to the vet with a serious condition, and a friend's mother died. I tried to stay home that day and avoid the world, but it did not help. Being a 2, I am inclined to stay home on all 4 and 8 days this year, especially during the 4 and 8 months of April and August. Note, Sam Simon has an 8 INN, a 20 INN, and 16 as an unsupported hidden number. Other days that affect us negatively during this 8 year would be 2 days. Remember, in rules of numbers, that 8s may bring monetary reward or assistance to a 2, but there is pain, loss, and suffering that come with it. The 8 dominates the 2, and therefore makes 2 days under this type of energy under the control of something else. On March 20th, I was issued a bizarre notice from my apartment complex that I owed back rent since February 1st, and I was being charged $5 a day since then. My cable and internet would be immediately shut off if I did not pay within the next half hour before the office closed for the day. When I got to the apartment office, there was a line of tenants who had received similar notices, many of whom said they were being evicted immediately. Apparently, my past due amount was $6, which had somehow increased to $167. No one understood what was going on, and the office assistant was at a loss to explain. We were told to gather all our rent receipts and show up the next day to disprove the charges. The next day, the 21st, the office manager could not explain the charges or understand their books. I was told I did not owe anything and actually received a $107 credit back. I still have no idea what happened. It is worth noting that some 2s may have a positive experience on 2 days, especially those with several 2s in their personal numbers. A secondary influence to keep in mind in an 8 year would be 7s and 9s, as these 2 numbers do not harmonize with 8s. Also note that the 4th and 17th may have softer energy than the other 4 8 days, due to these numbers having a more positive vibration than the other dates. Here are just a few more examples I noticed of the 8 years influence. As I said, I am a 2-day number, my age equals a 2, and I currently use 2 names. In the old name, I still have the energy of the unsupported hidden number 12 and live in a 12 city. On April 4th, in an 8 year, 4 month, 4 day, my boyfriend came back from a Florida trip a changed man. I determined he had picked up dark entities, which turned out to be true. His personality was very different. On April 12th, 8 days later, he told me he was moving out on a 12 day. No warning. Within 45 minutes, he was already out the door. On July 4th, I walked into the edge of a door and ended up with a black eye and gash on my forehead, along with a few other challenges. My elderly mother was sick, and my brother and another person became sick at our July 4th party. 7 month, 4 day. On July 8th, a friend of mine, a 2-person, had bank account numbers and other pertinent information get into the wrong hands. An hour later, I could not find my wallet and credit cards. Author's note: my boyfriend and I did get back together and became stronger than ever. We do not choose to be married, so he remains boyfriend. The last time a year ended in 15 energy, but without the 8 energy, was 1996. I married a man with a hidden number 13 and an 8 period number. These both triggered the last 2 digits of 1996, having the same karma as 15. He was addicted to drugs, but I was too naive then to see what was going on. In addition, the day before my wedding, my former boyfriend, who I regretted leaving, killed himself on a 4 day, the 31st, at age 40. He was a day number 2. After my divorce, I was left with my ex-husband's debt, which took me 8 years of lean living to finally pay off. This is a small sampling of the energies of addiction, loss of control, financial loss, and despair that are tied with the energies of 4s and 8s with the 15. The age number and pattern of destiny triggers. Not only do the numbers of the day or year affect us, so do the numbers of our age. There are 2 ways our age can be a trigger. The first is the number of the age, such as 5 years old or 36 years old. The second is the total of our age, such as age 29 added together is 11 and 2. Another contributor to signs of an event occurrence can be found in the pattern of destiny trigger. Following are a few examples that include the recurring number themes for these individuals, and how the age number or pattern of destiny was the trigger. Sally is born in a 4 month on a 4 day. The last 2 digits of her birth year are 31. She married an 8 husband. Her total birth date adds to 4, and her name and hidden number are both 4. Immediately we see the recurring number of 4 attracting 8s. Her husband's numbers are mostly 8s and 9s. This couple chose to be married on a 3 day, setting up the marriage under a 369 series energy. Important days, addresses, and so on followed this series. This was beneficial for the 8 husband, helping release a lot of the 8's cruel influence, as this number was one of karmic debt for him. Sally's husband died on a 369 themed month, day, and year. Now that she is a widow, her recurring numbers seem to be in her own series again. Sally's current age is 83. It is possible that she could pass away when the numbers 8 and 4 come together again at age 84 this year, being that 2015 is an 8-year ending in 15, which is unlucky when found with 4s and 8s. The total of her age, 84, would be 12, the sacrifice number. This is probably unlikely though, since she no longer has an 8 number connected to her. She could go at age 85, since that age adds to 13, and her address adds to 16, which would also be the year 2016, which would double that number. Another age-related trigger would be 87, adding to 15. Her other possibility is at age 88, in the year 2020, which would be connected to the pattern of destiny trigger. I do not want to specifically speculate here, as that would involve an analysis of all her destiny numbers together. Sometimes it is better if this is not known. Sally just had a 4 period followed by an 8 period in her pattern of destiny, and is currently in a 7 period ending in 2021. Just as a reminder, the pattern of destiny was covered in Chapter 7. These could have been a signal of fate, of her final pattern period. Otherwise, if she survives this, she will be 89 years old. My next example is a woman born under the 2-7 influence of recurring numbers. She has 3 2s in her personal numbers. The rules for number 2 state that having 3 numbers in the 2 series in your personal numbers brings general good fortune and very likely great luck at some point in life, depending on the other numbers. 4 or more numbers in the 2 series, 2 of these being the day and TNN, brings in great luck at some point in life. 4 or more 2s, 4 of these being the TNN, day, period, and hidden number, suggests a life of great fortune, without major hardships, and will cancel out the energy of unfortunate numbers. The last 2 numbers of her year of birth add to 7. She received an unexpected and large windfall of money at the age of 52, in a 2-month, 7-day, in a 7-year. My next example is a man who had an 8 and 9 recurring influence in his life, birth year, month, day, etc., which attracted in 4s, 3s, and 6s. He died at age 80 in a 6-month, 6-day, 9-year, with the entire birth date adding to 3. His pattern of destiny shows a repeating 18 up until 1998, when his number changes to a 27, another 9. This period will last until 2025. He died exactly 9 years after 1998, in 2007. He did not make it through this final period of numbers, which was indicated by the change to 27. For the simplicity of this book, I have discussed this as an introduction. There are other methods of prediction and timing, but discussing this and other methods in more depth in this work would prove overwhelming for the beginners, so I leave it to you to further advance your studies and knowledge in this area at this time, for those who are so interested. Final thoughts. Whether you are a beginner or a professional numerologist, this book has attempted to show you how to use Chaldean Numerology to improve your life, your destiny, and your experience. I urge you to study several different number systems and learn the best uses of each. Study the connections of numerology to astrology, palmistry, and tarot. If your goal is to improve your luck financially or socially, create stronger, healthier relationships and the like, this can be done, but is not at the heart of numbers, nor is it their only purpose. It's your choice. My intent was to stir your passion to delve deeper into the mysteries of numbers as a support to our spiritual evolution. I hope your study brings you closer to a state of ecstatic oneness and joy. Here are some final thoughts to contemplate. Numbers are used to create time, but the origin of numbers is not measurable or known. In their essence, numbers measure our separation from each other, the separateness in our atomic structure, the space in between you and me, the distance between you and an object, etc. In a world of illusions, where perception of separation creates the illusion, numbers join us and show us, underneath it all, we are connected, and we are all one. So, numbers seem to measure the separation, but in essence really join us together. The use of numbers is an esoteric mystery, and when studied as separateness, become magic and illusion, but when studied as oneness, bring us back to our one creator and true reality. We can say, for example, that the planet Mars vibrates to the number 9, but this number comes from a deeper cosmological source. It is the beginning and the ending. It is the number of completion. In mystical truths, it leads back to the whole, to oneness, to the source, which is outside of measurement in this reality. The number 9 serves as a tool for dissolving illusions as no longer necessary, and ultimately, to the dissolution of the need for numbers. Many blessings to you on your journey.